Hello, hello, hello. Welcome everyone to the sixth round of the Tata Steel Masters and Challengers here in Wijk Aan Zee, Netherlands. This is your host Sagar Shah, welcoming you from the venue that we have here in Wijk Aan Zee, Netherlands. Guys, how are you? After the rest day, everyone has been rejuvenated, everyone is energized, and I hope you too are, and you're looking forward to today's broadcast because what a game we have on our hands. We have the absolute belter of an encounter today. I'm going to show you the pairings that we have on our hands right now. Today we have this amazing encounter between Gukesh and Nodirbek Abdusattorov. That is just outstanding. And we also have some brilliant games like Erigaisi versus Caruana, and Pragnananda versus Wei Yi, and Hari versus Van Forest, and Leon versus Warmerdam, and Anish versus Vincent, and Sarana versus Fedoseev. What an amazing day of chess it's going to be. Also, guys, look at this. Who we have here? We have the game between Faustino Oro and Divya Deshmukh that's going to happen here. And also we have Vaishali taking on Irina Bulmaga. So this is going to be fantastic day. तो कैसा लग रहा है दोस्तों आपको? How are you feeling? Do let me know in the chat. Today we also are going to have a guest joining us for some time at 7 o'clock, 2:30 local time. We'll see who that is going to be. Meanwhile, Fabiano Caruana makes his way into the playing hall. So देखोगे दोस्तों, this is world number 2 on your screen, and he's arrived 7 minutes early to the game because today he wants to strike. He wants to beat Arjun Erigaisi. There was a point, I think, where Fabi had predicted that Arjun will go the farthest among the youngsters, or maybe will be the first one to cross 2800, and he was right. It did happen. It did happen here. Royal Redbird says I'm gonna have board soon and yet I'm here. दोस्तों थोड़ा enjoy कर लो, थोड़ा motivate हो जाओ देख के, and then you can be on your way. This is Wei Yi versus Pragnananda. This clash, guys, बहुत सही, बहुत सही. People want to see the standings as well, guys. Here are the standings of the tournament. We have Pragnananda leading along with Nodirbek Abdusattorov, Gukesh and Fedoseev on 3.5. Harikrishna is on 3 points. The sole player on 3. Wow. Wei Yi on 2.5. Caruana on 2.5. Sarana and Vincent on 2.5. Anish on 2. Max Warmerdam, Jordan Van Forest on 1.5. And Leon and Arjun on 1. Little would someone have imagined that Arjun Erigaisi would have been on 1 point. And there we have on our screen one more player who's been in tremendous form. Guys, who is he? Can anyone tell me in the chat the name of the player on your screen? Arey, naam bhi likha hai. Sorry, dosto. That is a very easy question. But here is my question. Who do you think will triumph today? I think I just want to get a sense of you guys, because yesterday, how many of you managed to check the calculation done by Abdusattorov? I think it was just phenomenal what he managed to do. So here's the poll. Who do you think will triumph today? Gukesh, Nodirbek Abdusattorov, or will it be a draw? I would love to know your thoughts on this. I've put up a poll in the chat, so please check it out. And I'm also very excited actually for this encounter today between Faustino Oro and Divya Deshmukh. Meanwhile, we have the local boy, the ambassador of the tournament, Anish Giri here. दोस्तों blue hair करेंगे, blue hair. And Anish is waiting for his opponent, Vincent Keymer, and there we have Harikrishna has arrived. Hari, in tremendous form in this tournament, has scored 2 wins over Arjun Erigaisi and Max Warmerdam. So the poll is saying 65% people think Gukesh will win, 13% people think Nodirbek, and 23% think it will be a draw. Well, I think the percentages are much closer. I would put it as 33% chances of Nodirbek winning, 33 Gukesh, and 33% draw. And there you see Nodirbek Abdusattorov coming in. Man, he is in great form here. He's on 4 out of 5, and he always loves playing at Wijk Aan Zee. He mentions that many times that it's great fun to play here. And there you see him smiling in good spirits before the game. And we also have this battle already ready. Meanwhile, on the screen, we have Harikrishna and Peter Doggers here, very well known journalists on the left. And this is Leon Mendonca versus Max Warmerdam here. And guys, I am in Wijk Aan Zee right now, just like 10 meters away from the players' room. That's how close I am. Leon has been not in good health in this tournament. As you can see there, he is not feeling so well, but hopefully he'll be able to strike today and play his best game. And has Pragg also has not arrived yet. You can see there Wei Yi is sitting all alone. Nodirbek is also sitting alone. The Indian players actually coming a bit late, yeah? Fabi sitting all alone. Fabi not sitting actually. Fabi is moving around now, but he came first. Vincent is here against Anish Giri. And there we have Vaishali making her way to the board, which means that very soon we also will see Pragg coming in. And Alexey Sarana versus Fedoseev. And there we have Pragnananda coming in. Wei Yi handshake there. This is going to be a great clash. Pragg having the white pieces against Wei Yi, an important one for sure. The world champion has not yet arrived. Gukesh. And we have Arjun Erigaisi entering now. Today, Arjun has to strike, come what may. Like, if he manages to strike today, he would be really back in this tournament. But to beat Fabi is no easy task. So, a big game there for Arjun. And we very soon will have Gukesh entering in. There you have Gukesh, a handshake. Whew. Big clash. Big clash there. I am actually very excited for this one, because I'll tell you why. These two players just have that very killer approach to chess. You know, they both want to fight, give it their all. That is how they play. And that's why it's very exciting when they play each other. And they have this rivalry kind of from the Olympiad, where Gukesh lost in 2022. And then Nodirbek helped his country win the gold. Later on, India did win the gold next Olympiad. But this is, I think, I would put it as number one game of the day. Then I would be very excited about Pragg versus Wei Yi. Also super excited about Fabiano and Arjun. Look at Arjun there, completely focused. Please don't disturb me, guys. I am in my zone, says Arjun Erigaisi. And Pragg is back now. He's writing down his score sheet. What a tournament this is, right? Like, just this ability to see these fantastic players in action every single round, getting some great games, is, I think, what makes this tournament truly special. And there's always that gong which is hit before the game begins, and this time I think it's going to be Peter Doggers who's going to hit the gong there. And everyone's waiting for the for the gong there. It's going to happen very soon. Look at the pressure and a handshake. And off we go, guys. The game has started. What is the move that Nodirbek is going to choose today with the white pieces? He's super calm there. And he opens with. And we don't know what's the move he chose. E4, E5. Ooh. Guys, E4, E5 on the board. And Nodirbek now brings his knight out to F3. So Gukesh, I think making a small statement there that I want to be super solid here against you, Nodirbek. And then if you try too hard, I will get my chances. And I think it's a yes, let's put the bars here for sure, guys. Just a second. Bringing up the bars in a second. Bars courtesy of Rakshit Bhai. Thank you so much, Rakshit, for building this amazing thing where we all get to enjoy every single day. Today there are many interesting games. I don't know which one to keep, which one not to keep. I think today is also the first day when no Indian is playing against each other. So let's see. I'm going to try to put 6 bars today instead of 5 that we have every day. There we have almost all the bars are on the screen. Oh, we have the Italian that is played. Hey, bye. Italian by Nodirbek. Putting the bars a little bit smaller here. That should be good. And then let's also have the bars of Divya and Vaishali, the two Indian players in the challengers section. Selected. Okay, done. I cannot prepare this before the game, guys, because the bars get updated only after the game starts. So it seems like it's very difficult to fit it in everything. तो दोस्तों शायद मुझे 5 अभी के लिए I'll revert back to 5 for the open, and then maybe in some time I'll put all 5 Indian games for now, and then when one ends or something we'll see. We would love to have Anish's game also, but unfortunately our space does not help us to keep it there. They are overlapping each other. Okay. All good. Okay, guys, all set. Problems? Okay, so guys, e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, a4. Oh, a4 played here by Nodirbek. This does not seem like a very normal way to play, and because today we don't have Amruta, here I will have to do the job of trying to find how many times this has been played. A4, again he wants bishop b5. No, this is some new stuff that Nodirbek has come up with. So I'm just trying to check in the database. E4, e5, knight f3. Guys, ChessBase and Mega Database is very useful to find this, and you can get that from the second link in the description. But right now, the main move in this position, okay, when we reach here, let me just put this up this side so that I can see. Yes, so the main move here is c3 has been played 83,000 times. Castle has been played 31,000 times. D3 has been played 28,000 times. B4 has been played 17,000 times. Knight C3 15,000 times. D4 1100. But believe it or not, the move A4 has been played only in 69 games. So from a position that has been reached 1,79,761, Nodirbek makes a move that has been only played in 69 games. Okay, but I believe it will transpose because Gukesh went knight f6 and Nodirbek plays d3. So there are these lines where you go a4. So at this point, we have already 500 games because of transposition. And I believe that this number will go higher as we go along. Arey dosto. 69 GM will also join us very soon. And now D3 played. So guys, Gukesh in some thought now, because he's also looking at the transpositional things, no? He's thinking C3, B4, should I go A5 here? Should I go A6? Should I castle? Should I go D6? He goes for pawn push to D6. Arey Himang Ghosh, hello everyone watching the stream on my way back home. Kya baat hai? Himang Ghosh was at the national schools tournament covering there for ChessBase India, and he, Aditya, Ravindraji all did a phenomenal job. There are many interviews of young talent. So it's like on one hand we were covering Wijk Aan Zee, the absolute Wimbledon of chess. On the other hand we were covering what? A5. Man, A5 is on the board. Nice. This, oh, we have a member. First member today, Subramaniam GV. Welcome. You are the backer of Indian chess, Subramaniam. Thank you so much. Okay, so he's pushed pawn to a5, and I was just checking. A5 has been played in 62 games, guys. 62 games. And the player who has played it before is none other than Magnus Carlsen, Jan Nepomniachtchi, Wei Yi, Levon Aronian, Jordan Van Forest. So it looks like a very top level line that is played, and most of the players here with black have gone a6. Let's see if Gukesh also plans to do that. He's drinking some water here. He's thinking about what he should be doing in such a moment. Guys, what exactly do you think is the idea of a4, a5? Can anyone tell me? What is that? Yes, Beloglavi soup. Want to play a4, a5. Want to gain some space in the position. True, true. Very good. Very rightly said. And so right now, if opportunity is given, he would even like to push forward with a6 perhaps. Generally, black has gone a6. Ayush Anand says we are watching the future world championship match. Wow. And we have 5,000 people, guys. Do like the stream. Today we are going to have one of my favorite commentators in the world of chess joining us. Any guesses who that is going to be? In few minutes from now. Yes, 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 yes. We're going to have the one and only. Let me wait. He will join. He will join very soon. And so this is one game we are looking at. Let's quickly look at Pragnananda versus Wei Yi. It's also a very important game. Pragg here. Look at Pragg, by the way. Oof. Intensity देखो दोस्तों. Right between the two pieces. क्या ही शॉट है गाइस. ये स्क्रीनशॉट कर लो आप. बढ़िया स्क्रीनशॉट. And while Pragg is thinking, guys, allow me a minute to get myself a bottle of water. It will take exactly a minute. And guys, I am back here. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
And guys, we have the one and only Daniel King with us. Hello, hello, Danny. How are you?
I'm really well, Sagar. Great to see you. How are you? You well?
I'm doing amazingly well, Dan. So nice to have you here. And also, right now you are in London, is it?
I'm in London. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I should I adjust my camera maybe?
I can adjust. If this is fine for you, I'll make sure that you are in the frame. So I'll just
Okay.
make sure.
I'll leave the technical side to you.
Okay.
That's wise. So you're in Wijk Aan Zee.
Yes, yes. Have you been here in Wijk Aan Zee?
I should say, do you know what? To my great shame, I never played there and I've never even visited.
Really?
And I'm ashamed to say that. Do you know what? It always, when I was playing professionally, it always clashed with the German Bundesliga. And so I had my duties to my team, so I could never play in Wijk Aan Zee. So it's a big disappointment. But I always intend to visit, but then life gets in the way. Next year.
Next year.
I'll see you next year.
Yes, this is also my first time here. So
Oh, really?
yes,
Okay.
it's first time. I mean, I've covered Wijk Aan Zee from home like last 4 editions, but this
Yeah.
time I'm here and I'm inside a room that is there right next to the playing hall. So it's very
Okay.
close. And at some point when players after their games get over go from here, they can hear and stuff. So I'm a little bit careful about how much I should be shouting here.
Okay. I won't
You can do it.
I won't talk too loudly. Don't worry.
But you have been doing
Knight
recaps.
F3! Knight F3! Play it!
But I think, Dan, we have been following your recaps you've been doing from this event, and I think clearly one game that stood out was this game yesterday, Nodirbek versus Van Forest. Van Forest versus Nodirbek. I think you made a recap on it.
Yeah, I thought this was just a brilliant game. I mean, look, Tata Steel Masters always produces fantastic chess, but I thought that game in particular was brilliantly played by Nodirbek. You know, he's there's something about his attitude at the board which is very impressive. Um, you know, he's a serious player. Um, I think when he's at his best, you see really fine strategic performances combined with tactics and amazing calculation. And that's what we saw in this game from Wednesday. I mean, he's such an impressive player. You know, forgive me, but there's a lot of talk about the Indian players, rightly so. Okay, we have our new world champion, Gukesh, and of course, you know, India in chess is the story of the moment. But Nodirbek Abdusattorov, let's not forget him. You know, he's been in the world's top 10 for a while now. He won the World Rapid when he was 17 years old. So it's not like we didn't know about this kid, you know, and still, what is he, 20 years old? Still 20 years old. So anyway, listen, I'm really looking forward to his game against Gukesh today. I mean, this is obviously the standout game from today. But we'll get into that in a second. But anyway, but Sagar, I should ask, how are you enjoying Wijk Aan Zee and the tournament? Are you settled in? Are you enjoying the whole atmosphere?
I when I arrived here, I was like, why do people always say things about Wijk Aan Zee, like, oh, it gets unbearable at times and stuff like that. I'm loving it, like beautiful landscape, the dunes, the beaches, like 1 minute walk away from my hotel, and it's so nice. There are not too many people. I mean, the entire village is like 2,000 people. So all of that, but then yesterday, why can't they showed the true colors? It started drizzling, raining, the wind started blowing inside the room. You have this constant kind of sound like the wind coming in.
The wind whistling through. Oh my God. Yeah. That's just like my house
Really?
here in London. You can see how I'm dressed. I'm like last night, my God, there was a real rainstorm, and well, you've seen the weather forecast. There's a storm in progress. To be honest, in London, it's not so bad, but in other parts in the south coast and the west and in Ireland, the storm is really fierce. So yeah, you probably experienced some of that in
Yeah,
Wijk Aan Zee. But
right.
okay, that's like it sounds still.
No, it's
If you're
great. Apart from that, everything is amazing. The people here are fantastic. The games are brilliant. The food is great. I think overall, I would come here any day. Like, I am enjoying myself a lot. And I
okay,
would
that's
highly recommend, Dan, that you come next year here.
okay. Then listen, I will join you in person in the commentary
Let's
because
go.
yeah, let's do it because that's too good an invitation. I mean, and also, do you know what? It always looks like such a nice get together of people. There's of course, the masters and the challengers, but I can see on the screen, lots of spectators, and they're playing, in the open tournament as well. Um, and well, I know so many people in the Netherlands as well. So it'll be fun to visit. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, I would be looking forward to it. And Dan, what are your thoughts on this opening position between Gukesh and Nodirbek? It seems like Nodirbek came up with a new idea in the opening. He played the Italian, which I think is an opening you like. I mean, you have done stuff on this, right? The Italian.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, it's really nuanced, isn't it? You know, the way, wow, he played A4
A4.
straight
Yes,
away.
he played straight away A4. And it did transpose a bit. Like there were only 69 games with A4. And then with D3, there became 500 games. So it was like small transposition. But after D6, he gained further space with A5.
Okay. Oh, that's really interesting. I mean, as I mentioned before, I think of, although, you know, we see some wild tactical games from Abdusattorov. In fact, I think of him as being a very strategic player. And of course, this marks out territory on the queen side. And in the very long term, of course, this kind of space advantage can be pretty useful, but it's very early days. You know, we're not seeing a big tactical slugfest at the moment.
Right.
So yeah, it's interesting. Do you know what? It's this makes me think of something because Abdusattorov's coach is Rustam Kazimjanov.
Right.
Of course, very, very strong grandmaster, former FIDE world champion. And I can see that, you know, he's been giving him some very interesting ideas. And one of the lines recently that Kazimjanov, where he published something at ChessBase with E4, C5, A4
What?
on the second move.
Really?
Yeah, I saw it. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but I saw it advertised. He's been researching this and he published something on ChessBase with this.
Oh,
So A4 is obviously in his mind at the moment. Very strategic. Interesting. What
interesting.
do you think of
Very
A4? What do you
interesting.
think?
Yeah,
What do you
I'm
think?
actually quite surprised. Like I thought A4 will transpose into, these lines where white generally gains space, and if you castle here and black castles, it's already a very well-known position with A4.
Mm.
But clearly Nodirbek had a different plan in mind. He went A5, gaining even more space. And I thought Gukesh's reaction was like, I'm not going to let you just have this move just like that by making a6 here. He went for a check. He wanted the pawn.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, that's interesting. So basically, he's forcing an exchange.
So trade, knight takes, and then castles, and like the speed at which they're playing just makes me feel like they both are well prepared. I mean, Nodirbek is at 142, Gukesh is at 133. The typical maneuver of getting your knight from c6 to
Mm.
g6, rook e1, h6, and now d4. So this is the live position.
Okay, so we've reached one of these absolutely typical positions with white having a little space in the middle with the pawns on d4. But I can't imagine this is such a big deal for black because I think exchanging off those bishops has given black, it just kind of eases the congestion in black's position. And where we can see that the queen can very easily move to a dark square to e7. I mean, it's opposite the rook at the moment, so maybe not that, but I mean, later on, yeah, knight h7. Has knight
Wow.
h7 played?
Yes, it's played. It's
Ah,
played.
then the queen can come to f6.
Oh my god. And
Yeah,
then knight
very
f4, trying to maybe use the
nice.
bishop, a little bit of some chances of an attack.
Yeah, quick. I like that. And knight g5, of course, you recapture with the h pawn. Yeah, I mean, I think with black, I think I would feel very comfortable here. I mean, I think Gukesh's strategy is working out very, very nicely here.
Wow.
Um, yeah, I think I would even prefer to be black once the queen gets to f6.
Wow, that's a very interesting take on this position, Dan, because generally I see this, like we talk about not looking at the engines and so on, but these youngsters are all the time preparing based on the evaluation that the engine is giving. And for them, something like 0.5 in the opening is like, wow, this is worth playing. Like tomorrow I'll go and play this. And this position is being given like 0.5, 0.4 as white. Does that,
Really?
yes, does that make you feel a bit surprised?
Yeah, a little bit, because it feels like black is very comfortable. Okay, maybe, I like attacking. So when you pointed out these moves, knight f4, queen f6, these are the moves I want to make as well. But okay, maybe we should calm down. So the knight on d2 for white, I think needs to be repositioned. So if we start with knight f1, exactly. Well, what I'm thinking is possibly going to g3. But actually, because there's no bishop on c1, I'm maybe more likely to come to e3, because then it could perhaps drop into d5 if the queen comes to f6. And, well, of course, we see what black is going to do first. I mean, but also after knight f4, yeah, knight e3. So
Maybe this
knight
pawn
f4,
might hang, right? If I,
so no, the pawn's hanging. I beg
should
your
we go?
pardon.
Should we go with queen f6 first?
Okay, so knight e3.
You are coming here. How about I
Yeah.
stop it with c6?
Okay, but that could be a little bit sensitive. Now is our a pawn coming into play. I
Oh
wonder
my
whether
god.
we can
Wow.
play something like d5 here. Should we try even d5?
d5, d5, c5, and maybe this is very good for white. Yes, this structure.
Maybe, because, well, I mean, I don't know whether to play a6 first or maybe just break things open with b4.
You mean d5, c5, b4.
Yeah, just to open up some lines. Of course, white isn't committed to d5. I mean, maybe we can play another move
We
first.
can
Maybe,
start with a6 maybe here. I don't
okay,
know.
so then b6.
b6 or b5?
I
What do you
thought
prefer?
b6, but I'm not sure about throwing in a6 first. Maybe instead of a6, maybe even b4.
But this attack like knight f4 now, and I'm just thinking, but I don't know if there is an attack. It just feels like you have these pieces just gathering around the white king.
Yeah, but with the knight on e3,
It's safe, yeah.
covers g2, covers g4. Maybe it's not such a big deal. I mean, I think white could have some interesting chances here on the queen side. I'm not quite sure which. I've advanced all these pawns, and now I don't know which one to play, of course. If d5, then probably black plays a6. To stop stop white playing a6.
But
Really interesting.
overall, this is a very interesting position with black
Yeah.
having some chances on the king side and white having kind of expanded on the queen side.
Yeah, I mean, I think at first, when you first showed me the position, I was thinking, oh, it's a little bit dry. But actually, this is really starting to brew nicely into a very rich position. Yeah, I kind of like this. We're a long way ahead, but it does strike me that putting the knight on e3 feels like a sensible move. There's maybe another way to play, and that's to withdraw the bishop from c4 and then play knight c4. But I don't know whether.
So if I go here, you go knight c4 maybe.
Yeah, maybe this doesn't work because then bishop g4 is too much. Yeah. I think knight f1 has to be the sensible move.
Okay. So this we can right now, like Nodirbek has started to think. It's his first think in the game. 6-7 minutes he's thinking. We can leave it at like this is going to build up, and it all depends on how both players, and both are ambitious guys. So it feels like it's going to be fight. If you had to kind of compare the styles of Gukesh and Nodirbek, would you say they are similar or they are very different?
Ooh, I think of Nodirbek as being a little bit more strategic. Um, maybe Gukesh is happier with the initiative, something like this.
Hmm.
Um,
Mm,
that's a tough one. I mean,
maybe when it comes to calculation, they both are very good, I guess.
both
Mm,
fantastic. Yeah, but this is a strength from both of them.
right.
Um, so yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, but I think we've got actually a very interesting position,
Great.
which could develop into something very sharp. I mean, I keep seeing new possibilities actually. Things
What's the
like,
new one?
well, I wonder about A6, B6, and then Bishop D5. I don't know if this is, and then possibly Knight C4. I don't know if this is interesting.
Hmm.
And then if Queen F6, then Knight back to E3. But I don't know if White has gained anything by doing this. I'm just trying stuff out, you know?
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Because then if we could play the bishop, let's say to C6.
And knight d5.
Exactly. Yeah. But I
Nice.
don't know. I'm playing around, you know?
That's very cool. Yeah, it's also very interesting for people to see it live how a GM is analyzing the position without an engine. And I think this is how also Nodirbek would be thinking in his head in terms of where to place his pieces, what to do about his a pawn, his knight, his bishop. So that's very cool.
But I think Sagar, I think if it's a blitz game, he would just go Knight F1,
Right.
you know. But this is classical chess.
He
Yeah.
he's going to take some time now, and then I want to take you to the other game, which is
Oh yeah.
the Wei Yi versus Pragg encounter here.
Oh yeah.
And this is Open Rui Lopez. Although, should we go from the start?
Yes, please.
Knight f3, knight c6. Pragg is one of the co-leaders along with Nodirbek here. And Wei Yi has had a very solid start. He has had 5 draws out of 5 rounds. D4, B5, bishop B3, D5 takes. Very well known thing. D5 pawn was hanging, so defends it. C3, bishop E7, rook E1, short castles, and H3 played by
Hmm.
Pragg. Hmm.
Okay, so this is okay. To my eyes, I wouldn't claim to be a great expert on the open Spanish.
Right.
To my eyes, this looks a little bit new. Um, I mean, instead of rook e1, then knight d2 is pretty standard, just coming back here. And that's the kind of thing that I always played with white.
Hmm.
Or instead of knight d2, even before c3, bishop e3 is also an interesting move. That was very trendy for a while. Um, but okay, that was a long time ago, and probably engines have these days will just go bad move or something like that. I don't know. But okay, rook e1 and h3 is, to my eyes, a little bit unusual. I don't know. Saga, does this look familiar to you?
I'm going to actually check it out in database and see how many times has this been played before, because um, it's also unusual. So when we had this position without h3, the
Hmm.
database says that we have reached here 453 times at this moment without h3. That's after the
Okay.
move castles, which
Yeah.
is quite fine. Knight d2 is the most popular move. There's knight d4. But when Pragg played h3, we already now have only 17 games here.
There
And
you go.
it is very unusual, but there is a game between Magnus Carlsen and Fabiano Caruana here.
Oh,
Yeah, with h3. So
oh.
Magnus himself has played it.
Okay, then somebody knows something. Somebody's been doing some research. That's really interesting. Yeah, I mean, I thought to my eyes it's a little bit unfamiliar.
Mm.
Um, yeah, knight d2 looks normal. Okay, so uh, I mean, let's let's think. What's the point of h3?
Yeah,
Because
I don't get
bishop.
it. Yeah, like I mean, I would as black. There are few ideas, right? Like you go f5 or f6 in such positions, or you try to first play queen d7, and so on.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's to some extent a waiting move. I suppose that, at the moment,
Oh, he played queen d7, by the way.
okay, looks normal. Um, I mean, bishop g4 wasn't a threat, but you know, black could always force the bishop from b3 with knight a5, and
Right.
then it would be possible to play bishop g4. So I guess it stops that. So I wonder if it's possible before knight d2 to play the queen's bishop out.
You mean bishop e3, bishop f4,
Bishop,
something like that?
bishop e, yeah, one of those moves. I mean, I'm just guessing.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps that's his idea, and then knight d2.
Got it.
But I don't know whether this is just a bit fancy, or he goes knight d2. I don't know.
By the way, Human says the position says 100% wins for white in
Oh,
this.
really?
So, actually, not true, not true. But at the top level, we have four games. Carlsen Caruana 1-0. This is after the move h3 queen d7. There is
Okay.
Ter Sahakyan versus Dave Winter 1-0. Kamsky versus Tokir Genova 1-0. Pologan versus Fresine 1-0. So four strong players who played it, all won here.
Yeah.
Oh,
I've
by the
just
way,
seen
Dan, your
Pragg
move is
played,
on the board.
yeah, bishop e3.
Oh, nice.
Okay. Well, I mean, in a sense, these moves they're not outrageous. It's pretty standard in a way. It's just the order is slightly funny.
Hmm.
Um, okay, I'm going to say something rather ignorant here because
Okay.
putting a rook in the middle is probably something like rook d8 looks normal. But I want to ask the question, what happens if black plays either f5 or f6? I'm just curious. Is this really bad?
Hmm.
Oh, I see the evaluation bar doesn't like it.
But it's not so big. Oh, by the way, we have a result already. Oh my God.
What?
Oh my God.
Who?
Fabi and Arjun have drawn their game.
Oh,
Arjun Erigaisi is like, okay, I've been bleeding in this tournament. Let me just stop the bleeding here and just leave.
oh,
Wow.
golly.
He didn't, generally, you see Arjun analyzing his games and stuff. Like today, he didn't even do that. He just left.
So what's up with him? I mean, he's obviously not having a great time in the tournament, but listen, he had such an amazing 2024.
Yeah.
At some point, a little bit of luck turns against you. Okay, so this is, of course, very well known position.
Oh, I think overall Arjun came with this mindset that today I just want to draw.
Sure. Yeah. Okay, but do you have any clues about, what's going on with him? Is
No, I
he
think I
is he
think
well?
yeah, I think health wise he felt well. Like I don't think he's ill here. Also, his games were pretty interesting. I think he was almost going to beat Fedoseev and then he blundered big time there.
Exactly. I
Yeah.
mean, I saw that. It's just one of those things. Maybe, he's had a couple of just unlucky moments. And yeah, that game against Fedoseev was, well, I thought he played such an interesting game.
Yeah, that was something really shocking that the way he blundered. But
Mm.
some people in the chat are saying I heard Arjun is unwell. Not so sure. I mean, I will ask the organizers here, but maybe yeah, could be that his health is not good. There is by the way, a flu kind of epidemic here in the Netherlands. So maybe that's what is hitting some of the players. Like Leon is not at all well here. So
Oh,
that's the
really?
situation. Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's a pity. Yeah, he's also not showing his best side. But I think this is the thing. You only need to be 1 or 2% off your best, and that can have massive consequences because you relax your concentration for one move
Yes.
and it it can be over for you. So it's tough. It's just really tough.
Yeah,
Oh,
like
listen,
you prepare.
sorry.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Yeah, I was just going to go to another game, but no,
Which
no,
one?
please.
Which
So,
one?
well, I've just seen Nodirbek's last move.
Oh, okay, let's see. What did he play? Oh, Rook E3.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
I know that was.
The rook said to the knight that you are not getting that square. That one's
Yeah,
mine.
I know. How mad is that?
But what's
Okay,
the point? Like I don't get it. Like for example, Queen F6. What exactly is the rook doing here?
I, I, I'm I'm going to invite you to explain that, Saga. Listen, I don't know. Let me.
You can say like, oh, that one's so easy. Even an IM can explain it. So I'll let you.
I'm just looking on. I've got my. I can see all the boards on my second screen here, so I'm just having a look at it. Um, Queen F6. Wow. I'm really confused. I mean, in some ways, it means that Black's attack isn't going to be
As powerful because the rook is kind
yeah,
of guarding stuff, right, on the third rank.
exactly. So maybe he just, let's say after Queen F6, he wants to turn his attention um, to the other side of the board, and maybe he just wants to advance with B4 or something like
B4.
that. He's just saying, okay, I'm strong enough on the king side, but I must admit that one has taken me by surprise. It does mean that he could, if necessary, move his queen across to F1.
Ooh. Okay.
Uh,
Nice. Just
and
trying to find like
I
what
know.
is the difference with rook not being on E1, right?
I mean, I don't want to put the queen on F1. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Right.
Okay, I don't know. I'm still dreaming of playing something like A6 and bishop D5, and do I bounce the queen from F1 to C4 or something crazy like that?
Do you think
But I
he wants
listen,
to use the E1 square for the knight? Maybe knight E1 somewhere, although it looks pretty silly. I mean, the D4 pawn.
yeah, I don't know. I don't want to move the knight back. Okay, regardless of the D pawn, but I mean, where's the knight going? It's on F3. It's on a pretty good square anyway.
Right. So this
So
this move definitely is surprising. I mean, it's something that is kind of a mystery, and I believe that Gukesh will also be a bit confused here.
yeah,
Maybe he
I
played
guess.
it against knight G5, which is the most natural move here. Now maybe rook E3 is useful somehow.
How exactly? I mean, we don't want. I mean, I don't think we want to take on G5, do we? Because
And then swing the
pawn
rook over.
takes.
Oh yeah, maybe rook G3.
Yeah. But pawn takes instead,
Pawn
surely.
takes. Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
and then to come to.
I mean, that's strategically when you take with the pawn, that's really nice for black
I was just
because
a bit afraid that the queen could settle in on H5, but maybe it's nothing. You have knight F4, so
knight F4, yeah, exactly. Unless it's possible to play G3 here.
G3,
Yeah,
stopping
and
knight
then
F4.
queen H5. Okay, but in the meantime, we play G4.
Right, stopping queen H5.
I
Interesting.
don't
Yeah.
know.
This is I think I'm learning something new today. This rook E3.
I don't know what I'm learning. I'm not sure. I'm just completely confused. And the thing is, if black gets in knight g5 and h takes g5, I mean strategically that's I think really beneficial for black. Strategically, we can imagine a scenario where yeah, the knight comes. Okay, I know I'm kind of dreaming, but knight f4, we play g6, king g7, move the rook to the h file. And that's wonderful. I mean, even after g3 in this position, I wonder whether it's possible to play knight f4. I mean, it's too much.
Ooh.
But I mean, later on, I
Yeah,
would
this.
be very interested in this kind of sacrifice because, yeah, exactly. The queen gets over straight away. The pawn shuts out the rook. I think it's too much in this position,
Right.
but it would be a possibility later on.
Mm. Okay.
So
Very
knight
good.
g5 is
Very good.
possible.
Knight g5 is one move. Queen f6 is another move. And I guess these are the few possible moves. Yeah. Otherwise, I don't think he wants to touch any of these pawns on the queen side with a6, b6, or c6.
I guess not at the moment. I mean, I'd quite like to throw in a6 for black, but it's not necessary at
Right.
the moment. Anyway,
By the way, Dan, we have a nice comment here. Amartya Kumar says Anish Giri is playing the line he has recommended in his chessable course, Lifetime Repertoire, Grunfeld, where his opponent has played a new move for his theory.
oh, okay. So let me just find that.
It's
What is it?
actually a very interesting battle between, I think, two theoreticians here. Um, we have like
Hmm.
Fabi and Anish and Vincent, and their trainers, Peter Lecco and Jan Smits, are also very well-known theoreticians. So like it's a I'm very curious to see how the opening develops here.
Okay, let's go from the top.
C6, Bishop G2, D5, and here not putting your knight on F3 and playing Queen B3 straight away. It's a bit uncommon.
I guess so, but I mean, I suppose it's going to transpose
Yeah.
to lines pretty quickly.
Right.
Ah,
Queen B6.
well, maybe
Castles.
it's a little bit unusual.
But now it seems like a well-known position, right? Or not?
I'm
Without
sure it
any
is.
knight f3, yeah. I
It's
think.
not very well known in this part of London.
Castles, rook d8, h3, bishop e6 by Anish. Pawn moves forward and takes. Queen takes. So we have this position on the live board right now.
Well, the big question is, can White successfully hold this kind of pawn wedge with c5? So, if White advances with b4,
Yeah.
well, if b4, b5 comes, fantastic.
And it's
Um,
coming, right? Because black would love to put his knight here, but then we have knight g5 trying to win the bishop.
okay, then we've got something very strange. What would happen after bishop f5, g4, bishop c2?
Reminds of the Gukesh Ding game 3.
Exactly. It's maybe not so stupid because how do you get to the bishop actually? Oh, maybe you can. Bishop.
How?
I'm not sure actually. In the meantime, we can play h6 and g5 anyway, if necessary.
Right.
But it's not. Yeah, but also black could play. I want to play e5 in this position.
Mm.
Just break it open.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about knight g5, but I think that might help black. Can we go back a couple of moves? So in this position, so after knight d7, I wonder if an option is to play, well, g4. I see the eval bar doesn't like it.
Yeah, but I was thinking like your idea is knight g5, right?
Well, yeah, also to play bishop f4, and then the bishop can remain on this diagonal.
Could be.
But
I was
the engine clearly doesn't like my move.
like a6, knight g5. I thought this should be good for white, but then it just says go knight f8, and if it takes, you take with the knight, and it's a good
Okay,
structure.
but maybe not knight g5, then simply bishop f4.
Right. But then black
So-
is already happy, right? Like there's no b4, b5 coming, and black's position is okay.
You think it's okay?
Yeah, I mean, I think white has this plan, right? Knight d2, b4, knight b3, knight a5 in such positions.
Yeah. I'm
So-
just wondering how black is going to break out of this.
Yeah. Not so
Because
easy.
white has such a good grip over e5.
Right. So you are saying that once e5 is not possible, then white will slowly maneuver his knight here, and that would be really good position.
Could be nice, yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, but I'm not sure about my. Okay, the engine didn't like my starting move for whatever reason. So, I mean, do we start with bishop f4, or just b4? Maybe just b4. I don't know.
b4, a6, and now maybe bishop f4, something like that. Well, I think this position is a little complicated. I think even the engine gives certain ideas which human beings do not think of in such structures. So maybe it's not the most easy to read like the bar here. I would trust your evaluation much more than the bar here.
Oh no. No. It's funny. I'm suggesting these moves, then automatically my eye looks at the eval bar and thinking, "Oh God,
Should
I've
I
messed
turn
up
it
again."
off?
Yeah, no. It's okay. It's absolutely fine. We need a little bit of help.
Okay.
Should we take a look at some of the other games?
Yes, let's have a look at the game of Harikrishna versus Jordan.
Harry playing well.
Yes, he got a last minute call in this tournament because Vidit pulled out. Vidit was going to play, but Vidit is getting married in 3 months from now. So he's been busy with his wedding prep. And,
Oh wow.
Yeah.
3 months.
Yes.
He's under the thumb already.
Yeah, he's very much in love right now. Bishop b5.
Yeah. I saw the pictures. It looked great. It did look great.
You
Very
saw the one where they were at Vishy's place.
Yeah, it looked great fun.
Nice.
Really nice. It looked like a really nice party.
a6. Ooh, takes. But we are seeing a lot of e4, e5s today. Like we had it in Pragg, Wei Yi, Gukesh, Nodirbek, and now here as well.
Yeah.
c5.
Well,
I think
it's not so
I
bad.
think then it's important for not always to play e4, e5, and combative chess is sometimes very cool. And I think I just want to let everyone here know that Dan has written a new book which is called The Kings Anti-Sicilians for Black.
It's a snappy title.
It's a bit confusing. It's like a black repertoire to complete King's Kalashnikov.
Yeah. That's just to confuse everybody. So basically, those people that want to play with two knights e6, Sicilian.
Oh,
then
that's why someone in the chat was saying that I like your recommendation to the Sicilian Rosolimo. Maybe they already got it.
After bishop b5, yeah, my recommendation is 3 knight f6, which is actually, I mean, g6 and e6 are, you could say, are probably the main lines, but knight f6 is currently quite fashionable. I played it my whole career, and finally everyone's catching up. Yeah. So yes, this is the new book. And
so you actually wrote a book, I mean, earlier, which is on the Kalashnikov, which means like take take, and
This one.
e5.
There it is.
King's Kalashnikov Sicilian. Got it.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the Kalashnikov. So I wrote a book on that, and everyone said, "Yeah, we love your book. It's great. We love the Kalashnikov, but nobody goes into the open Sicilian." So I had to look at all these clotheslines. So it was like a forced move. So that's why I had to write a second book. So that's why I wrote this one.
So is it
So
just a book, or it's also a video series on Chessable?
it's also a video series on Chessable as well.
Oh, wow.
As is the Kalashnikov.
So
Yeah.
people can get the video series also, or they can find the book on New in Chess.
Exactly. Both.
Ah,
You can go to Chessable and get the video course, or you can get the book directly from New in Chess or from ChessBase India, I'm sure.
the book, I think if it's recent, we would get it after a few days. It's on its or maybe how long has it been since you have written?
It was released end of November.
Maybe we would not have it because it took a lot of time to ship the last set of books. So it took us 3 months. So by that time, it arrived in Jan. So it was maybe your book would come in the next shipment.
Okay, all right. So it should be available anyway, fairly soon.
Yes, but I've
So
put the link in the description, guys. It's the fifth link in the description that you can check, and there's also the website from where you can read some sample pages. Like for example, here you can see that these are the things that are covered: the repertoire with Rosolimo, the Alapin. Then you have to go into the French because sometimes in the Alapin that leads to the French, and there's a close Sicilian, and all of this is covered in the book.
Mora Gambit,
Mora Gambit, how to play with black.
Wing Gambit, the Grand Prix attack. Basically, I give recommendations for black against all of these options where white decides not to go into an open Sicilian.
Wow.
And yeah, the Rossolimo is sort of the one that everyone said, "Oh God, I'm sick of the Rossolimo. What do I do?" So I look at that in, yeah, there we go, Bishop B5. And yeah, 3 knight F6 I think is a really interesting move. I tell you the problem with the Rossolimo for black. If you just go back one move, so white develops very, very quickly. You get the king to safety. So that's one thing. White is ahead in development. And you can see that all of black's pieces on the king side are on their starting blocks. This is the issue. So at the same time as developing, black also needs to defend against the threat that white has to play c3 and d4 and get a big center. This is the issue. So it's two things, and it's very easy to get blown away here just because black's development is so poor. And the point of knight f6 is to upset white's plans, because the most common move here is to play knight c3 to defend the pawn. And then we play g6. And you don't have to worry about c3 and d4.
And
this
what
is the
about
point.
what if I just push you away with e5?
Well, knight d5. Actually, the knight is very happy there, because, yeah, I mean, we're going to play g6 and bishop g7 anyway. And if, let's say, knight c3, then the knight drops back to c7, and this is pretty normal. So after bishop takes knight, you generally recapture with the d pawn. That's very important, because bringing that bishop out, black is not going to get blown away in the middle. That pawn actually shouldn't be on e5, because it gives away the light squares.
Amazing. By the way,
So
Dan,
yeah.
in this Rosolimo, is there any kind of a position where you can ask our viewers a question that they can answer? You know, we have this chat chess moves, so maybe for them to test themselves.
Oh, okay, that's an interesting one. Okay, let's go back. So instead of e5, so knight c3,
Yeah,
for white, g6, Okay, so castles for white.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop g7. So now e5. Knight g4. So yeah, absolutely, that pawn is threatened. So bishop takes knight. Now we recapture with the d pawn. That's important.
Okay.
So we want to bring our bishop into play at some point. So let's say white plays rook e1 to defend the pawn, and black castles, and white plays d3. Now, very, very normal position, actually. Now, of course, black has a number of possibilities here. But the move that I recommend is, well, I'd be interested to see what people think about this position. So black to play. What move would you like to play and why?
Okay. Guys, you can write down here what would you play here as black. Okay, we are getting some lot of answers here. I'm going to show
Okay.
it on the screen so that we all can. Somehow, the entire chat, I don't know from where, like not entire, but many, close to 20 people want to play c4.
Wow.
I don't know
That's
if it's,
really interesting. Is that a good move? Maybe it's a good move.
I don't know, but 11 want to play f6, 9 want to play bishop f5.
C4, I wonder. So if that's taken, then queen takes d1, rook takes d1, and then bishop f5. Is this the idea? And then
No,
bishop f5.
I think they are just very used to questions being asked where there's something concrete to be done. So maybe they were
But
like, oh,
also, no, it's possible to take on e5 as well. Okay. So not rook takes queen, but knight take.
knight
So
takes.
pawn takes.
But
Yeah, knight
even here, d4 is possible, right?
d4 is possible. Yeah. I don't know if I would rush into this. Yeah. So anyway, c4 was not my idea.
Okay.
But I mean, actually, not bishop f5 either.
Mm-hmm.
There's a maneuver in this position which is fundamental to the
Ooh,
whole variation,
let's see
which
if
is
anyone
incredible.
found it.
Well, I saw on your poll,
Yeah, there were people.
there were some people that found
Ooh,
the idea.
let's read out their names. So there is, oh, there are 10 people now. Manisha, next GM, Tathagat, Sendil Nathan, Taip, Mayhem, Yugandhar. Well done, guys. The move that they have written is knight h6. I think, Dan, that's the move you are looking for.
That is absolutely the move. Hey, that's a nifty bit of technology. I really like it. That's fantastic. Yeah, knight h6 is so common in this variation. And strategically, if that knight reaches d4, then basically black has solved most of his problems. Because white will have, I mean, white can't really live with that knight on d4. But if it's exchanged, either you recapture with the queen, which can be useful, or you recapture with the pawn, which straightens out the pawns, and then the bishop has more scope.
Beautiful.
One typical idea also is to play bishop g4, exchange off the bishop for the knight, and then play the knight to d4. So generally in this position, white plays h3. And then we play knight f5 and knight d4. So this is so common. And actually, it's good to leave that bishop on c8 for the moment, because we don't yet know the best place for the bishop. It might emerge on the long diagonal with b6, bishop b7. If you imagine an exchange on d4 and c5, then
So
suddenly
let's say
we've got a
something
nice...
like this.
Yeah.
Okay,
Careful
just
pawn. Yeah.
making some moves.
Yeah, I mean, if the bishop comes, yeah, exactly. So in this way, black can try and use those two bishops.
Beautiful.
But this in the close Sicilian, in fact, in so many variations in the anti-Sicilian, whether it's the Rossolimo, the close Sicilian, the Grand Prix attack, playing the knight to d4 is such an important strategy for black. Because if you think about it, when white plays the open Sicilian, you play d4, and black never has the chance to put a knight on d4.
Right.
But in these closed variations, the pawn is on d3, and that gives black the chance to play knight d4. And very often that just solves all of black's problems.
Beautiful. I think then, right now I just felt like I was learning from power play chess, like from many, many years ago, but live, you were here. And I think one of the things that I truly, truly enjoy is that there are concepts which Daniel King explains, which are like not very obvious, but like this maneuver right now, knight h6, and now I cannot forget it ever, like knight h6, knight f5, knight d4. And this is one of the beautiful things, I think, when you teach something, that you show it with so much of care, that maneuver or that thing, that people remember. So this is something that I have myself gained a lot learning from you. And I think if
Thank you.
they get this book or the course, they would also learn it.
That's very kind, Saga. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, I have to say I'm really proud of this book. I took a very long time to write it. It's I have to say New in Chess did a really nice job on the design. I don't know if you can see that
One
clearly.
second, let me make you bigger so then people can see.
Yeah,
Yeah, here you are.
there you go. They did it. It's very clean the way
Oh,
it's laid out.
very
It's
cool.
really nice. Lots of diagrams and yeah, very, very nice presentation. And for each chapter, I give an introduction and I basically explain what the ideas are. And then at the end, there's a conclusion where I just sum things up saying, okay, this line is quite dangerous. We need to know something about this. This line, no problem at all. Watch out for tactics here. So explanation is really important. And, you know, I try to make it as accessible as possible, basically.
People are saying, can you say the name of the book once more, just to show the name? So yeah, Kings Anti-Sicilians for Black. And so the first part is King's Kalashnikov for Black.
Yeah.
And then the next one which has come out is King's Anti-Sicilian.
Yeah. And so you can get the books, or both are available as courses on Chessable as well.
Okay. I'm going to. I have the link of the book. That's the 5th link. I will also add the link of Chessable because I was not aware that it's also a course. So I will add that as well. So you guys, is there a short and sweet?
Yeah, short and sweet for both of them, so people can check that out.
Nice.
They want to test the water before they dive in.
Okay, I will put the link that for that as well, and then people can check it out. Amazing. Then we do? Yeah, go on.
I was just going to say, I've played the Sicilian my whole life. Seriously.
Yes.
I never played e4, e5 as black. And, I really love this.
Do you regret it, or are you happy with it?
Never. I'm always happy seeing the Sicilian and playing the Sicilian. So yeah, I put my heart into this because it's an opening I believe in, and I have a lot of experience. But Sagar, are you basically a Sicilian player?
I played the Dragon when I was young. Then I played the Sicilian Taimanov, but never the Najdorf. It was only, I think, a little bit inspired by one of your. I think you made something on the Najdorf at some point.
Yeah.
So I did start playing it a bit. But it didn't suit me somehow, my style. Maybe someday I should.
Someday. But there's a connection between the Najdorf and the Sveshnikov and the Kalashnikov. They all very often, I mean, the Sveshnikov and the Kalashnikov, obviously playing the pawn to e5 is very important. But in the Najdorf as well, often
Yes.
Black plays the pawn to e5. So it's this structure that
That's your
I've always
favorite. I think you like this structure a lot where they go e5, right?
exactly. And I like this because actually I've always thought of the Sicilian as being very strategic. Of course, it can get sharp, but if you have a pawn in the middle, actually you're not going to get pushed off the board. You know, you have a strong point in the center. And I like the pawn on e5 because you can put your bishop on e6, which covers very important squares. So for me, there's a connection between these three variations. But which Sicilian people go for, of course, that's very much a question of taste.
Got it.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So listen, we should go back. I want to see what's happened.
Can we do a sort of I want your thoughts on the positions which, like, you know, we saw a few games. I think we saw 4 of them, but we can go through all, and then also the challengers, because there are I just want your thoughts on this one game, Divya versus Faustino Oro, because this young kid is very, very talented and is a nice battle between them. But let's first, go on. Sorry.
I was going to say, in the summer, I was in Barcelona. Actually, I was on holiday in Barcelona, and there happened to be a tournament where he made his final international master norm, and so I just dropped in just to spectate.
Wow.
And it's really funny because, you know, he was playing against adults in this tournament, but he had to sit on his chair, you know, like with his, you know, I don't know if you can see what I'm doing. Basically, you know, he was sitting on his legs because he had to stretch over, you know, when he's trying to play a piece on the opposite end of the board, he had to like sit on his legs, you know, like this. He's really funny, a nice kid, you know.
Very nice, very nice. And he's now, you know, his English is getting stronger, so you know you can kind of do interviews with him. And he was here, people loved him. And right now, if we see on the screen, he's not there. He's just moving around. He reminds me a bit of little Nihal, actually, who was all the time walking around.
Okay. If I were his coach, I'd say, sit down. The more you look at the board, the more you see. But listen, everyone has a different way. It's like, you know, some people like to walk around. If you think of Peter Svidler, I mean, he never stops walking. So it's whatever suits you. Correct. So is this the position?
Yes, this is the position right now between Divya White and Faustino Black. What's your feeling here?
Well, it's a closed Sicilian variation, but yeah, I mean, playing a knight to d4 won't have such an effect in this kind of position. The knight on c4 looks quite nice. And the only thing is, I'm not quite sure what to do next with white. You know, black might be able to play d5 and can decide how to recapture, but quite possibly just recapturing with the knight in order to attack the bishop. But knight d4 might come. I wonder whether Divya needs to play c3.
Yeah, c3, and then maybe you say that maybe take could
d5.
be d5, ed. I don't want the knight to remain here, so maybe. But yeah, maybe take here and attack this and this.
And bishop d2, bishop f6. I mean, it looks about equal. It doesn't look.
Right. Interesting position. By the way, we have a super chat by All Rounder Vlogs who says, "Thanks a ton for bringing Boss of Chess, Daniel. I have been a big fan of his coaching. I have bought DVD series. He has incredible chess knowledge." I agree.
Oh, that's very kind. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So
I don't know.
I think Divya's dad is also a big fan of yours. I think once you streamed with her, remember?
Yeah,
During
yeah,
the
I did.
lockdown.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Long time ago. I mean, I'm not sure
Oh,
what
E5 played by
E5 play.
Divya.
Yeah, I mean, this could just lead to some exchanges, an exchange on G2. It looks about equal. Yeah,
Maybe something like this, yeah.
yeah, exactly.
Okay, so this is around equal. Let's go to the game of Gukesh and Nodirbek because there were some developments there and I want to get your
Oh,
thoughts now. So, rook e3, knight g5 happened. He took and then he didn't take with the pawn, which could also have been nice. He took with the queen.
wow.
And now g3 by Nodirbek. Like Nodirbek took exactly 9 seconds for the move g3.
Hmm.
It's like he just wanted to make it.
Well, I mean, I'm slightly baffled by this sequence. It doesn't feel like Gukesh should have any real difficulty here. Um, those exchanges, I don't think hurt his position at all. The queen is fine on G5. I wonder about throwing in a move like Bishop G4
Hmm.
or Bishop H3. I'm not sure.
Okay. Just provoking, like, just trying to fish around, right? With if I mean, F3 can't be played, the rook is hanging, and yeah, interesting.
Then the queen might go to F1. We're back to this funny situation again.
But do you think, Dan, that with these players knowing opening so well, they know something about this position, this structure, which maybe is not so clear. Like they have studied it. Like here you should get like rook a3, rook b3, and this bishop can't move. I mean, I don't know, something like this, really deep.
Maybe, I don't know. It doesn't feel like it's one of these very deep things. I mean, maybe this queen will just nudge back to F6 to put a little bit of pressure on the pawn on D4. And then, what is White doing about that?
Right.
I mean, that feels like a natural idea to me. And let's just ask the question.
Yeah, that's a great
I mean,
question.
what do you think? What do you think? I mean, the thing is, if the knight goes to F1 now, then it hasn't got any good prospects.
I have a feeling that Nodirbek will put his rook on d3 to defend this. Like really, and then then get the knight here. And then there's this very weird kind of doubling. Oh, by the way, Gukesh played your move. Dan, it's Bishop g4.
Okay, so
I'm quite excited, but okay.
Bishop he played let's just be clear, he played one of my moves. If I throw enough mud against the wall, something's gonna stick, Sagar. Come on.
By the way, Eric Cantona has sent a super chat saying, I have been playing the Gropri attack ever since Daniel was explaining it on this channel to Samay. My coffee tastes better from the octopus night mug. Thank you both for your work. What is the octopus night mug? I don't know it.
He's got an octopus night mug. Oh,
Yes.
that's fantastic.
What is it?
Well, because I like to talk about octopus knights. When you get a knight on let's say D3 or D6 or E3, E6, something like this. This knight that dominates the position, like in the famous Kasparov game from the World Championship.
Right.
And so the octopus knight has become, it's almost like a meme on my channel.
Oh.
And so I had some mugs made with octopus knight, and I even have t-shirts as well.
Really?
So if people want to buy some octopus knight merch, then they can but I think they're a collector's item because I've only sold about 7 of them.
Oh, and one of them is here. Eric is here. He has one of those 7
one of them
in the world.
There you are. So he's one of those few people who bought the octopus knight mug. So well done, Eric. I No, I've just got another
Guys, we have
boring mug here.
Dan. We have a guest here, and I have only one headphone, so I'm going to give it to her so that she can listen to you. We have
Oh no.
yeah. Hello, Anna.
Hi,
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you doing?
We also have Daniel King here joining us.
Oh, hello. Nice to meet you. Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever chatted before.
I don't
Very
think
nice
so
to meet
either.
you. Yeah, are you having a lovely time in Wijk Aan Zee?
It's amazing. The games here are so exciting. It's just amazing to be here.
Very good. Excellent. What do you think? What do you think of Bishop G4?
Let's take a look. So Gukesh against Nodirbek.
Yeah.
Were you making a vlog?
Yeah, we're just recording anything here.
Oh,
I'm working
wow.
here behind the scenes, so yeah, we just go with the flow, really. It's not so structured as having a live stream, you know. But
So cool.
Daniel asked me about Bishop G4, what I think of it.
Mm.
I like it. I mean, it's a developing move. You attack the queen.
And F3 is not possible because the rook is
Rook
hanging.
right?
So maybe, yeah, this is cool.
Yeah, maybe soon knight f4 incoming.
You are an attacking player, it seems.
Yeah, this is speaking to me.
Oh,
Oh,
H4 played.
okay.
Oh
He
my
played a move.
word.
What? H4?
Oh, that's incredible.
What is going on?
Wow.
Okay, so it means if the queen goes to
I didn't
H5,
consider this move.
then F3, is that what he wants to do? Okay, and
Ooh.
if knight takes H4, you can simply, well, you can just take the knight. And then we see the rook on E3 actually has a big purpose to defend. Okay, so we need to analyze queen H5. So that's the only move that
Right.
hangs on to the bishop. So then the question is, do you want to play F3? Because F3 is possible now. Or do you just move the queen somewhere?
Hmm.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, my instinct's telling me f3, but it's weakening the king side so much that sacrifice.
Well, that's why my instincts also said maybe not F3.
Yeah. Yeah, I have this urge to sacrifice on h4 at some point, but I guess the problem is that black is lacking attackers. We really need to involve the rooks on the king side, and it's not going to happen with that bishop on c4.
Yeah, but I mean, as far as sacrifices go, then I mean the white's queen can transfer to the king side very, very easily. So at the moment, I don't think the sacks are going to work, but I'm not quite sure how white makes progress.
Bishop E2, yeah?
Bishop e2.
Oh, Bishop E2, has it been played?
And if
I don't think so.
What about such a position?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit better for white. Maybe one day the pawn on A5 will actually prove its worth. I don't know.
You saying maybe the pawn on A5 will prove it's worth something.
In the endgame.
Right. I mean, also the knight on G6 is not doing much, right? So that's
not at the moment. No.
Yeah, that also takes time to put it on a better square.
Well, I'd prefer white, but it's very little, of course.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
That's super.
Okay,
I don't know if this move is like a very deep move or it's just something that Nodirbek is just included it in the position. But can you tell us a bit of behind the scenes here? Maybe you can also tell Dan, like, what is it that you have captured, like in the broadcast room, and there's also like an entire players lounge and all of that.
Yeah, so we have our own sort of comms room where we have like a massive screen with all the cameras that are installed. So we have a good view of what the players are doing during the game. And as soon as someone is finished, Fiona is catching them to grab them for an interview. We also have a big screen with the live games. So the games are delayed, obviously, for the audience, but we need to know live in real time what is going on to stay updated.
So you have like the next moves as well, you know them.
Yeah, I don't remember them from top of my head, but we need to keep track, yes. Oh, you don't hear, actually. That's funny, yeah. So, we have seconds coming over from time to time. We saw Peter Leko join us. Thomas Bertel is here just now, and yeah, it's great vibes, and we basically do all sorts of things for social media. So you see me from time to time appear on videos. We just announced a giveaway where we're giving away a chessboard with all the signatures of the players, the
Really?
masters and challengers.
So
Yes.
can people take part in it?
Yes, it's happening this Sunday at 3 p.m. local time. So people just need to join the chess club on chess.com, the Tata Steel Chess Club,
Okay.
and just be part of it, and the winner wins the board.
Oh, really? Maybe we should do a separate video on that so that people know about it, because to get a chessboard with signs of all the
All
players
the players,
is
yes.
like insane. Yeah, like
Yeah.
everyone would love that. So maybe you can tell me about it later, and we'll shoot a video.
Absolutely, yes, of course. So yeah, we have all these things going on behind the scenes, and yeah, I mean, we're very spoiled. We're very fortunate that the games are so exciting, and I mean, the field of players is just amazing. So it's super exciting to be here.
Beautiful, amazing.
Sounds good. Sounds good. I'm just returning to this position. I'm concocting a bizarre idea. So bishop e2 we've just looked at and could lead to this endgame, which is, well, objectively probably equal, but there's still a lot of play. But okay, here's my bizarre idea. So what about f3?
Okay, f3.
For white.
Oh,
He has a bizarre idea. He's telling us now. F3.
Okay, so where do you want to put the bishop?
Where do I want to go? I want to go to h3. I don't know if that's
no, that will get trapped. But okay, maybe it's not bad. Bishop h3.
Let's see.
Okay, try. Okay, so now bishop e2. This is my weird idea.
Bishop e2, okay.
Because I want to play f4 and trap the queen.
Oh, the queen is trapped.
Do we have to sacrifice now? We still
Yeah,
have
but-
knight f4.
Yeah, knight f4 could get tasty. The question is, does white's queen transfer very quickly? But if not, then yeah, maybe.
I mean, this knight has only one purpose, which is either knight takes h4 or knight f4, just going towards the king. But yeah.
I mean, I would guess it should be knight f4,
Yeah, I think so too here.
and then knight f4 takes rook d3, queen h4. Oh no, and then queen g6.
Oh,
queen
queen
g6
g6 already
straight away.
checkmate.
Already game over. Fantastic. Yeah, okay.
So
that
it
didn't
works. Tactically, it works. Not a
Okay.
question if it works practically.
So then the bishop would simply have to go back to f1. Okay, my bizarre idea is probably just too bizarre. But okay, bishop f1. Maybe the
Bishop
knight
F1
has to
is
go
simple.
back. But okay, my whole idea of playing f4 is obviously it's not
not
working.
happening with the knight on f4.
Yeah. But now it probably is a threat to take.
Yeah. So the threat is to take.
Yeah.
Maybe queen g6 now could be very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
King
putting the
h2.
pawn.
g3
King h2.
and
King
f5 next, maybe.
Oh, f5.
Not now. I mean, take.
Okay.
Maybe take.
Right, take here.
Take.
So
Knight
takes.
h5.
Okay, it's very playable for black.
Yeah.
And f5, yeah.
Yeah, f5.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Then my idea was just too much. So probably, yeah. Then bishop e2 is just sensible.
Right, bishop e2 instead. Makes most sense.
But that would lead to a sort of dull endgame.
Sagar, I think what you meant to say was that would lead to a rich endgame with many possibilities.
He said what you meant to say, that it will be a rich endgame with many possibilities.
Come on, keep it alive for us, for the spectators, Sagar.
Yeah.
Should we switch to another game?
He's asking if we should switch to another game.
Yeah, sure.
Which game comes to mind?
Maybe Wei Yi Pragg we saw a bit. We haven't seen Max versus Leon. So just a very sort of status check on this one. It's like the knight is weirdly placed.
Yeah, that's not a good square for the knight, but it has some prospects, I guess. If you get to play knight e6, it would be nice, but for now, it's a bad idea.
Well, okay, as I've often played the Queen's Gambit, then I was thinking the knight on g7 is fine. Maybe I'm just used to groveling in these kind of positions, because it could come via e8 to d6, and that's the dream square.
Right. e8 to d6. Yeah, he was suggesting this. So maybe the knight is fine on g7 for now, but
yeah, I mean, you know, I don't think knight on g7 is a big issue. I mean, I look at black's position. As I said, I'm, you know, very comfortable in Queen's Gambit positions. I look at the knight on e4 and think, yeah, black must be fine here. I think it looks like a healthy position for black to me.
yeah, I think especially in this opening with black, you want to trade pieces. So I think having traded the dark squared bishop, you get some more space, and also the pieces are developed quite nicely. I mean, the rook on a7 is a bit odd, but I think it's only temporary.
I can live with that.
Exactly.
I can live very well with that. And I mean, I think black should be fine.
Yeah, it's hard to see what the plan is of white, right? Because you don't get to play moves such as knight c5 so easily. I mean, if you play this, I think, would we want to trade that knight off with black?
Yeah, not a bad idea. Like take, and then maybe this pawn is a bit weak.
Yeah, but then...
Or maybe rook d1 and knight d2, trade off this guy. I guess white structure is slightly better, right? Maybe. Not so sure.
I still feel
more potential for black.
Yeah, I think black's all right there, because if you exchange off the knight on e4, then, well, the bishop might, you know, sit on e4, but also, you know, the knight might well move to e6. It could be very useful there. All in all, I would feel comfortable with black. I'm not claiming an advantage. I think black should be comfortable.
Daniel is saying that he's feeling comfortable with black here, but should not be an advantage. But
yeah, this is looking pretty good. Maybe we can have a look at another game. Maybe Wei Yi versus Pragg. Oof! Oh my god, we have so many moves. Bishop e3, knight a5, knight d2. Daniel Pragg never cares for his Rui Lopez bishop. He just gives it up like that. I mean,
that's a pity.
He's saying that's a pity.
You've got to look after your Spanish bishop.
c5 takes.
That's a strange pawn structure.
Yeah, but if we go like bishop f4 next, this pawn is going.
Exactly.
He's just like, let's say bishop c6, bishop f4. How do you defend this?
Exactly. I mean, he's just trying to win a pawn and play. I mean, the question is, what has black got in between? Just go back a moment.
Go back.
How can black stir up trouble here?
I guess this pawn on b3, we need to make use of this weakness. It's not the pawn we want to capture per se, but I think we have no choice.
Right.
I was just looking at bishop e6.
Right, bishop e6.
But I don't know whether... Well, the eval bar wasn't impressed.
Eval bar wasn't impressed.
Maybe because knight e4, bishop b3, and
c5. Yeah. Sorry. That was daft.
Actually, Pragg has this minuscule edge here. It feels like.
Yeah, it's better.
Maybe bishop c6 first, and after bishop f4, then the bishop is not attacking c5, so then bishop d5. We're barely surviving.
Nice. That's deep. Maybe c4.
Well, I mean, c4, of course, is possible if we want to be greedy.
Yes, not looking so good for black. It's funny because black has a pair of bishops, but they seem so powerless. Especially if we have to take on c4, then it's really bad news for black.
Yeah, well, it's just slightly better for white, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's also slightly better for white.
Right. Oh, this happened. By the way, guys, bishop c6, bishop f4 on the board.
Okay.
Okay, interesting.
So does he want to stir up trouble here? Is he looking to play something mad like f5?
Ooh, f5 is Daniel suggesting it.
And then
Rook takes, yeah.
Rook takes.
Rook takes,
takes,
bishop
exactly.
g5.
Oh, bishop g5.
e6.
Rook e6.
Ooh, barely
Yeah.
holding on to the pawn.
But that position, take, rook takes, knight f1 with knight on e3, and maybe it looks good for white somehow.
Better for white. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
A little better. But maybe not so much. Maybe not so much. Because there's in that position there's bishop d5. I think black is all right, just about.
Right. Yeah, with bishop d5 here.
No,
C4, right?
bishop d5 in that final position after the exchange of.
You're saying this in the final position.
Ah.
And here, bishop d5. Right.
It looks playable for black, I think.
It feels easier for white, at least.
But I have this tactic, yeah, then c4. If you take, knight e3. And then I take back.
Oh, that's tricky.
Yeah, it's funny. I'm still not worried by black's position, actually. Perhaps I should be, but I'm not. I mean, I see that, after the exchange, then, that it might be possible just to play on the b pawn. So I don't know. I feel that black should hold this position, actually.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's saying black should hold this position. But,
Okay. Maybe one final look on the Gukesh Nodirbek game to see if there are any updates here. Queen b3. Oh. And Gukesh now has to think about the pressure on b7. And now I think there is a sack coming in at some point.
Oh, yeah, but with the rook on e3, no. That's why the rook's on e3. How deep is this? And that a pawn is coming good because b6 looks really ugly.
Yeah, we don't want to play b6.
No, because then it gets chopped and f7 could be hanging. So this is really interesting. Okay, so all right, let's play the boring move. Let's just play rook b8.
Rook b8.
What's white got? What's white got?
I still want to play a6 for some reason.
Maybe rook a1 and just, I guess white is having some.
It's playing solid.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, maybe you have to be careful, yeah? Take, and then.
Oh, the pawn is saying.
Oh, makes sense to go a6 then.
That's nice. Yeah, it's not so clear to me. What's white doing next? Well, he's obviously thought of something, otherwise he wouldn't be, he wouldn't play queen b3. because bishop e2 was kind of safe and solid. He's played rook b8. He's played rook b8.
Oh, it's on the board.
Oh, rook a b8. Wow, well done, Dan.
Good guess.
And maybe one last thing before we do this. I think one game which we haven't seen is Fedoseev versus Sarana, just so that we've covered all.
Okay, can we go
Crazy
from the top?
position actually came from.
Straight from being,
Oh, queen a5. That's unusual.
He's saying queen a5 is unusual.
I mean, h3 was unusual, but queen a5 is like, whoa, what's going on here?
He's saying h3 is already unusual, but queen a5 is like, wow.
Okay, that's nice. Okay,
I can
I
take
like
it
knight
on,
a6.
right?
That's fun. Okay, but that's really risky.
He's saying it's really risky.
Yeah, I think in general, maybe here there was some bishop f5 stuff.
Yeah, bishop f5. I mean, that's kind of a typical sack, and then knight b4 comes. Oh,
Not so simple.
Yeah, why didn't he play this then? It's a free pawn. Oh, knight b4. In
knight
between.
b4 first. Yeah.
Ah.
That's the one.
And then bishop f. Ah, okay.
Yeah, and then you lose material.
No, this is obviously just great for black. But yeah, I'm interested in the game. You see, this is interesting. He played the queen back to b6. I mean, I would have said that, yeah, probably exchanging with the knight on a6. Possible, but maybe not so great. Okay, anyway, queen b6 keeps real tension.
Right.
Well, I suppose he must have considered the move knight takes d5, and presumably queen takes b2 is a good move. Or, you know, what's the story here? This needs a little bit of calculation.
Yeah, that's crazy. I guess there's too many threats in White's
Queen
position,
f2
right?
and the
Queen
rook on
d2,
a1.
Queen f2.
Yeah, it's winning, but I'm just pointing it out.
Yes. Yeah, good point. Because now White has to do something about this. And I don't think you want to play Queen b3 yourself.
Well, that's interesting. I wonder if he might have to.
Oh, you think he might have to?
I
Draw.
don't know. I mean,
He's already calling it.
Okay, so after queen b6, could we have a quick look at instead of queen b3?
Instead of Queen b3.
So we need to check rook b1. And now the move I want to make is knight b4.
Ooh.
So this could be
Interesting.
interesting. Yeah.
So the bishop has to move. And if bishop takes, pawn takes, knight takes, there's bishop f5.
Yeah, there's bishop f5, and don't forget knight d3 coming. And yeah, this looks like good fun to me.
Yeah, White's pieces look very misplaced here. So
Yeah.
that pawn is not free.
So rook, kind
That's
of the obvious move, rook
Typical
b1.
Fedoseev game.
Yeah, the obvious move, rook b1, sort of could run into some problems here.
Right.
So potentially White has to play queen b3.
Yeah, so Daniel is saying White potentially has to play this move.
Right.
That's
Right.
it's not a move you want to make voluntarily, but
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it looks like a
also the-
successful start in the opening for Fedoseev.
Yeah. But yeah, we looked through almost all the games, and it is very cool. And Anna, thank you for
Thanks so much
coming
for
in here,
having me. Thanks
and also for, I think you also stream on Twitch. Is
Yes,
that correct?
not during this tournament,
Not
but
during.
usually yes.
But you have a Twitch. It's what's it called?
Anamaya. Just
Anamaya.
like
Okay.
that.
Nice. So, guys, you can check that out. And of course, we are going to record the video with her about the chessboard and more on that. But thank you for coming in.
Thanks so much. Thanks for having me, Sagar. And
See
it
you.
was a pleasure meeting you, Daniel.
Nice
Bye.
to meet you. Bye. Okay,
Okay.
Saga, we got some interesting stuff here.
Very interesting games, Dan.
I
Very.
like this Queen's Gambit game.
This one is coming on your power play tomorrow, I think, or tonight.
I don't know. I think I might. Well, listen, if Nodirbek against Gukesh, I'm thinking this could be brewing nicely. I think that must be the
Knight
game
F1.
to go for.
Actually, Nodirbek is not going for simplification like that bishop e2 move to trade and then go into the end game. He wants the fight to go on.
Yeah, absolutely.
Knight h2.
So I mean, okay, Gukesh is just I can see he's just made a move on the screen. 97.
And Nodirbek, like the engine is giving a very sizable edge to Nodirbek.
Yeah, nobody knows why. Oh wow! I mean, it does surprise me. Sagar, I mean, what do you think of this G3 and H4? It kind of looks loose, doesn't it?
I guess so, but you know, this bishop is pinning the pawn. I think the only way to take advantage is to get more pieces, and you want to play f5, but so you want to move the king next and then try for f5.
Wait. No, wait a second. I think he wants to play G5. Maybe that's why he's played 97.
No, come on. Oh yes, maybe G5.
Why not?
Take
Yeah.
King G7, Rook H8.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Come on.
Wow. Okay, but he'll go Knight H2.
This is what the people want. This is really interesting. Wow. 97, you thought he was going backwards. You thought he was going to play some positional stuff.
I was thinking he'll go to C6, put pressure
Yeah, that's
here.
Listen, that's what I was thinking too. He's yeah, nice and positional. No, he wants to blow him up. He wants to play G4, G5. Wow. But listen, I think you're right. I think it's also possible just to play the knight to C6. Why not?
Yeah, possibly. This could be the idea. But also, then after Knight H2, I don't know if I mean, do I want to put my bishop back on D7? I don't know. Maybe C8. Or should I give up my bishop, like Knight C6 and just give it up? But then this bishop versus knight looks good for white, no?
Yeah, could be. But even this doesn't look. I mean, I can see what the eval bar says that it's better for white, but
yeah,
it's
not clear.
No, it's really not clear actually. But yeah, I mean, I guess you could put the bishop back on D7 instead of giving up the bishop. So let's look at that, shall we? So if we play bishop D7.
Maybe I don't want to take DE because then I guess that helps you. Maybe bishop E2, kicking the queen away. But I don't know after queen G6. Bishop E2, queen G6. Yeah, not so sure. I mean, what's happening? No, like this position is a little bit too like modern. Somehow this is the modern way of playing. Like the engine gives it plus, and like these players feel it, like Nodirbek feels it perhaps. But I mean, I'm not getting that feel. I guess Dan, you are also not feeling that this is better for white.
Not really. No, I think you've put it really well. Um, White's pieces in this particular position don't look like they're coordinating very well because
Hmm.
the knight on h2. I've just seen
He
he's played
he
knight
played
h2.
knight
Well
h2.
done, well done. Um, the pieces don't seem to be combining very well. So we've got knight on h2, queen on b3. The rook on e3 is split from the rook on a1. I'm just a little bit perplexed by the position of these pieces, to be honest.
So if Gukesh goes bishop, oh, he plays bishop d7. He played it.
Mm.
And
Yeah.
now this bishop e2, queen g6, then here I want to like just show, I checked the engine here, the next move, and it says queen c4.
Okay, so a direct threat. Ah, and I wonder if, okay, so the pawn gets defended somehow. I don't know, rook f c8. So is the
Why
idea,
not rook a c8?
okay,
I mean, which one?
I don't mind which one. So is the idea now to take on c5 and play queen c5
Yeah, take on e5, take on e5,
and queen c5?
and now it's +2. +2
Wow.
advantage with rook d1. I mean,
Yeah, okay, that's a finesse because, yeah, if queen c5 straight away, then knight c6, but after rook d1, so that holds everything. After rook d1, if bishop c6, then queen c5. Queen c5 could win
yeah,
something.
it's a pawn you can
Yeah.
get.
Okay, but you'll move bishop e6 instead. Ah, yes. Bishop e6, queen c5, knight c6, then a6. And the knight is undermined. Okay.
Incredible, right?
Yeah. I
Oh,
mean,
he
listen.
played, by the way, he played bishop e2 queen. He's doing it. Like Nodirbek is playing like stockfish here. It's like he's just able to find all the best moves.
That's incredible. I mean, that's really amazing. So queen c4 in this position, or did you say exchange first, or what? Saga, what was the move? Queen c4 first?
Yeah, queen c4. I mean, you could also take and play rook d1 when suddenly it's quite uncomfortable, like how to continue. Because if bishop c6, there is knight g4.
Oh, and that's a little bit awkward.
Suddenly, like White's pieces are all coordinating brilliantly.
How did this happen?
D happened. This guy
Yeah,
is a monster. Nodirbek.
wow.
Rook d1 on the board.
Oh, incredible. Yeah, I mean, my board hasn't caught up here. It's not, but rook d1 played, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, now it's caught up, rook d1. Oh, wow.
This is an
Just when
unbelievable game.
I wouldn't like to go back and listen to the recording of this because, about 2 minutes ago I was saying, oh, White's pieces, they don't really coordinate. And then within 2 minutes later, he's played a couple of moves and suddenly, wow, they're all working. Yeah.
No, and what's the rook still doing on e3? Please explain to me. Like, this is just something it's doing for sure. Like,
well, it's if it were on e1 or somewhere, well, the e-pawn
e4
would
was
be
hanging. So rook e3 is like defending this and then letting other pieces do their thing beneath.
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, it's really confusing.
It's deep, and I feel, this is my feeling, that Nodirbek and Kazimjanov have seen this position, analyzed with it, and just felt through the rook being really well placed on e3, kind of this thing.
Maybe. So yeah, okay, here's one point. If rook f d8 to defend the bishop.
Yeah.
then can we exploit this with rook d3?
Yes, it's game over.
Yeah, I was just looking at queen e4, but then I think bishop f3 is winning. Because if queen f5, then there's
But
bishop
this
f3.
is winning, yeah? Rook d7, rook d7, rook d7, and
Ah,
e7.
yes. Yeah, that's simple. Yeah, that's simple.
So
Yeah.
winning. So
I was looking at bishop f3 first, but yeah, just taking is simplest. Yeah. Okay, so there we go. We found one variation where actually the rook on e3 came into play very nicely.
incredible.
Yeah. Okay, so where does this bishop go? Amazing stuff.
And we just saw like bishop moving away from this diagonal just lets the knight into the game, which is then the knight is just tremendous. Like bishop c6, knight g4, and there's just no way to defend this pawn. It's beautiful in a way. Because how do you defend it? Queen can't go here, goes here, you just trade. And even bishop c4. Yeah.
It's really remarkable. Okay, so we need to find another move. So
Not bishop c6.
So bishop e6?
Bishop e6. And now I try to attack your pawn, queen b5. So f6 maybe.
Feels loose, doesn't it?
Yes,
Okay,
definitely.
f6, queen c5. I don't, it's one of those classic cases where advancing the f pawn feels like it just exposes black, and all the tactics are going to work in white's favor.
And now knight c6, you have a6, right? The same thing.
Exactly. Yeah, same thing.
It's looking suddenly very, very dim for Gukesh.
Yeah. That's really remarkable, actually.
Like if we go back just here, we thought like this position is great, but like Nodirbek, I don't even know what Gukesh did wrong here in this game.
Okay, I'm just curious. What does the computer think of h takes g5 rather than queen takes g5?
I think it was evaluating both moves kind of similar, so it
still
yeah,
thinks white
still
is
thinks
better,
white is slightly better.
I wonder how exactly.
G3, same stuff.
Just g3.
And at
okay.
g4, which move you are suggesting to stop the queen from coming in? h3.
Ah. Okay, so then takes queen h5. Okay, then it's getting really sharp.
Right.
And knight f3 after the, for example, the knight goes back to e7, then knight f3.
Yeah, that's almost mate.
Yeah. Wow. Happened so quick. Okay, h3. That's the move we missed.
Right.
That's really strong. Yeah. That's very nice. I mean, okay, black doesn't need to take. Queen g5?
Yeah, queen g5 is possible.
Oh, maybe not so bad.
Yeah, maybe this is playable, I think.
But it's interesting that knight on g6 is kind of suffering a little bit.
Because of this g3 pawn.
Yeah, if it doesn't manage to find its way into the attack with knight f4, then actually it's just not very well placed.
He played bishop e6. Yeah, okay, that's the best move. Gukesh will fight, I think, tooth and nail to hold this. I mean, it's not going to be like he'll collapse, but still, I mean, Nodirbek is scary. He will put pressure, and I think it'll be a fun game.
Yeah, looks good. Sagar, I'm gonna have to go fairly soon.
Yes.
But listen,
Dan, it was amazing to have you, and I have one thing to ask you. Maybe we'll do it also to the chat. If at some point Dan would come to this channel and just like he had showed a few amazing ideas in Grand Prix. If he can show it in the Kalashnikov, King's Kalashnikov, would that be something, Dan, that would interest you at some point that we do this?
Of course. No, I'd love to. I'd love
And
to.
maybe we'll ask the chat, guys, would you guys like it? If that happens, and you guys can learn a few things, and then if you enjoy it, maybe then later on you can check out more from his course or his book. Okay, the entire chat is filled with yes.
Okay. I'm rather relieved at that. If they'd said no, then I'd be in trouble.
Hell yeah, or yes, of course. Thank you, Dan. Absolutely yes. So Dan, we should do something.
Definitely. Listen, Sagar. Always good fun to chat. And I really appreciate, the warm welcome I always get on ChessBase India from you, but also from the audience. So I really appreciate that.
This is always going to be a constant, Dan. You are going to always get a warm welcome here for all that you've done for chess, for all that you've taught everyone here. So that's never going to change.
Okay, listen, I really appreciate it, Sagar. Unfortunately I've got to go, but
yes.
I think I'll certainly be looking at the Abdusattorov Gukesh game in my roundup on the channel, because I think
this one, it might be a decisive one.
Well, it's just fascinating anyway. So yeah, I think pretty sure I'll be looking at that on my YouTube channel a little bit later anyway.
So all the people, Harsh Kumar, thank you so much for putting in the link of Dan's Power Play. I guess most of you know that his YouTube channel is Power Play Chess, but all those who are new to chess and would like to get certain recaps with really deep analysis and very, very interesting, possibilities and variations, do subscribe to Power Play Chess. And Dan, thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'm going to leave now. Okay, nice to see you, Sagar. We'll be in touch.
Yes,
okay, bye
sure.
Everybody.
Bye.
See you.
Bye.
Bye.
Guys, that was Daniel King all the way from London today joining us. What an amazing session we had. And Amruta is here, although just in picture, in spirit, guys. She's here with us. I read someone in the chat saying, oh, Sagar and Amruta have this fight, so she's not coming. Guys, no fight. Amruta is working on Chesspa Meets Gookie book, giving the final touches so that we can release it in 2 to 3 days. Which is why she was like, please, today, I want to take a break from commentating because she's really, really working on it. So, but right now, look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov, guys. Oof. Gangster, yeah. Like the look of this guy, he's just completely on the board, trying to think his way through. He has a fantastic position. Pragwansh Avachar says subscribed already. Thank you, Harsh Kumar. Arey, thank you so much. And there we have the two amazing players fighting it out here. And I'm not so sure what will happen in this game. A lot of things. By the way, guys, thank you all for just being amazing. Here with Dan coming in, it was like so much fun to do this, and also I'm very hopeful that we'll be able to do more things together. I keep telling this, maybe everyone knows it, but I'll still say it. I learned a lot from him when I was very young, and I used to spend a lot of time watching his video series, reading, sort of analyzing and listening to his commentary, and a lot of what I know today is thanks to him. So I'm very, very grateful for all that he has taught. Okay, guys, let's get back to the board and let's move towards this game. Okay, firstly, by the way, very interesting coincidence which someone noted out. His name is Daniel King, which is king. And the next guest who we will have very soon, I believe, will be Harshit Raja. Raja also means king. So like, all kings coming in here. Abhinav says Nodirbek is so handsome. Yeah, that's very cool. I agree. Oh, guys, look at, where is Faustino Oro? By the way, we haven't checked that game, but Faustino Oro versus Divya Deshmukh, he's not on the board, and he has 1 hour 2 minutes. Divya has 33 minutes, and Faustino has a good position. And the last move that Faustino played was check, King H2. Oh, Shah also means king. Sagar Shah. Oh my god. Oh my god. That means like this is the stream of the kings. Okay, guys. So complex position here. Faustino Oro trying to sort of outmaneuver Divya with the knight here. White has all the pieces here. Okay, we'll come back to this game. Let's look at Vaishali. How is Vaishali doing against Irina Bulmaga? Oh my god, there's a lot of action here. And Vaishali is a pawn down. Vaishali is a pawn down. Just seeing how this reached from French defense. G5 by Vaishali. Awesome. Maybe it's all prep, huh? All prep by Vaishali. Oh, this move, Rook G8. Knight D5 by Irina Bulmaga. Very sharp. Takes. She's now a pawn up. But Vaishali's king is very active and rooks are very active. So maybe this might end in a draw after take, perhaps, but not so easy. Bishop E2, G2 is hanging, rook comes in. Mazedar position. Vaishali always fighting. Interesting stuff here. Interesting stuff. We already saw the game between Caruana and Arjun ended in a draw. The game between Anish Giri and Vincent Keymer is kind of boiling. This is exactly what Daniel King had mentioned, that get the bishop to f4. And this is exactly what is happening. I think Vincent Keymer has a small bind on the position, but it's still kind of early days in this game. They're playing slowly. 14 moves only played. 2 hours. We are reached more than 2 hours in the game. Then we have this crazy game, Fedoseev versus Sarana, where Sarana went for some weird line, and then they are now almost on the verge. Maybe they'll repeat after Queen A5, but maybe he'll not play Queen A5 because then maybe white is better. So he might take the queen. So equal here right now. The most interesting game, I would say, is definitely the game of the day, Nodirbek versus Gukesh, because Nodirbek is kind of putting this huge pressure on Gukesh, and I feel Gukesh has to draw on his world championship experience to stave off Nodirbek. And now we will go to Pragg's game, because Pragg was looking slightly better here. Oh, but what Daniel King said did happen. F5, EF. This did happen. सब कुछ हो गया दोस्तों जो हमने एनालाइज किया था. Everything is on the board, and Pragnananda now, the grinder, the amazing grinder that he is. Look at him there on your screen, just moving back and forth. And by the way, guys, today our aim for live stream is 2533 2533 रखते हैं दोस्तों. सिंपल. 25,33,000 नहीं, बट बहुत स्लो चल रहा है ना एक्चुअली. If you want to reach 26 lakh, it's not possible in this tournament. देखते हैं क्या हो सकता है. But I also wanted to tell you guys all thank you so much everyone for contributing through Help Chess on these live streams. We have Harshit Dikshit who contributed, Atharva Oja, Himanshu Yadav, Adarsh, Biswajit Mohanty. So many people have contributed. And so what we did is, we kind of said all the people who have contributed, we are going to put their names together in an article form. And this is how everyone, on day 1 we raised 26,000 rupees, on day 2 12,000, on day 3 21,000, on day 4 there was 13,000, then 20,000, so total 94,000 raised until now. Then we'll add what will be raised today. So we have the Help Chess link as the first link for you to contribute on helpchess.org, but also we have the 6th link where we have like all the information on where the money has been raised. I think it's the 5th or the 6th link in the description. A big thank you to Adarsh, our team member who helped to collect this, and Rasika for writing the article. So everyone really helping to kind of power Indian chess, and thank you all for your contribution. It's very nice. Okay. Did Gukesh make his move? Oh, Gukesh did make his move, bishop e6, but Gukesh played bishop e6, queen b5. And guys, Gukesh has played the move knight to c6. What is the move that you would play here as white? White to play Nodirbek's move here. What do you do here? Oh, Hari game. Yes, we'll go to Hari's game next. Pakka. Falcon here says Gukesh versus Nodirbek, the most insane game of the day. I agree. And by the way, guys, you are all on fire as well. Amazing. This is the move that I was looking for. A6, Sam, Sumukh, Pranav, Rudra, Crazy, Vishuddha, Ukoi, Abhinav, Shekhar, Shankar. Brilliant job, guys. So the thing is here. Oh, and also, guys, today we have to also find the ambit gambit of the day. Which opening you think should fit into the ambit gambit of the day? Can you guys help me? Which one should we call the ambit gambit of the day? Kyunki A4 move of Nodirbek. Oh yes, I feel like A4 move. Aaj Nodirbek ka A4 move was definitely the ambit gambit of the day, and when it was played here, it was epic. So this is definitely the ambit gambit of the day, where we choose a moment in the opening which was played A4. And a big shout out to Ambit, who is supporting our coverage at the Wijk Aan Zee. Thank you so much. Okay, so coming back now to knight to c6, and all the people who said a6, well done. This might be the second best move in the position, not the best. Why? Because after f6, good move. AB, now the knight is hanging. He goes knight d8, and somehow he's surviving. Black survives here. Although it looks terrible, this position. According to the engine, h5 is the best move here. Because now what you are doing is you are forcing the queen to f6, so the pawn can no longer come. And now a6. If Nodirbek notices these minute things, then clearly he is in the best form that can be there. And then no one can stop him. Not even Gukesh. So that's the reason why we have to see if Nodirbek plays h5 or not. Guys, kya lagta hai? Khelega? Gang Cord says, why is your wife not speaking? Are just here with us in spirit, guys. Will he play h5? Will he play a6? Because a6, while looking good, allows f6, then the queen e8, like even here queen e8 idea, knight d8. You're still. Oh, we have a nice line here mentioned by Manjula Naka, who says Manjula Naka, a6, bishop c8, and Gukesh is surviving. True, Manjula, you are very right that Gukesh survives here, but he's just barely surviving. Well, I have a feeling that this one is going Nodirbek's way, and look at Nodirbek here. Just completely getting. This is not. Yes. Good. And Nodirbek fully focused here, completely into the position. And when you see Nodirbek, it doesn't even feel like he's working hard or something. He's just so much into the game. He's enjoying himself. Let's go and check what Harikrishna is up to. Harikrishna playing here against Jordan. And Jordan is all thinking, oh, ooh, Hari is 2 pawns up. God. So take, d5, queen b3, still prep, takes, prep. Oh, sorry guys, sorry. I was saying like Harikrishna's game here, this one, he's 2 pawns up because this is looking prep, takes, take, e4, rook e4, knight f6, and now his opponent got 1 pawn back, takes, bishop f4. Wow, he got another pawn, because if you take here, then rook e7, rook b5, bishop f4, g5, bishop e3. Okay, so definitely Harikrishna putting some pressure here on his opponent, having 2 extra pawns, and whether he'll be able to convert it into a win or not remains to be seen, but surely a lot of pressure. Yes guys, this is my Sambalpuri shirt here, just to show you. This is something that I was gifted by Ranjan Mohanty from Odisha. He gave me a cloth, and then I actually stitched a shirt out of it, and then I've been wearing it at various events. It's my go-to thing because I just like it a lot. Yeah, and look at Wei Yi, by the way. Wei Yi seems to be under some pressure against Pragg. Oh, by the way, Pragg played this move b4. Slightly curious move, yeah, this b4, because take, it does double the pawns. But maybe he goes rook a3, rook e3, rook doubles. I like Pragg's position overall. I like that he has 2 weaknesses to attack, e4, a6. He could double here. He could double this side. And he has his chances. Meanwhile, Nodirbek has played his move here. And he has played the move a6. And here Gukesh had to go f6, but he plays bishop c8 very quickly. क्या हो रहा है दोस्तों? Can Gukesh control this position? Not sure. Not sure. Guys, I think Gukesh's position needs some energy. Just like how I need some energy. I'm going to grab a drink here, bring it here, so that we can continue this coverage with all the energy that we have. Meanwhile, I think we this is disappointing for Pragg fans. What is disappointing? That Pragg is not winning? Pragg has a great position, guys. Pragg has a very good position. B4. It's not at all clear that he would lose. Take, take. Knight b3, knight c5. Rook a3, rook a1. 3. Lot of possibilities. Lot of possibilities. Okay, guys. We are back. And after bishop comes back, Nodirbek is thinking, I have got myself Chocomel. I think what Nodirbek can essentially do here is take, but then there is Rook b7 and suddenly Gukesh is better. Oh my god. By the way, guys, Gukesh has a threat now. Let's say, for example, you do nothing, then b takes a6 because the queen is defending this way. in a way, h5 is kind of important now for Nodirbek. Okay, let's go, guys. Let's go. So, let's go to दिव्या वर्सेस फास्टिनो ओरो. भाई फास्टिनो ओरो है ही नहीं, वो कभी बैठता ही नहीं है. ही समवेयर, आई डोंट नो वेयर. And now Divya has a winning position. Oh my goodness. Once again, what happened? They go h5, knight d6. Divya brought her rook, rook d8. She put her knight here. Faustino said, oh my god, you are coming here, huh? So I'll play rook c8. And here Divya has a winning move, guys. Can you find it? White to play and win. Let's see how many of you are alert here. बहुत ही epic move. थोड़ा सोचो, थोड़ा सोचो. थोड़ा सोचो, guys. The move here is the very stunning. By the way, you guys are wrong. Oh, she finds it. She found it. Look at that. She's played knight a c6 and she gets up from her chair and she's like, okay, Faustino, now think. I found the move. Divya Deshmukh confidently moving out from her chair where she has got a great position. Oof. Now to explain why this move is really good, because rook takes is met by guys by अब खेलना है अब. Yes, c4. अब there is no space for the queen to go apart from d4 and मार दिया जाए. And the threat now is if you are not careful and if you make a move like bishop f8, c4, queen trap. So in a way, you can see that here knight c6 is a trapping move. And guys, such tactics are very important, because if you want to kind of solve such tactics on your own, then I would highly recommend you checking out Chess Ranga's tactics trainer that we have been building with all the amazing tactics from this tournament that we have. यहाँ पर जैसे for example, do you recognize this game? It's here and you can find tactics, you can solve it from Tata Steel. It's the second link in the description. Chess Ranga is wasted. I wasted money, says Killing Queen, but there is no money. It's free. But क्या ही बढ़िया. Arjun Fedoseev, yes, Fedoseev takes here queen f5, rook f5, rook g3, and now the stunning move. Knight e3. Let's go. Boom. And then you take the rook and it's done. And you can solve this. You can even solve, like if you want to know a theme, let's say for example, trapping. I want it on trapping. Yesterday only I put one position. So it might be there only one position. There you have trapping. Can you trap the piece? White to play and trap. तो ऐसे सब है guys. AB मारना है. AB, bishop B5 and knight C3 and then इस पे attack and then A6 तो मार दिया जाए. And then boom and check. And that is winning. So ये सब tactics है guys. Check out कर लो and you will love it. I'm sure. तो अभी देखो Faustino हम थोड़ा ट्रैप हो गया ना, उसकी क्वीन ट्रैप हो रही है, तो नाउ ही इज इन लॉट ऑफ ट्रबल. ही हैज टू बी वेरी केयरफुल. नाउ ही इज थिंकिंग ऑन द बोर्ड, बट एक्चुअली अ बिट ऑफ डैमेज हैज बीन डन. He has to play move like knight f5, then c4. फिर queen has to go to d6. Now there's already a potential attack. You lose the pawn here. So already big trouble here for Faustino Oro and Divya Deshmukh, and you can see him not being too happy with the last move that was missed. Going to the game of Vaishali, we saw that she was playing rook f8. Very interesting. Her opponent gave a check. She came back, then took the pawn. Vaishali went in with the check. King e3, now took the pawn. Wow, it's an interesting position because now Vaishali has a passer. She's still a pawn down. But I believe this game might end in a draw. There's too little material left. Okay, Nodirbek has just played his move. And we have like full intense moment. He did find h5. He did play queen f6. He did find rook f3. Nodirbek is finding all the best moves that are there in the position. He's just played like an engine until now. And now Gukesh has to find where to put his queen. E7, E6. Where exactly does it go? Nodirbek showing the world that he is a force to be reckoned with. Very powerful player. So here, while Nodirbek is kind of putting pressure on Gukesh. By the way, guys, one point is, can we take here? We cannot. Because take और क्या problem है? I mean, AB5 मारूंगा mostly. Knight is hanging. Exactly. This is hanging here. That's the problem. So, going back to the game of Pragg versus Wei Yi. Wei Yi did take CB, and look at Wei Yi's time. He has only 18 minutes left. We are on move 23. 18 more moves to make. And Pragnananda is pressing here. He's pressing quite a lot. Queen e6 will be met with bishop c4 in the Gukesh game. That's what Shashank says. You're right. Queen e6, bishop c4. But now maybe, I was wondering, no, but then we have queen b8 maybe. So queen e7, and does having the bishop here help or does not help? That's a question. Because if I go here, it's too subtle. Yeah, it's too subtle to know exactly, like rook f d3, because now I can't take. c6 is hanging. While if I play queen e6, rook f d3, there is already b takes a6. So maybe bishop c4 provoking it, and then rook f d3 here could be possible. So yeah, both moves looking quite feasible for black, but white is keeping an edge regardless. Anish का गेम देखना है guys. Anish is about to make his move there. Anish makes a move. He plays his bishop to e4, but Anish under huge pressure, guys. This is not a happy position he is in. I'm actually a bit surprised that Anish took on c3, because with this he did improve a bit white structure like this, and then now he went rook a7, rook a5, bishop e4, and while the position is equalish, he is passive. Look at this rook here. It's attacking, it's defending. This rook is well placed. Nice. And Leon versus Max Warmerdam. How is that one going for Max and Leon? It's around an even position. Quite even. Quite evenly balanced. But the knight on d6 is beautifully positioned. It defends. It can jump here and here. It cannot. I feel black's position has slightly more potential here. Because, yeah, rook c1. But king g7, h5, f6, g5. Like, black can start attacking on the king side with the pawns. Harikrishna, we saw, yeah, he's slightly better here. And his opponent played rook b8, rook d1, check. So in a way, Hari is okay to go into this opposite colored bishop position. But yeah, you have to be very careful here. Because I defend. There's attack here. Maybe taking this is not going to be easy. So he goes king e8 back, which is also a good move by Jordan. Guys, Arjun ka game ka summary hai that he came to the board with an intention to hold today, draw, not take too many risks, and that's what exactly happened. Like he didn't push much. He was just playing calmly. ज़्यादा कुछ हुआ ही नहीं. Going back to the Gukesh game against, and you can see Gukesh on your screen, very, very focused, fully into the game. Will you add Divya's tactic against Oro in Chessranga? Yes, Amartya Kumar, I will add. There will be every day 5-6 new tactics added. So you can go and you can search. So just for few people who are interested, I'm not going to digress too much, but just so that you can go here, you can go into playlist and you can search from Tata Steel and do search. And you will get, oh sorry, remove the theme. and then you will get all the tactics from any tournament here. So that way, we are going to build that every tournament wise, every player wise, every theme wise, difficulty wise. मतलब आप लोग को जो ट्रेनिंग करना है, for good for trainers, good for players, everyone, सबको मजा आ जाएगा. मजा आना चाहिए दोस्तों, मजा आना चाहिए. So when I go back to the room, I have like our team members, some are editing the games, those full games, so that later I can commentate. So then that commentary is happening, the recap is happening, these tactics are happening, a lot of things, and before you know, it's always race against time. कि भाई 2:30 बज जाएगा, भागना है. So that way, like too many things to do, but it's all great fun, great fun. कुशाग्र बोल रहे थैंक्स सागर अबाउट बिल्डिंग चेस. अरे दोस्तों, बहुत चेसरंगा विल बिकम वेरी कूल इन द इयर्स टू कम. इट विल बी वन, इट्स लाइक अ ड्रीम प्रोजेक्ट. इट विल ऐसे साल भर साल चलते रहेगा. बट अभी के लिए फिलहाल लेट्स हैव अ लुक एट गुकेश. फोकस क्या है, दोनों के पास टाइम इज 33 मिनट्स. बोथ हैव द सेम टाइम ऑन द क्लॉक. 33 मिनट्स ऑन द क्लॉक. इनसेन. हुस हे सेज, भाई क्या ही हुस हे ने लिखा है, चेसरंगा वेबसाइट इज अमेजिंग, फुल प्रोफेशनल एक्सपीरियंस लाइक फ्रॉम अ बिग कॉर्पोरेशन. हाँ क्या, थैंक यू. बिग कॉर्पोरेशन पता नहीं, पर बढ़िया है. किसी ने तो पूछा है, on chessranga can you make sure we can drag pieces instead of having to click the pieces and then to no you can drag चलता है. गाइज आएंगे, अमृता जी को भी बुलाएंगे. एंड अपन ये पोजीशन में क्या हो रहा है यार, कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है. तो समझने के लिए ना अपने को अमृता जी नहीं चाहिए, अपने को ग्रैंड मास्टर चाहिए कोई. If only some grandmaster would come and explain something to us, तो मजा ही आ जाता. अरे हर्षित भाई, क्या जब भी चाहिए ग्रैंड मास्टर चाहिए, आ जाता है.
How are you doing? I was watching the stream when Daniel King came as well. It was so nice to listen to his insights. And what is happening, Sagar?
It is like, you know what? Like if we can't have Raja, we need King. So we are having, we had Daniel King, and then someone told me even Shah means king. So why Shah, Raja, King, everyone is king.
अरे
आज
सागर
stream
भाई,
of-
what a shirt. क्या है मतलब, आप तो मतलब आज बरमुडा पार्टी वाइकान में भी है क्या?
Wijk Aan Zee's Bermuda party is like just people meeting and drinking chocomel and then going. हर्षित भाई, आपको मजा नहीं आएगा वाइक आन ज़े में इतना.
अरे मुझे
not as happening as Budapest.
Okay.
Okay bhai, so today it seems like Gukesh is under pressure with Nodirbek.
Yeah. Also, I was briefly listening to what Magnus was saying, and Magnus was saying that like Abdusattorov is someone who is very, very dangerous. He's very young, and we've heard his name for a very long time. And maybe this is the event where he gets like that big breakthrough.
Like he hasn't played the candidates, he hasn't yet reached there. So this victory would mean a lot to him, I think.
For sure.
And also it gives him a lot of circuit points
Mm-hmm.
to get to the candidates.
To play against Gukesh, hopefully.
And in that sense, this game is very interesting because I think we were analyzing with Daniel King and we came to this conclusion that Nodirbek's play was slightly confusing at a human level. Like while the engine was constantly giving him a slight plus, humanly it felt like the position was equal, but then he just proved like why he's better. Like this position looks equal, but
Yeah.
it is slightly better.
I mean, it's slightly better, but it's very hard to prove it. But it
What
seems
is
like
Rookie 3?
Yeah, I think he's just like basically saying that my rook is not doing a lot on e1, and he's saying that I want to maximize every piece's position. And the rook comes to e3, and now this g3 h4 move was insane. So did you see what happens after queen takes e3?
Oh my God. Can we ask our chat? We didn't see it. Sorry. Thank you for
Oh,
bringing
I
it
thought
up.
this was the biggest point of it. Like this was the key point of the move h4, that queen takes e3, which otherwise would halt White's idea, doesn't work.
Thank you, Gopal Kumar, for your super chat. But guys, find what is the move here. Many things should work, right? Queen
Yes, but
c1.
there are two moves which are the best, and I
Yeah.
see many people finding it. Guys, the queen on e3 is trapped. So queen to c1 or queen to c2, or it's very rare to see the queen getting trapped in the center of the board.
Very nice. Beautiful.
So this h4 move, these small subtleties is what makes this game so special. And after queen h5, he moves the queen. Rook b8, knight f1 to reroute the knight to h2. Bishop d7. What happens now? Bishop e2. Queen has to move back. The queen comes to g6. Takes rook d1. So it's such a like interesting way. Like he switches, so he realized that the rook is no longer doing anything on a1. So he brought the rook to a1. Released the tension in the center by taking the pawn on e5, and suddenly a6 now, putting pressure on the b7 pawn, and bishop had to come all the way back to c8.
Again,
And
h5, queen f6, rook f3. Very accurate.
he's putting all the pressure he can on Gukesh, because he knows that Gukesh is super tenacious. So he has to be very accurate and also have keep enough time on his clock so that he can figure out the nuances in the position. And Gukesh does seem a little worried about his position.
मुझे तो लग रहा है. I feel Gukesh is under pressure because already he's been thinking on this position for 17 minutes as black. तो काफी pressure build कर रहा है.
Yeah, definitely. Guys, what do you think? Arjun, what do you think of that result? Arjun making a quick draw,
I
Sagar
think
bhai.
a smart move by Arjun.
Hmm.
Because he's been always very uncompromising in his approach. He's always fighting. मतलब कभी भी ऐसे never shying away from fights. And I think somewhere he needs a break from all of that. He needs to just get a little bit back on track, not lose one more game with Fabi, you know. And
True.
so I think a good decision: get 2-3 draws in, and then come back.
What about Pragg?
I feel Pragg has realistic chances, bhai, to push. Although Pragg seems a little bit like एकदम relaxed लग रहा है. But I feel these are the kinds of positions where Pragg is in his element, pushing.
Guys, I have a question for you. If you had the option to exchange two pieces right now, what would those two pieces be?
For each side, right?
Yeah, I mean, when you're playing with white and you have the option, so what is the ideal scenario in this endgame? Very like these are the questions that you should ask yourself during the game so that you can figure out your ideas and plans surrounding that kind of conclusion. And let's see.
People are saying rooks. People are saying
Exactly.
knight and bishop. So rooks or knight and bishop. These are the answers.
So the guys and girls who have said rooks, you should be very proud of yourself, because that's the right answer. You need to exchange the pair of rooks and reach knight versus bishop endgame. And you might say, Harshit, yesterday you said when the bishop and pawns are on both flanks, the bishop is better. But in this case, look at that pawn on b4, which is making sure that the pawn on a6 is going to be a backward pawn. The pawn on e4 is already a big weakness, and white can simply march his king to e3 and put pressure on the e4 pawn. The knight can reroute itself to c5. White is going to be completely winning there. So that's the ideal case
Bhai,
for.
bhai, this is looking good. 1 second. Gukesh Abdusattorov, there has been a move.
Oh, rook f3, queen e6, bishop to c4 immediately played
Oh.
by. So I feel like in this game, like Abdusattorov is really tightening the screws right now. He's really putting all the pressure on Gukesh, but Gukesh needs to somehow stay tenacious and not make any mistakes because the position is indeed better for white, but I think that it's not losing yet.
Also, queen e7. I don't know, takes, bishop takes. This is also slightly worse, right? Because a7 is a weakness.
No, definitely. Look at the rook on f3. Like we were all trying to figure out this cryptic move, rook to e3. And now suddenly, once the rook is on f3, I think we've all decoded the code.
It's like saying that this rook has found its home here. Just beautiful. Okay, so
Yeah.
while Gukesh is under severe pressure here from Nodirbek, this position, as you rightly explained, Pragg is trying to trade one pair of rooks or even both the rooks. Then he would have serious advantage in that endgame. But right now it's not so easy to trade rooks. I was wondering if we can put our knight on e3, but then this e4 pawn becomes safe. How would you play here with white?
So I was thinking if I could consider this idea of rook c1 seems very logical, but the problem with rook a c1 might be that black gets this a5 break. However, after a5 there is rook c5 now. That's why I think that rook a to c1 is something that comes to my mind. Because in chess, rooks belong on open files. So the rook on a1 right now is, it was on a semi-open file because there was a pawn on a6. But now that we bring the rook to c1, it is on an open file. So rooks always belong on open files.
Correct. Okay. So would you say Pragg has small edge or would you not say that?
I think that with the rooks on the board, as currently there are, I think that black has excellent drawing chances and the position might as well be equal.
Got it. And Harikrishna. Hari has been putting a lot of pressure on Jordan. He's a pawn up. Actually, 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up. Wow, it's crazy that he's 2 pawns up. Yet the positions remains to be around equal. And that's all because of the 2 bishops. Guys, though when you have 2 bishops, you need to have an open position and open diagonals for your bishops. The rook is also going to come to a1 now and pinning the bishop on c1. So I think that after rook a1, perhaps black might be able to somehow simplify this position.
Right.
So, oh, he plays it. Look. Rook to a1 played.
Yeah, this can get very, very interesting now. What will happen next, we will see. But Harikrishna, if Jordan makes even one mistake, 2 pawns are a lot. So Jordan has to be very accurate here.
Jordan has to be accurate, but on the other hand, his position is so easy to play. No, like 2 bishops, I can go bishop d6, bishop f4 sometime. F5, f4 can sometimes be in consideration. Just very easy to play with black. So I would say in this game, Harikrishna should be out of trouble completely. But I don't really think he's better.
Right.
Pragg, slightly better. Gukesh, much worse. I think those are the 3 summaries in these 3 games right now. What
He
about
played
Leon?
queen e7, and now if Nodirbek goes rook f d3, bye.
No, I mean, it's very hard to make moves with black. That's the problem.
Because now there's no b takes a6 also. c6 is hanging.
Yeah, the only thing is that the knight on h2 cannot move to f1 because there's bishop to g4. That's going to be a very big mistake by white. So he cannot move the knight on h2.
But
Rook
he
fd.
can, yeah, this is great move, Harshit bhai. Just putting the rook there, just putting pressure here. Maybe then getting your knight from e3 to d5, maybe bishop d5. What is black going to do? Knight cannot move easily. Kidhar bhi bishop.
Knight d8 perhaps.
Knight d8, but then you still can't take. The rook will be hanging.
Yeah, and look at all the pieces of black. I mean, if you were to give this position to any strong player, he would never accept to play this with black.
Freestyle chess जैसा position लग रहा है. कोई नहीं है.
But सिर्फ black का, white का नहीं.
White is playing crazy chess here. Amazing. By the way, Divya has a very good position. Bhai, you have to. I don't know if you've seen her game.
Let's see.
Can you just not see the screen? I will ask you one question.
Yeah.
Thank you, bhai. So Divya, now you can see. So she's playing Faustino Oro today. Knight a5, Rook c8, and now Divya stunned her opponent.
Knight is c6, no? Just rook c6, c4, yeah.
Exactly, bhai.
Very
Very
nice.
quick, very quick. Chess Ranga moment.
Chess Ranga moment, and also there are so many tactical possibilities. Like c4 is a threat, huge threat, and knight f7 move threat like is also definitely in the air.
So Faustino escaped with his queen, but Divya was like, sorry, not letting you escape. He took a pawn, and now Divya is thinking here.
Oh, she took on e7, but I thought knight f7 is super powerful. Am I wrong?
Yeah, knight f7 का क्या idea
Oh no,
है
knight
भाई?
f7, knight f7, knight takes f7. Yeah, that doesn't really work that well, I guess. Okay, let's try to find the best
But
move
even
for
if
white.
king takes f7, अच्छा e6 मर रहा है वैसे हाँ, okay.
Wait, rook e1?
Yeah, rook c1 was the winning move, but how?
The queen is trapped, no, almost.
Queen a3 only move.
And now, what's the tricky
Okay,
trick?
this is very tough, very tough. Guys, find the move here, white to play and win.
Queen c2 or queen d1, something like this.
But you want to play what? Rook a1?
Oh. Is it knight c4 or knight e7, rook e7, knight c4 or something like this?
It's knight c4. Because after
Yes.
takes, rook takes.
Yeah, this is very tough, but I mean, I just completely found this by accident because I saw this bishop c1 idea.
Boom. What a variation. आज तो trap.
Yeah.
Divya's game is about trapping the queen mainly, but she couldn't find it.
It's so difficult, so difficult.
So she took here, but now Faustino is back in the game, and oh, she goes knight g6.
Whoa.
She wants to take here.
So if fg6, she wants bishop takes d6, and now let's say rook e8, she wants to take h takes g6. However, c4 might be a powerful. Many ideas.
Yeah, queen d4 coming back into the game, and I think black is fine here.
Black is doing well because g6 pawn can be a strength, but at the same time, queen d5, queen f5, and black can simply capture that pawn.
Right. So all of Divya's advantage has sort of withered away here, but her point is if you take here, she wanted to take this, but it's not leading much for her.
Yeah.
But we'll come back and we'll see. Meanwhile, any chances for Vaishali bhai? Do you think?
By the way, in Faustino, by the way, for those of you who don't know, he's an incredible blitz and bullet player.
Haan.
He played so much on chess.com, 3000 almost rated or something like this, and super, super talented.
You know, ICC signed him up as the brand ambassador because he plays so much.
Wow.
So they were
Wow.
like, he's like the future Hikaru, you know, like.
Yeah. Bishop takes d3. I think Vaishali's game.
Draw.
Yeah, probably a draw.
Check.
Check. Yeah. But with black, not a bad result for Vaishali to make a draw. Divya's game is complicated now. How we didn't take a look at Leon's game.
Leon versus Max Farmerdam. I felt
Leon's position looks very good.
like black is the one that should have some chances, no, or not? Like in such structures, I was just wondering, like you can later on go g5. Maybe
Well,
if one of the rooks can come
if it
here.
is white to play now, let's say you make a move like king g7. I do really think that white should somehow try to push e4. Somehow. Try to get some space. Is that a good move in this position? E4? The
Maybe not.
Indians don't like it.
Because this is unprotected, guys. Black to play.
Oh my God. Black to play.
देखते हैं कितने लोग. How many are alert?
Wow.
Sendil Nathan, Simon, Daniel, guys, you guys, Manish Kumar found the move, but you have to invert the move order sometimes. Yeah. Queen g5 is the move here, but not directly, because directly if you play queen g5, then here I can protect the knight.
Yeah.
And then if you take...
That's the bishop of what? Oh, and d6 and h3 both. The crazy move that I missed after e4 was bishop takes h3 because the knight on d2 is loose and g takes h3, queen g5 check, taking the knight on d2, and after that the d3 bishop is also hanging. So incredible tactic. Maybe you're right. Maybe black is doing quite well in this position.
Yeah, seems interesting. I mean, equalish, but we'll come back to this. Also, Hari's opponent has just made a move. Jordan, after rook a1. Oh, Hari has been thinking for now 4 minutes. He hasn't played his move yet. And Wei Yi versus... Wei Yi... I thought he should be worried about his time.
Yeah, but I think this game is going to peter out.
And by the way, guys, Nodirbek, Gukesh, something has happened. Nodirbek
Queen a4
does not play rook f d3 to get a big advantage. He plays queen a4.
And now it seems like black has a chance. Black has a chance to come back in the game, and it makes me think of it's not so easy to find a good move for black though. Is it bishop e6?
Yeah, one of the moves.
Because I just want to get rid of that strong bishop on c4. And if a takes b7, I can take bishop takes c4. I thought queen takes c4 and knight a5. So this might be a way for black to play. Queen e2, just rook takes b7. I think a very good point to... Oh, no, rook b7 runs into queen a6. Knight.
That's a nice move. So knight b7 maybe.
Yeah, actually, instead of queen e2, if you can show queen a6. And now knight takes b7, queen a7. There is very nice idea of black going knight to d6 or knight to c5. And the b2 and e4. Oh, but we have some moves. Can we quickly go to the live board?
We have a result. Vaishali and Irina Bulmaga drew.
But
AB7 played by. Knight D8 played by Gukesh.
And quickly AB7 played.
Maybe rook B7 now.
No, why not bishop B7 to try and attack the pawn on E4?
Also possible.
But there's rook D7 coming in. Bishop B7, rook D7. And now black has... Does black have queen to E8?
Yeah.
So this is looking good.
And
for-
bishop c6 next.
Mhm. Guys, do you think that Abdusattorov is going to continue to pose problems, or do you think Guki will make a comeback and
I think
suddenly?
Gukesh has solved many of his problems, no, Harshit bhai?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, he's getting he's getting definitely a lot of space for his pieces. I think that his position is getting better with every move now. Bishop से मार लेते हैं ना सागर भाई. Put pressure on some e4 pawn. I want to somehow put pressure on white. इतनी देर से we were kind of being pressured. You kind of want to release it somehow, yeah, like kind of counter attack.
Right.
Rook e3, knight e6 now. Can I do? Trying to go knight c5 perhaps. Queen d7 is a good move. Yeah, lot of positional threats that white has in this position. So black needs to be accurate. And Gukesh is thinking. So he was thinking whether to take with the rook, to take with the bishop, or what should I capture on
Knight,
b?
bishop,
Knight,
rook.
I don't think is possible because then queen takes a7 is completely winning. Oh no.
Bishop e6.
No, can you go back? After knight takes b7, white to play and win.
Ah,
How do I-
nice. Nice. Guys, white. Oh, no.
Wow. Do you see it, Sagar bhai?
Yeah, I saw it. I saw the engine. I didn't find the move.
Tricky.
You found it?
Yeah. Rook takes f7.
Yes. Beautiful. Take.
And now queen takes a7 and there's no way to protect the rook on b8.
And earlier the bishop would move and the rook would get protected, but now no longer because the rook is deflected. So beautiful. But in the
He
game,
took with
we
the
had
bishop.
bishop b7.
Yeah.
And now if
I mean,
queen takes a7, just
we
knight
can
e6.
Yeah. No, I mean, if queen a7, knight e6 happens, black is getting a lot of counterplay.
Yeah.
No, I think Gukesh should definitely be happy about the last few moves.
This queen a4 by Nodirbek was slightly suspect. Like, why did he do that? Was a question. Maybe
Yeah.
he didn't find a better idea or alternative.
Yeah, rook f d3, as you mentioned, was a very strong move.
Yeah.
Guys, 11,000 of you watching, Gukesh was much worse, but suddenly he has kind of created some chances for himself because the bishop on b7 is eyeing the pawn on e4. The knight on d8 is going to jump to e6 and perhaps even to g5. So a lot for black to look forward to after what looked like a very sad position for black.
Yeah, anything can happen between these two players. We have seen कभी-कभी एक player को पूरा winning position रहता है, but then resistance comes in and then the other player manages to get chances. We saw that at the Olympiad. It was also your first ever event, right, where you were commentating, Harshit bhai?
It was my first ever event, and it was so like unplanned because I just came to visit the event because it was happening in India, and I'm obviously wanted to see all the top players in action, and then and now we are here.
And then one day you joined the commentary. We were like, एक बार try करते हैं. And then we were like, अरे मजा आ गया है. लोगों को तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है. Then you were like, so guys, you guys enjoy Harshit's commentary, and Harshit has become like a mainstay here. After this, he'll be in Weissenhaus, maybe even in Prague. We will do together. So मजा आ रहा है दोस्तों.
Yes, it's fun, and also Sagar bhai, it's all great fun to do it with you.
Thank you, bhai. Thank you. But hopefully, we will see today some good results, Harshit bhai. Yesterday was an epic victory for Gukesh against Vincent Keymer, day before.
Day before yesterday, yeah.
It was fantastic.
He just kept on the pressure on Vincent, and in the end, Vincent could not resist. It was a very long game. I saw that you covered all of it. It was a very long game, and somehow Gukesh managed to eke out his advantage in the
Yeah,
end.
1 a.m. we had 20,000 people.
Wow.
People wanted to see whether Guki would convert it or not. And Rookie 3, you see Nodirbek getting a bit hesitant, yeah, with his moves. Pele free
Yeah.
flowing, but now, I mean, you had to defend e4. So Gukesh slowly making a comeback.
Is this how the games between you and Amruta go when you guys play each other?
Uh, between us, it's always like tactical, very much sharp at the start. So,
At the start, what about
fireworks. Fireworks from the start, guys. Always.
see?
Bye.
Have you guys played each other in classical?
Yes, 6 times,
Wow.
unfortunately.
For whom?
For both of us, because many times we would go to tournaments spending a lot of resources, money, and then we would see the pairing and we're like, oh, apna lag gaya. And then it used to create like this atmosphere of a little bit of worry, tension, ki I don't want her to lose or she doesn't want me to lose. But then I would get over it on the board, but she wouldn't, which is why I would generally win. Because she doesn't like beating people close to her.
That's why she was not beating Samay, or
That's why she beats him. But by the way, nice move for Gukesh is bishop c6. And here's a question to our viewers. If queen takes pawn, why is this a mistake, guys?
Yes, come on, guys. You need to find all these simple tactics because that's going to improve your game when you're playing against your friends or even in tournaments. You need to find these simple tactics. So black to play. Why is the pawn on a7 a poisoned pawn?
Yes, guys. Those who said rook takes b2, बढ़िया है, pawn मिल जाएगा, but there is more to be won here. And rook a8 is the correct answer. 70 plus people. Narayana, Adik,
Wow.
Narayana, Adik, Sendil Nathan, Preeti, Arpit, Co-Create, Akshat, Chintan, Arav, and Girija. Well done, guys. So the move here is queen takes a7, rook a8, queen is trapped.
The queen is trapped, yeah.
Bye, bishop c6 on the board.
Wow. As soon as we discuss this move, he has made this move. Pawn on a7 cannot be captured, but I'm expecting something like queen to a2 right now. Keeping the pressure on the f7 pawn. Queen a2 or queen c2, one of these two moves. What do you think, Sagar bhai? Do you think Pragg, Gukesh has some chances, or do you think that Abdusattorov is
No, I think Gukesh should be able to hold here. But if you see this position also, long term, black is under pressure because of the weak a pawn. While these two pawns are together, these two are separate. And this is what gives white still an edge to play with.
That makes me wonder if black can play this move pawn to a5 in this position. Trying to get rid of my weakness and just push the pawn to a4. If you take, of course, the b2 pawn is going to be hanging.
But this has always been the problem, bhai.
Yeah.
How to defend e5. Because f6 is pinned. F pawn is pinned.
And if rook takes rook e8, what's the tactic? Sagar bhai, question for you.
me.
Rook e8 now.
Oh. Knight e5.
Yes. Knight takes e5 and the knight on d8 is going to be hanging.
Boom. Bam.
Bam. Exactly. And it's white is a pawn up.
Bhai, Divya Deshmukh, people are saying check Divya game. So we are just going there now. By the way, Vaishali drew.
And everything we discussed is happening.
Happened. Actually, Faustino Oro has played well now. And the position is equal. And Divya should be careful not to overstretch this and get into an inferior position, because this would happen. Your tournament is not going so great. You are 1.5 out of 5. You think you have got a winning position, suddenly opponent is resurfacing. It's difficult to keep your objectivity and hold a draw here.
Especially against Faustino, who's just getting up, walking around, looking at you, playing with the pawn, still calculating.
8 minute ही है but Divya के पास, and that's true. Like Faustino is just enjoying himself.
Do you think, like, I always wonder when is the right time to ever offer a draw? Do you think that in this position, now that the momentum has kind of switched from Divya's favor, that offering a draw ever is a good idea? Just trying to get your opinion.
I think overall it's a good idea for Divya objectively to offer a draw here. But I can tell you, Harshit bhai, that she will not, because she in her mind still feels like she has to win this position. Because that's how I think ambitious players like Divya function in general. They are always like, we'll find chances of kaise to bhi we had a good position. And the way in which she played knight c6, we saw it on video. She played it, she got up, she was very happy at that point. I think you could feel it, that she has found a great move. And now you reach here, suddenly the advantage has evaporated. It's very tough to readjust.
Yeah. No, I mean, actually, Faustino kind of is like, I was obviously not even close to as strong as him when I was 11 or 12 years old, but it kind of reminds me of the little me. Like, I was always so active.
Yes, I
kind of
remember. When you were very little, I think you were very naughty, and people used to be very, very
very naughty,
naughty, or you can say like very cheeky.
mischievous.
Very
Yes.
mischievous and trying to trap others, always playing tactical chess. है ना?
Yeah, that was my style, exactly. I
Yeah.
used to play King's Gambit with white, and it was very, very, it gives me a flashback of
I'm
my
actually surprised how positional you have become now. Maybe it's
Thanks.
just years of experience, and life teaches lessons to every one of us.
Yeah, so I think in this game, Divya needs to be basically a little careful, as the position went from her being in control after knight c6 to now it kind of being all three results are on the table. Let's go to Gukesh's game. I think there was a move made
Yes.
in the game.
We'll quickly go there. Also have to look at Pragg's game. Oh, what? Ah. Oh, I was like, how did we reach here? It was just analysis, guys. Knight b7. Oh, Gukesh is putting his knight on d6. That solves so many problems, right? You
That is
block the d file, you attack c4, you attack e4, you defend f7. Everything. Like the knight is multi-purpose.
Knight on d6 is going to be amazingly well placed. Notice that the pawn on a7 is still not possible to capture because of the same reason, rook to a8, trapping black's queen, as we saw. And now suddenly I've kind of started to think that black's pieces are more better placed than white's. Although black has a weakness on the pawn on a7, his pieces are definitely very well placed.
Right. So Harshit bhai, I have a question for you. Knight d, suppose you make a move like b4 for it. Knight d6. Now this knight is beautifully placed, right? Controlling this, attacking, defending, everything, blocking. Who is the knight on d6 in your life? Like how knight on d6 is for black's position.
Who is the knight? Sorry, can you repeat it?
Who is the knight d6? Oh, he played b. मैं तो ऐसे ही move किया था भाई.
अरे
खेल दिया
सागर
उसने.
भाई, total form.
खेल दिया ऐसे ही.
Unbelievable.
Who is the knight on d6 in your life, guys? In the chat, you can answer this. कि भाई कौन है ऐसा जो आपके लिए डिफेंस भी करेगा, अटैक भी करेगा, will be like a part of your very important part of your life.
I haven't found that person yet, if that's what you are.
You don't have a knight on d6 in your life. अरे people are saying सागर भाई, हर्षित भाई आंसर है भाई दोस्तों. लोग बोल रहे मैं खुद हूँ, एक बोल रहे मॉम, डैड, मदर, एक जन ने तो बोला मनी. Money knight on.
Yeah, I mean right now probably family members.
हर्षित भाई, now remembering his family, बोला कोई मिला नहीं है क्या? You
No, no, the way you आपने जैसे question frame किया था सागर भाई, मुझे पता है. Very cheeky.
Harshit bhai taking wrong meaning of my questions here, but yes, guys, a lot of very important people in life, just like this knight now, has to move to d6. But Harshit bhai, when the knight moves here, let's say bishop d5, I still feel like white is keeping an edge here. It's not
Yeah.
still equal.
So I don't think, do you think that black should exchange those bishops? I kind of thought it's not, I mean, I don't need to. I kind of felt like something like bishop d7 is also possible just to keep my bishop.
Yeah, but then I mean I don't know if a7 is hanging now. You have to be
I
careful.
Yeah, true. It was never hanging, but suddenly maybe in this case it
Yeah,
might be.
because now the
Uh,
bishop controls here.
mhm. So is knight d6 played? He's still thinking.
Not yet played b4. Let's quickly go to Pragnananda's board. Pragg versus Wei Yi. Uh, we are seeing that 10 moves to make. Wei Yi has only 5 minutes left, and Pragg has
Wow.
26 minutes. So
No, I mean the position is getting interesting. I mean, I said before that it's going to be a draw for sure, but now I see this move knight to c2, rerouting my knight to d4, and then potentially even bringing it to c5.
and one pair of rooks are traded. You had mentioned that rook trade will help white. So
For sure.
we're almost
Um,
closing in on the other rook exchange, or maybe if that happens, it would be great.
And look at the time. Again, we've seen Pragnananda grind down these equal positions. It happened twice in this tournament already. Maybe he's looking for his hat trick in converting these equalish, slightly better endgames.
Hmm. Amazing. Amazing.
And we are almost halfway through this event. Like it's going to be almost 50% of the event is over after this round, as it's 13 round event. This is the 6th round. Pragnananda is leading the tournament right now, closely followed by Gukesh and other players. So long fight in front of us.
Yep. Whew. And what's the move, bhai?
Knight c2, what do you think? Knight c2. Oh, what is
Let's
happening here?
Divya, I told you, she's going more aggressive like here. And also time could become a factor for her because she has only 5 minutes. So Faustino played bishop f4. Divya played bishop f4. Faustino pushed e5. Bishop e3, took a pawn.
Mhm.
Rook b7.
Yeah, she's just somehow trying to get bishop takes. She just wants to make bishop takes h6 work somehow.
Divya wants to go to attack.
Divya wants to attack. So if rook f8, no, I still cannot take on h6 because there's always this nasty knight g4 check. Oh, actually, a funny draw is bishop takes h6, knight g4. Of course, it's not necessary, but queen takes g4, queen takes g4, rook takes g7, king h8, rook h7, and perpetual.
Can I do like rook f2 intermezzo?
But I just go king g1
Then
and
take because I have f8
now,
square now.
yes, but the thing is after rook g7, king f8, I go rook f7, let's say, and you cannot go to e8 because rook takes e5 is also going to be a check.
And it's a mate now.
And now bishop g5 check is the easiest to convert this position into a
No,
win.
maybe take king
G6.
e7. Maybe not.
Oh, yeah. Oh, so here I can simply perhaps just take king takes, no, king f2, queen d4, rook e3. Yeah, that
Yeah.
wins.
And then later.
Oh, he played a move. He played a move.
e4.
E4.
Faustino spences his opportunity here because Divya is low on time.
Look at how he's sitting. He's
Bhai.
completely focused. 11 years old.
This
Very,
is
very
exactly how
talented.
Daniel King said Faustino sits on his chair. Oh, he's excited. He's excited. It's tough to play against him, no? Like, look at him.
Oh, yes. It's super difficult to play against Faustino. But he's just excited. I mean, he's just excited.
Yeah. No, I mean, in general, he's so into it, it's tough to beat him.
No, definitely. He's very talented. I mean, he's talented, he's energetic, and he's also working hard. That's usually not a combo that we want to play against.
Yeah.
Let's quickly check Gukesh's game. If any moves have happened in
Bhai,
that position.
2:30 minutes hai, but we'll come back. Yeah,
Oh,
we'll
oh,
keep
okay,
in
no,
mind.
maybe we can stay. No, no, if 2.5 minutes, maybe we can stay
But
here
let's
because
just quickly glimpse one thing what because Nodirbek has just made a move.
Mhm.
Oh, this happened, bhai. This happened. B4. I think we are all guessing the moves correctly. Take Rook D5, Queen E6. Again, taking here, maybe not the most wise idea because of
Knight takes e4.
yep. Rook takes and Queen takes D5. So he was there with this tactic. Rook E2 played.
And I think now the game is kind of heading towards some sort of an equality, I actually have to say. Let's say c6.
Yeah, but C6 would be terrible, right? Like you're weakening this. I'm ready to trade queens.
Oh, you're giving up the e4 pawn. Yeah, maybe. Interesting. Yeah, and just take on c6. Yeah, very interesting.
Maybe.
So maybe instead of c6, rook f c8 to try and push c5 sometime.
Yeah, it seems like it's still holdable here. But let's quickly go and check the game of Divya and Faustino.
Queen b2 played. Wow, she's going all in for bishop takes h6.
Very tactical, yeah. Divya is very, very tactical here. If E takes D3, boom,
Insane.
boom, boom, boom.
Bam. Oh my god, rook h8 was so nice.
Crazy.
Rook h8 was super nice. And this is winning for white. So Divya has prepared a very, very nasty trap. E takes d3 does not work because of bishop takes h6.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at him. He's looking, so he's like, what is happening here? What is happening in that game? Okay, now let's focus on my game. Faustino. He speaks very good English and very good and also is a native Spanish speaker, so already bilingual.
Yeah, maybe when he comes here, you can ask him some questions in Spanish someday, Harshit bhai.
Yeah, I mean, that would be great. And it seems like today Divya really needs to make sure that she does not fall too short on the time. Already she has 2.5 minutes, but the thing is, whenever you come down below 1 minute, Sagar bhai, it's impossible to calculate. It has happened to me so many times. You think that okay, I have 1 minute, and when you're playing blitz, 1 minute is a lot. But when you're playing classical, that 1 minute flies by so quickly that why you're thinking that you just made one, you just thought for 10 seconds, but you've already thought for your whole minute.
Agreed. Agreed. Definitely. So Divya needs to be very careful now because while she's putting some traps in the position, her opponent has 25 minutes. She has only 2 minutes left. And Gukesh also, his position does look a bit stressful because of, pressure here. But as Harshit Bhai says, maybe this game could end in a draw.
Yeah. I think Gukesh has now kind of solved most of his problems. The knight on h2 is one of the main reasons why he's not that worse. Because if the knight on of h2 was on something like c5, white was much, much better. Now that the knight is on h2, I think that gives black enough time to liquidate his position into a drawn endgame.
Yep. And let's look at Pragg's game because Pragg is, yeah, it's still around even. Going to Harikrishna here. Rook a1, rook d1, bishop d8, h3.
Super tough to play this with white. I would actually prefer to play this with black even if I'm down 2 pawns.
Really?
I mean, it's also like a stylistic thing. I am someone who
You
loves
can even
sacrificing.
give back one pawn, no, Harshit bhai. Like this is now you will be pawn up. What is the difficulty here for white?
No, no, no. I mean, it's very difficult because bishop b6 is coming. Your pieces are not very well placed. The king on g1, believe it or not, can be weak because of the two bishops. So this position is in by no means very comfortable for white.
By the way, we have an update. Faustino has just played his move Queen C6 by best move for black. Faustino finds the best moves, pushing Divya to 30 seconds.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
28,
We should stick
27.
with this 20 seconds. Oh wow. And she just glanced at a time. She's nervous. She is nervous in this
Super.
position. Maybe she needs to go queen a to check and capture the pawn on a7. That seems like something that would come to my mind. However, queen a to check, queen d5
By 10
is
seconds only left.
oh,
Divya has to play. She plays.
rook f1.
Rook A1
Good
played.
move. Good move. Good move found by Divya, trying to bring the other rook on the 7th rank. If she manages to achieve that, she is going to be in a very, very good spot to put pressure on the black king. What will black do now?
I'm actually a bit worried about the time here, but Divya is fighting like super calmly. Like if we look at her, she looks so relaxed here. It's incredible how she's managing to
Behind
keep
that
her calm.
calm face are so many emotions that we will never get to see or witness. But she is doing a great job of keeping a poker face. Rook to c7 is something that comes to my mind just to get
Yeah,
rid of one of the rooks on the 7th rank.
Rook C7 definitely looks like a good plan here.
What are your predictions, guys?
People are saying, can we go for a check? But guys, you cannot take here because it's mate in one. So that's why knight g4 maybe not that useful right now. We
Yeah.
have a move in Guki game. Gukesh versus Nodirbek. Oh, the queens got traded. C6, this happened.
Oh,
He
he
played
played
rook
c6.
a5, not rook c5. Queen takes, rook takes. अच्छा ऐसे होगा. भाई ये
Yeah, but
पोजीशन
now,
मेरे को लगता है गुकेश होल्ड कर लेगा.
yeah, I also think so. I'm actually,
Nodirbek came with everything at Gukesh, but Gukesh managed to hold it.
yeah. Can I go rook f c8?
Yes, the best move by.
And if rook a7, I just want to push c5 because I want to very badly get activity in this position. If you get passive with black in this position, you are going
Also here
to
knight b5.
nice. Knight b5 is nice. So guys, seems like Gukesh after being put under tremendous pressure once again. It's like it's like a storyline of all of the games that Gukesh plays. Gukesh was under a lot of pressure. Gukesh has managed to trick his opponent and he's back in the game. This time he's not going to win, but still a draw would be a great result against Abdusattorov.
Yes.
So look at what White needs to, like what his opponent needs to do to beat him, Sagar bhai. We were all saying, look at how well um, Abdusattorov played. He's managed to find h4. He's managed to find all these nuances. And still Gukesh is not losing. So the question becomes, how to beat Gukesh?
I think you have to play every single move at the highest quality in against him because he's right now at the top of his game. He's not just the thing is with this world championship victory, he not only gained the world champion title, but he learned so much about keeping your cool, about fighting back. You know, all these skills he learned, he mastered them. He over a month where he played like 20-25 days. And I think they are really helping him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And he
Rook
plays
f8.
Rook f c8. Look at the accuracy with which he is playing in this event. He is +2 right now. And
Yeah.
what that means is that he has won 2 games and drawn the rest of his games. Pragnananda is +3. So half a point more than him. So maybe we can quickly also take a look at how Pragg is trying to grind in this seemingly dry position. Also, we need to quickly go back to Divya's game at some point because she was the one under 30 seconds on the clock.
Bhai, A6 played by
A6 played.
Faustino.
And again, for 30-40 seconds for Divya, the clock is ticking.
She played her move or not?
How many moves, Sagar bhai?
35 moves, 5 more to make.
5 moves to
I
make.
don't know what move is played because it's not updated. Maybe go full screen.
Yeah, she just made a move. Something on A6. She played something
Rook
on A6.
B6, Rook B6.
Rook B6.
And it's a blunder.
Oh my God. Can we go back to the... Why is this a blunder? And look at Faustino. He seems like he spots it. He's looking as if like he's surprised by this move.
Yeah. Oh,
And
he
just
also makes a
played.
mistake. The right
Makes a
move was
mistake.
Queen D5 somehow.
And just capture the pawn, Queen H5 and Queen takes G6.
Yes. But he went here, Knight G4. And maybe now Divya has to play between King G1 and King H3. Because now Faustino cannot take this pawn. The rook is controlling it. So I don't know if King H3, Queen D7. No, it's a
Rook
risky.
B7. Rook B7 though. You can see it. It is possible to see it and she plays it.
King H3? Wow.
Yeah, she plays it.
Crazy.
It is
Crazy,
uh,
Divya.
very nice that she believes in her calculation because Queen D7 runs into Rook B7. So she is believing in herself, and now Faustino does have a lot of time, but in these positions, what very often happens is that you really want to make a move to see what will your opponent do with 40 seconds on your clock, which is a bad idea. So let's see if Faustino manages to show wisdom in this position and takes his time, because that's something that he should do in this position, and it seems like he is. He's relaxing.
I'm not able to understand him so well. So I don't know what he's doing here, but he
Look
thinks,
at-
he looks at the opponent, he looks away, then he again thinks. I would be super intimidated by him. I'll be like, भाई मेरे को नहीं जम रहा है भाई तुम्हारे साथ खेलने को.
Sagar bhai, we need a match. Faustino versus Sagar bhai.
भाई full धुलाई हो जाएगा मेरा. Maybe you and him, Harshit bhai, maybe you are stronger, of course, than him.
I
but-
would love to play. I mean, like, if that's something that would interest him, then I'm very down to play a 6-game match, 3 whites and 3 blacks.
Oh, I'll ask him, then we'll do like a small stream on it.
Yeah, sure. Queen D7.
D7.
Rook B7 quickly played, and now let's see what Faustino has prepared, because for sure he has prepared something.
Bhai, knight takes F2 is coming.
Oh, so the game is gonna get crazy. Knight F2, King G2, Queen H3. King
Just to
F2,
tell our viewers, knight F2 is a double check. So when a double check
double
comes, the king has to move. Look at him there.
Yeah, he sees it.
Takes. And Divya doesn't move instantly. She's waiting. She shouldn't play King H2. There is Queen H3 check.
Oh, yes. King G2 and then Knight takes D3 is his idea. 100%.
Bhai,
Knight
what
takes...
about Queen H3?
No, he wants Knight D3 for sure.
Because if
Sagar bhai.
King F2, there is Queen... the Queen is defended. Okay.
Yeah. No, he will take. Yeah, exactly. Take on D3. But now, after Rook D7, Knight B2, Rook A6, Black needs to be careful because the rooks are invading.
Yeah, rooks are coming in, but Faustino also has the passers. And Divya also one move away from move 40, which is good news for her.
No, she definitely saw the worst of it. As Rook A6 and Rook A7 in that position, I think is very dangerous. Look, she's looking. She's looking at what move it is. She's thinking 50 seconds. One last move to make Sagar bhai.
People are saying Chota Fabiano.
Chota Bhim.
Chota Fabiano. Oh, we have a result that has just come by.
What is it?
Which game? Max versus Leon. I think that must have ended in a draw. Max Warmerdam versus Leon.
Yes, it just
Look at Divya. She's holding something in her hand. Some
It's her
brochure.
ID card.
It's her ID card.
she has to take on d7. Why? I mean, I thought it's an only move.
Yeah,
Yes, she
does
does. She does. Yep. She takes on d7, knight b2, rook takes a6 is going to happen. My move is done. I'm going to get up. You can think and I'll come back.
it. Postino gets up from his chair. Divya is still thinking. She has 50 extra minutes, guys. So even if the time goes to 0, no problem. Let's quickly head over to the Masters section to just check what happened with Leon drew with Max. And
Yeah.
just one game which we haven't. Nodirbek now went for knight
Yeah.
g4, rook f8, knight g4, c5 by Gukesh.
B takes,
bc.
rook takes, right? Or you want knight b5?
Yeah, rook takes I think looks good. Rook takes a7.
Knight b5 and yeah.
Maybe some
And
pressure, no this?
no, definitely some pressure actually. I was going to say that like if I was playing with the white pieces, I would definitely not agree to a draw.
Because the pawn on h5 really cramps down black. And I think if you reach 3 versus 4, like for example, somehow you're able to trade and win this pawn, and then there are 4 pawns versus 3, it will be some pressure.
Definitely. And you made an excellent point that white already has his pawn on h5. And in these 4 versus 3 positions, having the pawn on h5 is a huge asset for white. Which is why in general, guys, whenever you play in rook endgames, super important to remember if you're playing with black that you should try to put your pawn on h5. And h5, g6, f7 is usually a very good construction in rook endgames.
Right. Meanwhile, going to Pragg's game because that one is coming under time pressure now. Rook d4. Oh, 4 minutes. Actually, Wei Yi played very quickly. Huh? कुछ time pressure नहीं आया उसको. I don't think Harshit by this will end decisively.
Yeah, Wei Yi seems to be holding himself very, very well. So maybe that game will end in a draw.
Wei Yi has 6 draws now. If he draws
All
this.
draws.
Yeah, all draws.
Wow. Fedosiev's game is something we haven't looked at, and it seems like it's an absolutely crazy game.
Ooh.
What
Sarana
is this?
is winning, bhai. Sarana is winning.
We saw Fedosiev running out of bad positions several times, especially I can remember the one against Arjun when he was much, much worse, and then suddenly Arjun made that fatal mistake. But now Sarana with 6 minutes on his clock seems to be in great position to
He chops it off the rook.
yeah.
He's piece up now. But of course, the opponent is going to play b6. So that this knight is won. But you just go back. Your knight is hanging on b4. So it seems like Fedosiev in trouble. Sarana going to score his first win perhaps.
Yeah.
After 5 draws. Sarana also super solid in this tournament.
Yeah, +1 is an amazingly good result in this event. Knight a6 played, but yeah, this position is completely winning for white.
Bhai, look at this. Rook a5, rook a7. And now just playing queen d4, attacking the rook. Oops, sorry. Attacking the rook.
Yeah, I mean, the pieces of black are so passive. White's pawn on d6 is a monstrous pawn. Bishop e7 is going to come. This is looking like a clinical game by white. How about Gukesh? As I think they have not reached move 40 yet, have they?
Yeah, they have just reached. I think Abdusattorov has played rook a7 and asked Gukesh what you will do, which is the 40th move. And Gukesh has to decide between rook takes c3, knight e5, rook e8 is something worth thinking.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea to take on c3 and try to find some forcing draw because he has 50 minutes now. So
or knight b5, Harshit bhai, take an attack here. Knight b5 or knight or rook c3. These are the two moves, I think.
Yeah. But with 50 minutes on his clock, I trust Gukesh to find the draw here. Pretty good result, Sagar bhai. I don't think that.
Yeah, fantastic result. Fantastic.
Yeah.
For Gukesh, I think nothing could be better. Let's quickly go to Vincent Keymer versus Anish Giri. Because Keymer is down to 8 seconds. How can you be on 8 seconds in this
No,
time?
maybe it did not update. Maybe he has 38 seconds.
Ah. But it
But
seems like he has a good position, not so tough to play, no? Knight g3, knight f4. I mean,
exactly.
just playing on black squares. Draw
I
maybe.
think exactly. I think that both white and black don't really have anything to worry about, and I think that's why this position is around equal. Um, both players seem very comfortable.
Hey, Pragnananda, the way he plays these end games, I never understand, but he's like very calm, cool, and he just keeps grinding. So you think that there is any chance here?
I do think there is a chance. I think there
Acha.
is a very yeah. I definitely think there is a chance. I also think that at some point he might consider this move pawn to g4. That's
Why do
going to
you
be.
think there is chance? Can you just explain to our viewers who are not super strong? Like, why should Pragg be better here?
So, the biggest reason that Black's bishop is not really doing well is because his own pawns are kind of stunting his mobility. So now after the move pawn to g4, which usually would not be something I would recommend if black has a light squared bishop, is a good move because of the pawn on e4 restricting black from controlling the important and f3 and g2 squares. And Sagar, after g4, don't forget my pony is going to jump to f5.
And also, bhai, you can get your king a little bit upwards if
Exactly.
opportunity comes. So, nice. Very nicely mentioned here, Harshit bhai. It does feel like there could be some chances for Pragg, although Wei Yi is a very difficult opponent to trick in
Do
general.
you know, do you know what this reminds me of?
Yeah,
This reminds me of the game Gukesh versus Wei from the Olympiad, where we were saying it's such an equal position that there is no chance to it. There is
right,
no chance to it. And then
right.
the game kept going. And the more questions you pose on your opponent, at some point, humans err. It's just human nature, like we cannot be perfect. So Pragnananda is trying to reach that point where he's asked Black enough questions that he is going to make a mistake.
Hmm. Nice, nice. That game of Olympiad, I remember in
Yeah.
between we also managed to get Peter Swidler for a couple of minutes, and then he said also it will be a draw, and that was so epic that entire day.
Guys, if you haven't seen that game, Gukesh versus Wei Yi, I think around 7 or 8 from the Olympiad, definitely a game that you should go and watch. You will not feel कि यार मतलब कि मैंने ये क्यों 10-15 minutes spent. You will be so happy that you've seen this game because the way Gukesh mounts up the pressure from a seemingly equal position is incredible.
Yeah, it's just brilliant. And I'm amazed how in this game of Divya, in spite of her being 2 pawns down, the position shows equal.
It's all because of that pawn on g6. The pawn on
Mating net.
g6 and mating net. And now black is forced to repeat. So rook a6, rook c6 only move. And then rook a8 will happen. And then again back rook to a6. And I think this game is going to end in a draw.
Acha. No chance, huh?
Yeah. So this game I think is going to end in a draw. Divya's game end in a draw. Nodirbek. Oh, Gukesh just made a move. What did Gukesh play?
He
Oh, he
took on
took on.
c3,
Mm-hmm.
and
Nice.
now knight e5 is what we are looking at, I guess.
Yeah. Oh, is there some cute knight d7? And if knight to e4, white to play, guys. Knight takes e4 is a good way to ask.
अच्छा,
Can you play knight takes? Yeah. And now white to play, guys.
क्या बात है? White to play, guys. What's the best move? Harshit bhai with the question.
How are you feeling, Sagar bhai? Did you rest on rest day or the rest day rested you?
The rest day, actually, I did too many things, I feel, on the rest day. Sometimes it is also becomes. I did a big interview with Erwin Lamy
Hmm.
in Wijk Aan Zee. We walked across the town, 1 hour interview with rain falling and
Oh
wind
my
and
God.
all. It's a full Wijk Aan Zee tour and also a Wijk Aan Zee quiz. Then I
Hmm.
also did some physical fitness and
The
also
walking was only fitness. No, you did other stuff as well.
no, I played some sport and it was a great rest day, very. Then at night went for dinner with Anish, Erwin
Hmm.
Lamy, and Jan Smits, uh, Indo-Dutch collab, and yeah, was great actually the entire
Wow.
day.
I know that you're a very good badminton player. Is that something that you played on the rest day
No,
or
squash I played on
no
the rest
squash?
day. Yeah. But right now, rook e4 is the
Yes.
correct move, guys. Beautiful job here done by Akshaya, Vignesh, Shashank, Rahul Dravid ji dekh rahe hai bhai.
Oh my God.
Anushka, Tathagat, Shukriya, Shaikh. Well done, guys. So, rook e4,
And knight, rook 8 check.
check, king here, and now this
Knight
beautiful
f8.
mating pattern. Check, king here, and maybe one more. Guys,
Yeah.
what's the move?
What's the two moves?
Find the mate.
Yes.
Yep. Knight to g6 check
Mm-hmm.
and rook h8. Well done, guys. Well done.
Exactly. So these
Pawn on h5 proving its worth.
in gold.
So that means this line prevents you from taking the pawn on e4 for now.
Yeah. So what should black do in this position?
Yeah, that's why it feels like Gukesh has still not solved his problems 100%.
Oh, I found an interesting idea, but I don't know if it works. I thought that rook d3 is interesting, but it does not really work now. So what to do with? Can I just go knight b5 and like something like this?
Yeah, rook a5. I mean, you will be a pawn down, and this is the kind of positions you don't want to defend, right? For a long
Yeah.
time.
Is there no way for black to get the pawn back, Sagar bhai, somehow after like?
No, you have, it says like you have to play f6 maybe. I guess
Oh.
just to take.
And if rook a4? And rook e7 maybe. Okay, this is not easy.
Yeah, for sure. This means some pressure on Gukesh still intact. Nodirbek is not going to just give up this game just like that. He's going to put pressure until the very end. And we also have Pragg who's just drunk water here. तो भाई water bottle gambit में क्या सोच रहा है Pragg? Oh, he can draw actually now. Harshit bhai, king g3, check, king here, and it's a draw.
Yeah, so he's thinking whether it makes sense to go to g1 or it's a bit too much.
Right.
But today, if you think about it, besides Gukesh still being under some pressure, I think the other games looked fairly balanced.
Yeah, quite balanced. Also, Harikrishna's game is now heading towards equality. You guessed it right that there was too much pressure on Hari. Uh,
Yeah, and the D pawn is going to fall d7. But I think black can simply just go rook a1 to a7 and capture the pawn on d7. That seems to be fizzling out.
yeah, true. And then this extra pawn versus two bishops will end in a draw. Wei Yi versus Pragg. maybe equal. Gukesh slightly worse. Fedoseev, Sarana completely winning for white. Like Fedoseev can resign here. It's that kind of position.
Yeah. Sagar bhai, let's drink water, both of us. Rehydrate ourselves.
Yes, sir. To all the people in the chat as well, guys, please.
Never a bad idea to drink some water, guys. In school, Sagar bhai, whenever, like the kids, like the teacher felt that something is happening, they're like, guys, time to drink some water.
I have a feeling that today we might see a lot of draws, yeah? All games
Yeah.
draw, maybe.
I think Faustino's and Divya's game might have already ended in a draw because there's just no way that
No,
anyone can.
Faustino is thinking कि भाई कहीं ना कहीं से तो कुछ win मिल जाए. Oh, he took. Divya took. Divya took on 8.
She's trying to win.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, because Rook C6, Rook C6, it was just a draw, right?
Yeah, but okay, I mean, how can you win this position?
I mean, she's saying that the pawn on like the rook on a8 cannot move because rook a6, rook c8 mate. So she's saying that if your rook on a8 is completely stuck to the 8th file, and if I capture the other pawns, maybe some chances.
Yeah, also he can't go knight b6 because of maybe bishop e5.
Exactly.
So
and even if the Indian says it's equal, practically you can't really allow bishop e5.
So maybe rook e8, rook c5, and now knight b6, and then try to get your knight here, and it should be holdable.
Should be a draw, yeah. Yeah.
देखो मितेश पाटिल बोल रहे भाई जब मुझे बोर होता है और जब देखता हूँ चेसबेज इंडिया की स्ट्रीम हो रही है पूरा दिन अच्छा जाता है दिल में फूल खिल जाता है भाई अभी तो आपका रात हो गया है 2 घंटे बचे हैं सिर्फ दिन के पर अच्छा लगा सुन के also
Yes.
Harshit bhai we just I think we're going to upload today some nice videos okay did not upload it ठीक है बाद में there is one nice maybe tomorrow we'll upload of all the Vishy and Gukesh ads from Myntra forward by Myntra.
Oh, that's great.
There were 3 actually people thought only 1 but there are 3.
Oh, so I'm actually eagerly waiting for them to come out.
You have seen the other 2?
I've just seen one, right? I think, right? The one that they published.
Yes. But we have 15 more seconds of 2 more ads.
Oh, wow.
Asink Ajay says, Harshit bro, you should start your own YouTube channel. Bhai.
Yes. I mean, in Wisen House, I'm going to try to record some videos and then it would be great to start posting some on my channel as well.
Harshit bhai has a channel. What is it called, Harshit bhai?
It's, I think
Harshit Raja Chess.
GM Raja 69 is my channel.
Arey bhai. I think you had reached 1000 subscribers also, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, maybe very close. Yeah, it's quite possibly. But yes, I mean, Sagar bhai, in less than 2 weeks, we are going to meet in person in Wisen House.
Yes.
It's going to be so fun.
It will be epic, bhai. I hope that we will be able to sort of do a nice udhar setup कैसा रहेगा पता नहीं but Wisen House is very beautiful place and freestyle chess and it will be very very cool and then maybe in Prague as well you will be there
maybe in Prague as well. So Sagar bhai, hopefully you're preparing some dance moves.
अरे भाई you are going to teach me also for Vidit's wedding you can teach me भाई थोड़ा dance.
Wow. भाई उधर तो भाई सागर भाई I think you can just do your freestyle. Like freestyle chess जैसे your freestyle dance.
I am actually good at freestyle but everyone wants to play classical chess. Like Magnus I'm saying but हो गया मेरा preparation करके dance में. Because as a kid, I danced, like I used to go for dance classes. Really?
I can see it.
I used to, unfortunately, and then I was like, I had become, by the way, Rook C5, rookie at Rook C5 happened in Divya's game. And what had then happened to me was that I had become so good at like someone telling me what to do in dance that at some point I got tired, like just like how Magnus got bored of preparation, I got tired of someone telling me. So I was like कि बस हो गया dance, and then I quit. Like I was at almost winning competitions, like just how Magnus was at the pinnacle. I was
Dancing?
in dancing. We had a group and we used to win prizes and all. And then at some point, I just quit, and like everyone quit basically because everyone realized that this it was long.
Why do I find it hard to believe that you won competitions?
Why this was truth. I also know one song we danced on. It was called Mi Hai Koli Solila Goli La Mumbai Chakinari Amchi Pori Halyan Doli Chal Jau Bazari. Like fourth standard I danced on this Koli dance.
You would definitely not win prizes in singing Sagar.
And so in that group also there were 8 girls and 2 boys only. So 3 girls would become like, they would put on like wig and all and become boys basically, because 5 boys 5 girls like that. So all of that, yeah, that was another lifetime, I feel.
अगर भाई एक बार हो जाए मतलब थोड़ा
That's why
choreography.
I feel like in my inside me a dancer was trained at that.
The beast inside you.
Yes. Oh, by the way, people are saying GM Raja 1K done. अरे भाई
Oh,
भाई
great.
कितने थे
thank
भाई
you, guys.
आपके?
I think maybe 900. I'm not sure actually. I didn't. Yeah, now it's 1K. I can see.
क्या बात है?
Thanks
Let's
a
see.
lot, guys.
Is it called, what is the name of, I mean, I understand it's GM Raja 69, but the name of channel is that?
Yeah, I think so.
भाई हर्षित राजा डाल दो ना, GM हर्षित राजा.
Yeah, GM Harshit Raja. Okay. Yeah, I will change it today.
हाँ, nice.
I can change it, right?
हाँ, change it. आराम से भाई, बाद में कर लो.
Yeah.
But maybe this will bring you more viewers also, because it GM राजा, हाँ चेस का ऑलरेडी डाल दिया है ना आपने, सो चेस का ही है ना चैनल, तो
Yeah.
it will be about chess.
Yeah.
Okay, Harshit bhai, Nodirbek, do you think he's putting some pressure here?
Yeah. He did not capture the pawn on e5, which we were thinking is going to happen. He instead goes rook to d7. So he's keeping like I kind of like this idea of his. He's saying that instead of capturing the pawn on e5, I'm going to keep that as a threat, and I'm just going to reinforce and try to bring my other rook from e2 to a7, similar to what Divya was doing.
Yeah, Faustino Divya game.
Yeah.
Knight c4, if I defend here, then here.
Yeah. If the rook comes on a7, it's going to be tough to defend. But I think that both of us would really. I think in my style, especially, like I really don't like defending these positions.
Yes.
But Gukesh is super tenacious.
I
So
think Gukesh really will sit down and calculate deeply and then hold the draw. I think he will kind of say, okay, I understand I'm under pressure, but let me just be very, very methodical here and find the best moves. That's how he would approach this
Wow.
position.
You're right. By the way, Pragg has declined the draw. He made the move king to g1, saying that I'm not going to make a repetition. I'm going to keep playing. And rook f7, and it seems like this is going to be another long game. That makes you definitely very, very happy.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm very much. In general, I'm very happy when players play.
But
Here, I'm not so sure what he will play for. Like, maybe this is the plan. Like, get the knight to c5. So if he can get like this plan, see b3,
Yeah.
c5.
Yeah.
That would be good. Like sometimes they are just playing for the sake of playing, but here maybe there is still some hope.
Yeah, I mean, like objectively, there might like it the position is very equal, but like you can see some patterns how like the one you explained when the knight is on c5, where white actually has a very, very substantial advantage. To get the knight to c5 requires 4 moves though. So that's a lot of moves
Right.
that you need to get your knight there. And I think that 4 moves should give enough time for black to kind of
Create something somewhere
create
else.
some. Yeah.
True. By the way, guys, just so that you know, and Harshit bhai, we had this help chess fundraising that was happening during this tournament. We raised until now 94,000 rupees in the 5 days.
Wow.
Totally. With all the names, there is an article we have published with all the names. It's the sixth link in the description. And so people, and today also we have had 2 believers on helpchess.org, Praful and Diali Kundu. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah. That's great because I think all of the funds through this go towards the laptops, right, Sagar bhai?
This is for support. Laptops is for memberships on this
Okay.
channel.
Okay.
This is for
Okay.
support. Like for example, today only we decided to support this boy Arjun Erigaisi, who is
Okay.
having 2 IM norms and has 2400 ELO to go to World Juniors,
Wow.
which will happen in February. So if he gets
Uh-huh.
his final IM norm there, he'll become an IM. And
Wow. And where
they
is
were short of funds to play the event, and thanks to you guys, we could sponsor his part of his expenses there.
And
And
it's
that
so
is
exciting for all the supporters to kind of see that journey of his, like they know that they are one of the reasons why he is going to perhaps potentially become an international master now
yes,
and for sure a grandmaster at some point in the
because the
future.
boy is very young actually. He's just
Mm-hmm.
2009 born.
Mm-hmm.
So, and World Juniors this year is happening at Montenegro. So
Oh,
he's going to go there.
wow. I think it's in the Balkan region, right? Next to Serbia and
Yes, exactly.
Mhm.
And Anirudh sends a super chat saying, Sagar bhai, can we have a stream where you collab with new upcoming YouTubers who play and love chess so that they get more motivated to stream more chess? Just a thought. Sure.
Hmm.
Bhai, Harshit bhai bhi hai abhi. We are going to do stuff. So maybe Harshit bhai can also teach if he's also streaming more would be amazing.
Yeah, no, I mean, Sagar bhai, I mean, maybe I can put some content on my channel as well during Wise House. I'm super
अभी तो
excited.
GM Raja 69 has reached 1170 subscribers. So maybe
Wow.
2000 is what people are aiming for. So I guess you
Wow.
are forced now to put there because then
Yes.
subscribers have to ऐसे ही वो wait नहीं करेंगे.
Maybe like the flight, I can start with the flight journey, yeah, coming to House and
Yes,
how
yes,
that will be epic.
it will be epic, bhai. Some mod can put the link. You are a mod, Harshit bhai. If you can put a link in the chat, people will then
Yes.
be able to go faster.
Yeah, sure, sure.
स्टोरी ऑफ इंडिया 69 grandmaster बोल रहे लोग. Maybe that will be nice
Hmm.
to talk
Yeah.
about your story or journey.
I'm always down. I mean, it's now that I am trying to focus more on like um, basically establishing myself as a commentator and someone who can cover events. I'm very, very down to do something.
Amazing. सब बोल रहे हैं I've subscribed क्या बात है. Let's
Arey,
pin
thanks
the
for
comment.
all the love, guys. You guys are the reason which also motivates me to join and commentate in these events. So thanks a lot. And this game, Sagar bhai, I think is probably
Two
also going
bishops,
to
two bishops are like lasers here. The B
lasers.
pawn is like भाई मैं जाऊँ कैसे आगे आगे जाऊंगा direct shoot यहाँ पे. But I feel if there is someone who can grind such positions, it's Harikrishna.
Yeah, no, definitely. He's a pawn up. Look, he is a pawn up, and if he's able to trade both the rooks, he's definitely going to have some winning chances. Um, it does seem, however, that with the rooks on the board, it's very hard to imagine black being worse.
Correct.
Yeah. I think h5 is also a very typical idea in this position. h5, h4, like you know how Abdusattorov played. So again, in this position, we see a similar idea. h5, h4, clamping the pawns
When
on
he'll go
g2
h5,
initially.
I'm pretty sure Hari will go g3, stopping
But
like.
then the h3 pawn is weak because you don't have a light squared bishop. So every move, has several consequences that come along.
True, true. Shankar Reddy says buy laptops in USA. हाँ भाई, लेकिन 10-12 लैपटॉप यूएसए से लाके इंडिया में लाना is not easy. So even though we support youngsters and laptops are better in US, it's difficult to get. We have to buy from India.
Yeah. Pragg is trying to push. What about Gukesh? We didn't take a look at that game. Do we have any moves there?
Oh, भाई थोड़ा बहुत तो स्ट्रेसफुल पोजीशन आ रहा है. Knight e8 played by Gukesh. Takes the pawn. Knight f6. Very cheeky move. Attacking here and here. If you play rook f7, then
Rook e8.
rook e8, attacking this rook, and then attacking this knight, and then this rook is hanging.
Yeah.
So he went rook e7.
Mm-hmm.
भाई अब ये मर रहा है, तो थोड़ा प्रेशर बढ़ रहा है.
No, if you can take the pawn on h5, but then after white takes the pawn on f7, it reminds me of how Divya was playing against Eril Gudez, where she had this structure of g2, f24,
Edis Gurel.
Edis Gurel. And she won. Black had a bishop in that game.
Yeah. This like blocking the rook on the side.
Exactly. No, this is not so easy to defend suddenly because Abdusattorov, I mean, is keeping on the pressure on Gukesh. I thought that at some point Gukesh managed to kind of neutralize the pressure, but maybe I was wrong.
Maybe at this point we thought like Gukesh will go active with knight c4, try to defend, but somehow it feels like Gukesh's move knight e8 was a little passive, and then takes rook knight f6. It's not really. He's not able to now get pawn back. Like knight h5 is not great. Also, where is the counterplay? Like if you have to play rook f8, it's a sad move, right, Harshit bhai?
Sad move. It's sad move. Sometimes you need to make such sad moves, but just to like physically move your rook to f8 is so difficult because you obviously want your rook to be on open files. So I think that that didn't happen.
Oh my god, this game is going to go the distance, Harshit bhai. We cannot. We thought it will be a draw, but it's again heating up, and Gukesh is now in thinking mode. A epic, like anything can happen, I feel.
Interesting.
Harshit bhai is like, bhai इतना excite क्यों हो गए suddenly, Sagar bhai?
I thought that you saw Gukesh or someone और मुझे लगा क्या हो गया भाई?
No, the reason is we have a photographer here, and I'm going to.
That's why you wonder. Oh my god.
तो अच्छा फोटो आएगा थोड़ा ऐसे तो. Leonard bhai is here.
I really thought it was drama on the board.
Oh, for the ones who don't know, he's a fantastic photographer.
Amazing.
He's been around the chess scene for such a long time, and I think definitely one of the best photographers that we have in chess.
Yeah, he's the reason why I have to make my hair blue very soon.
Blue eyes.
By the way, we have a super chat from Praful Meena. Says, just reached 1000 ELO in chess. I can't watch chess lessons due to studies. I just learned all chess by watching you guys. How do I increase my rating? Harshit bhai, any suggestion? Small suggestion. My suggestion is, भाई chess रंगा पे जाके थोड़ा try करो.
No,
solve
it's a
करने
very
को
good
और
idea. Yeah, solve as many puzzles as you can.
Hmm.
You must have seen how many times I try to emphasize about some specific patterns that come in the game. And those kind of patterns can only be developed when you solve a lot of puzzles. And Chess Ranga is a very, very good platform because Sagar also has like an interactive video where he explains why this move is important. So yeah, Chess Ranga is very good. Also look at as many top players games as you can, because for example, whenever you want to play a new sport, you kind of want to see what the best players do. Obviously, it's going to be hard to emulate that in the first few times you play, but as time goes by and as you kind of get a better understanding of the position, you'll improve. But tactics, puzzles, number one.
Hmm. Agreed. That is absolutely right. And this is how you can improve. And right now, Gukesh, 37 minutes on the clock. And Harshit bhai, I'll just go to the washroom and come. Any game particular you would like to have, like, keep on? Like, should I put it on screen? I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, can we maybe just check Divya's game? We didn't check Divya's game just to see if there is some things going on here.
Right.
But okay, this game seems like it should be
So maybe
heading.
you want to see Pragg or
Yeah,
Vincent.
Pragg.
Maybe Vincent Anish. We have just
Yeah, actually, Vincent Anish. Let's see.
maybe
Okay.
this position. If you can explain, I'll just be
Yeah,
back.
sure. Guys, firstly, एक बार सागर भाई OP हो जाए. I mean, the way he is trying to keep himself here despite being very tired. I mean, guys, Sagar OP ek bar, because like he's really is pushing himself to the maximum so that he can provide amazing content and coverage for you. So Sagar OP, guys, once. I mean, he's really inspired me as well. So superb to see him doing this. Coming back to the game, to this position, I think White has a nice knight on g3, putting pressure on the h5 pawn. And the bishop on g6 is kind of good in this position, but pawn h5 pair, so it's kind of like, at this point stuck towards defending it. So it feels that this game, maybe Vincent thinks he has some chances, but we know that Anish is super solid. So I feel this game around equal, but still 40 minutes each left. So I think anything can happen in this game. Yeah, anything can happen in this game, but right now it seems like the position is around equal. But look at how, like whenever I look at a chess player's eyes, like whenever they're playing, there is like maybe their face doesn't give a lot of emotions, but like just in their eyes, you can see how there's so much curiosity. Like they really want to find the best move. And here we can see Vincent sitting down by himself on the board, trying to somehow find some idea where he can put Anish under some pressure. Let's see. Divya's game, by the way, guys, is probably going to end in a draw. And just to quickly summarize, Vaishali drew today. Leon Mendonca drew against Max Warmerdam. And Arjun Erigaisi, who was 1 out of 5 playing against Fabiano Caruana, made a quick draw in 15-20 minutes against Caruana with the white pieces. I think that he is not feeling well. I heard someone from ChessBase mentioning that Arjun's health is not the best, so maybe he's trying to save some energy for the second half of the event. I hope he gets well soon. Pragg, as always, likes to push. He's somehow like slight advantage, no problem. I'm going to try to push it towards the win. 10,000 of you guys watching. We are going to reach a very critical moment in Gukesh's game, because we thought that game is going to end in a draw, but actually Gukesh is under some pressure here. and Vincent is just stretching, trying to, somehow re-energize himself to find this move because it's late. It's late in Wijk Aan Zee, and they are playing for already 3-4 hours, and they still need to play for a few more hours. So need all the energy to find the best moves.
Harshit bhai.
Hello, Sagar bhai, you're back.
Yes, what was the position like here? What's your reading of the situation? Do you think Vincent has any realistic chances? Or
I think Vincent is trying to find some. Look at his face. Do you see he's reacting a bit? He's like, how can I find some chances? Because it seems like I have a very good control over the dark squares, but somehow I'm not able to break through. So the position seems to be good for white, but actually Anish has everything under control.
so maybe draw is the most likely result. We have a result, by the way.
Alexey Sarana
Beat Fedoseev, and that was, I think, a very crazy game, which turned at one moment where, for example, I think it was, but I guess Fedoseev took too many risks overall. Like the position is fine for him as black, and suddenly, he got pushed back totally.
I mean, the style of Fedoseev is so aggressive, and like he always wants to go in for a complete massacre on the board,
Yeah.
and sometimes leads to good results. But of course, as we saw in this game, it can also sometimes backfire. But he's still having a great event. He beat Arjun and Fabi,
True.
both in this event. So he's still in a good spot in this event.
Yeah. And Sarana, great spot. Yeah, 5 draws, 1 win. Just being bulletproof here.
Yeah.
No one able to touch him. But really, I would say, Harshit bhai, then the most interesting game now is Abdusattorov Gukesh. Because in a way, rest of the games look very equalish. Perhaps Pragg will get some chance in Wei Yi. But for now, it looks tough. But here Gukesh is under pressure and he is worse against Nodirbek.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. He is struggling. Sagar, what are you drinking there?
Infused iced tea, green tea.
Arre, wow.
Yeah. Just it says low in calories something. But
Arre.
but I am just making sure that I have the energy now to go for another 2-3 hours. But Arshit bhai, what about your shifting to Portland? How is
I
that
have
going?
packed everything. Look, it's completely empty now. I have packed everything. I've put everything out, and I'm just waiting for the people to come and collect it.
Did you do it with that company that
Yes,
Shashangwa had said?
lugless actually.
Oh, you
Uh,
used it.
I used lugless, and they're going to come today to pick up all my stuff.
Wow. Don't you have any last minute goodbyes to say to anyone in the college?
I do. I've actually met my coach yesterday,
Christian.
Christian Kirilla, who is also who has the C Squared podcast, and he has been a great mentor for me for the last 4 years. And I got very emotional when I like was bidding him.
Did you cry?
I
Oh,
kind of cried a bit because
really?
I mean I've been with him for 4.5 years, like a long period in my life. All of my friends and everyone, like it's been like a lot of
Wow.
memories that I've had here,
Wow.
and I'm sure we'll still be in good, like we'll still be obviously a part of a family, but it still is difficult to leave a place you've been in for an extended period of time.
Agreed. But this is amazing. The change is tough, but change is always important.
Yeah, as I mean, it's easy to say that change is the only permanent thing, but of course, it's very hard. I mean, very
I mean,
hard
most
to
of the things it's
recognize.
good, Harshit bhai. Some things are permanent in life, but
Mhm.
some.
अरे सागर भाई कहाँ से कहाँ.
Yeah. By the way, I can't believe right now, while we were talking, just in last 16 minutes, we have had 6 believers. Tushar
Wow.
Kumar Jaiswal contributing 300, Adarsh Nair 501, Guru contributed 6,000, Hardik M 500, Prashant Ravi Kiran 1116, and Prachi Parsule 5001. Wow, it's incredible, guys. Incredible. Thank you so much for your support.
Yes. And we also have 2532 8 to 9 subscribers. Maybe in the next few days we are about to reach 2550.
25, हाँ भाई, मेरे को तो 26 लाख का एम था ये टूर्नामेंट में, बट
अरे
आई
होगा ना
थिंक
सागर भाई।
20 अभी वाइजन हाउस तक रखते हैं, ये टूर्नामेंट थोड़ा स्लो चल रहा है. 25 2600 इज थोड़ा टफ है, बट वी कैन डू बाय वाइजन
Yes.
हाउस.
Rook b4 played. And
Ooh, man, guys, let's look at Nodirbek Abdusattorov on the full screen. Look at him, guys. Look at him. भाई, बंदा थकता है कि नहीं? Just not tired at all.
yeah, he knows that he needs to maintain that same level of energy throughout the 6-7 hours of this game if he wants to beat Gukesh. But look at Gukesh. He's super focused, trying to meditate and find the energy within him to save this tough position. It's not going to be easy because Abdusattorov is one of the best endgame players in the world.
Exactly. You know, when Pragnananda reached 2700,
Mhm.
he actually said that one of the players who inspired him to continue grinding equal games is Nodirbek.
Yeah.
By the way, I saw a very interesting line. Harshit, I just want to share. Rook
Yeah.
A2. And if you take rook takes E4, rook A8 check, king F7, and now white to play and win, guys. What do you do
Wow.
here?
Very nice line, Sagar bhai. It seems like that tea has some magic ingredient in it, huh? जगा दिया भाई सागर भाई आपको. Exactly. Udayan Joshi, Neha Gupta, Neerav Vishal, Balaji, Parth Agrawal, Shreyas Bhowmik, knight to f7, sacrifice the rook on e7, but rook to h8 is going to be checkmate. So white is completely winning.
Sundar. Ati Sundar. Amazing. This is beautiful. Actually, this rook A2 move is going to put Gukesh to ultimate test. It's the best move here. And if Nodirbek plays this, then its engines are showing plus 1.2 advantage.
No, it's not easy. It's not easy. I can feel the pressure on black's pieces after the move rook to a2. I'm also feeling another pressure. So just few minutes and I'll just use the washroom and come.
दोस्तों रुक before on the board. Harshit bhai, feeling lot of pressures in life. Guys, this is fuse tea. Already we discussed. Okay. भाई रुके टू खेल लेगा नॉदिरबेक would be great move for Nodirbek, but not so great move for Gukesh, because there is another option to take this pawn on f7. This is a free pawn, but I believe Gukesh has an idea, which is king f8. Attack the rook. Now the rook cannot go here, knight will hang, so you have to move the rook somewhere on the a file, I mean 7th rank, rook a7. And now rook takes e4. This I believe Gukesh has calculated. But I'm not so sure if Gukesh has figured out what to do for rook here. Because if he has to play a move like rook c8 here to come back to stop this, maybe he's looked at this. Now e4 is hanging. If I go rook a7, rook e4 now. I can't take on f7. Rook take rook e5. Take king h8, and it's safe. No problem. Okay, understood. So then it means that here rook c8. तो rook c8 वापस आने से you can't come here because this, so you have to play f3, and when f3 is played suddenly this king looks weak on g1, and then you take here attacking this pawn, king g2, and it still feels like here attack आ रहा है, ये knight इधर रुक घुस रहा है, ठीक नहीं लग रहा है कुछ दोस्तों. Let's have a look at Wei Yi versus Pragg. Wei Yi has just made his move. भाई प्रज्ञानंदा भी crazy grinder है. He loves to grind position. So look at that. Moving rook इधर, pawn फिर push किया, फिर rook उधर गया. भाई ऐसे move कैसे सोचा यार उसने? king e7. अब my move for Pragnananda now, guys. Oh, wait, careful. He wants to trade rooks. So if I am not careful and if I play g3, he might do this, and then this is a draw. Although Harshit Bhai had mentioned that these endgames are a little tricky because the king will come here. I guess let's say knight c2, king d5. I want king e3. Yeah, it's not. King is coming here also. Yeah, maybe not so good. Not so good. This doesn't work. So maybe Pragg cannot really play g3. Yeah, he has to move his rook away. Maybe he'll play rook b8. अरे हर्षित भाई आ गए. हर्षित भाई अरे ये क्या हैंग हो गए कि क्या? भाई हर्षित भाई हैंग हो गए कि क्या हो गए? अरे हो ना भाई हर्षित भाई?
I'm here.
काफी देख के थोड़ा डर लग गया भाई आपको. ऐसे बैठे थे आप अकेले, उधर सब पैक कर दिया है. So when is your flight, Harshit bhai, to Portland?
I'm going this Sunday. In 2 days.
So got it. हर्षित भाई नाइस प्रैंक लोग बोल रहे हैं. भाई हर्षित भाई आपका चैनल पे 2000 लोग ने लाइक कर दिया ऐसे लग रहा है. सब्सक्राइब.
Wow.
नहीं 1.59 गाइस, 1.69 हो जाए दोस्तों.
अरे
16 हर्षित, इट इज GM Raja 69 चैनल है, तो वी कैन हैव इट्स पिन्ड मैसेज.
So Pragg is still fighting, yeah? It's for some sort of so Pragg is trying to find some sort of an advantage against Wei Yi, and Gukesh is somehow trying to defend against Abdusattorov's advantage. But it seems like Abdusattorov actually has a big advantage.
हाँ भाई, Abdusattorov also has lot of time on the clock, like 43 minutes, तो एकदम आराम से खेलेंगे. तो हर्षित भाई यू आर, मतलब आपके ऊपर है, यू डिसाइड आज का आपका स्केड्यूल.
अरे I've gotten a nice
अरे
power.
मतलब आज लॉन्ग आप यू आर गोइंग टू बी हियर.
I'm here.
अरे
I'm here with you, Sagar bhai.
थैंक यू भाई. Oh, why? Faustino Oro. Pawn up against Divya. But I think draw ho jayega ye.
Yeah, but the thing is, like Sagar, by these kind of positions, like we always assume that they will end in a draw, but sometimes practically now they are not easy to defend. I've always like for example, the king is cut. Like like there's some small reasons which actually make it very difficult to defend.
Agreed. So we have to see if what will happen here. If Divya manages to hold on or not. But yeah, more chances of her holding. Someone has said, bhai, bread look में हर्षित भाई is looking good. भाई bread look क्या रहता है?
Beard maybe.
अच्छा beard. अच्छा bread look मुझे लगा कुछ.
Bread look तो मतलब सागर भाई मुझे भी पता नहीं.
Maybe like the bread यहाँ पे आपने जो beard किया. Maybe it's some Gen Z term you don't know like.
Maybe even I also don't know.
Exactly. So, oh, Nodirbek played. He didn't play Rook A2 ki kya? I think he didn't play.
No, that's G4.
भाई G4 को suddenly engine is giving भूत पड़
What?
नहीं कुछ तो गड़बड़ है भाई दया
There's the engine found G4 to be stronger after
कुछ तो
Abdusattorov
गड़बड़ है
played.
भाई कोई
भाई,
strong engine यूज कर सकते हैं अपन आपके
भाई,
कंप्यूटर में है
Abdusattorov
क्या
fish-
कोई strong engine
Yeah, I'll put it on my computer.
हाँ क्योंकि ये वाला मुझे लगता है ऊपर नीचे कर रहा है
Yeah, I'll just put it on my computer. So
Rook E4 Rook E4 Knight E4 अच्छा ये same problem check and then mate
I'll just give me 1 second. I'm putting the engine on my.
So G4 Kaushik says G4 is stronger than Rook A2. Crazy, bhai. Crazy.
I mean, if that is true, that is just insane.
Gukesh now, भाई ये क्या ही मूव किया है G4 में मेनली जो ये पॉन मर रहा था कोई लाइंस में that is not falling and now Gukesh can't take here he can't I think he can't even go G6 his king feels like
No,
दोस्तों
not
ये
easy.
देखो ये पॉन की वजह से कितना प्रेशर आ रहा है लाइक एंड Nodirbek would have played H5 like a long time ago भाई कल Nodirbek का कैलकुलेशन देखा आपने
Insane. Unbelievable. The way he brought up his king in the center of the
we
board.
were analyzing that line actually if you remember I think you were there at that point
Yes, I was there.
we were analyzing Queen A2 but he saw Rook A4 that line
Yeah, and if you haven't seen that interview, would highly recommend everyone to see how deep a super grandmaster thinks. And Sagar bhai, I am looking with the best engine, and guess what? The best move in this position is indeed pawn to G4.
crazy was Rook A2 second best
Actually, second best by far. I mean, King G2 and G4 are by far the best moves.
wow
So that's the conclusion of the super
and what is the evaluation given by the strong engine
0.9 approximately.
0.9 okay so still not lost for Gukesh
Yeah.
and his next move is not easy actually his next move he can't take any way on E4 because then there is a check and there is a mating attack he can't come to F8 because Rook F7 goes with a check
Yep.
what is the move he has Rook C5 maybe Rook C8
So after G4, the best move for black, I mean, he has a few moves and all of them are, I mean, Rook C5 is one of the best moves.
Rook C5 but it doesn't solve anything because I go F3
No, I mean, this is a very tough position to play with black. Very
Then I
tough
go
position to
this
play
way.
with black. And I think honestly, this is not looking that good for Gukesh anymore.
If he holds, I would say chances of Nodirbek winning here are like 70% chances.
Definitely higher than like the chances of him winning are definitely higher than Gukesh saving it.
Yeah.
So yeah, he has a Herculean task ahead of him to defend this position.
Yeah, let's have Anish Giri ka bhi, we can have the bar here so that people can. Oh, we have another believer, Tejas Shetty, who's contributed 2,500. Thank you so much, Tejas bhai.
Wow. And
And
actually some interesting developments in Pragg's game as well, actually.
really, Pragg gets up from his chair, yeah, like ekdam he's gotten up.
Do you remember we were talking about this G4 move? It happened in Abdusattorov's game, but guess what? It has also happened in Pragg's game.
But you know what I'm thinking here, Harshit bhai? Maybe I'm
Yes.
wrong actually. But Rook F8? Oh,
I was always mentioning that exchanging the rooks is going to be amazing for white because the bishop on b7 is a very bad bishop compared to the knight on e3 because of the pawn on e4. He is making a move. He has made a move. Rook. Or what did he play? Bishop c6.
C6.
Trying to go bishop e8 perhaps. Just I don't know where is he trying to do. Or bishop, yeah. But maybe just so ideally, I would love to play g5, knight g4, knight f6. Ideally.
Hmm.
The
What if
question
Rook
is if that's
C8?
time. King
And if you do
d7.
this, then I can give it check. And but you know what, Harshit bhai, it's also a tempo game. Because king goes on
Oh.
f8, it was a win. But like now, it seems like even black can play for a win here.
Because it's all about black putting his king to e5. No. King to e5 was also super nice instead of h6. King f6, king e5. And king d4 might come and suddenly black's king is super active.
So king g2. Okay, I'm just checking here. 6, king e g3 also. King f6 is possible because of this g5 resource.
G5 check. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So Pragg cannot really trade rooks just like that. It's because the king goes to f8 and white king is able to come to f4 is why it works.
Oh, and it seems like Harikrishna's game, he's sacrificing another pawn.
Hari or
Yeah, Hari.
Jordan?
Oh, he did not take the pawn on b2. He went king f7 instead. So he was sacrificing the pawn on b2, but I guess the point was rook b2. He had some crazy knight d5 stuff prepared. Because rook d2, there's rook f6, and both bishops are hanging. Yeah.
Harikrishna really unleashing the tactics, but Jordan being very careful.
Jordan being careful, and I think now that he has spotted this tactic bishop e6, very nicely pointed out, is going to peter out into a draw. Knight b6 maybe there. And bishop c5, bishop e3 seems to be a sequence that
And this one, I feel Hari should have all the reason to try, no? This position.
not sure because the rook is tied on a6 and bishop f5, knight d5, bishop e6 might actually be a repetition.
Yeah, but something like this, maybe.
Yeah. Actually, yes, I actually missed because knight d6 check is coming. You're right. I didn't see that. This might be annoying.
So maybe there is some hope for Hari, but it's all three games of Indians looking very, very much on the brink of a draw and victory or loss for them. And Anish also, as we just saw, not so sure, like, because There's one move here that white has, which is to push pawn to c4, which
Oh,
imbalances the play a bit.
I think he has to go for it because he was looking for this opportunity to kind of change the structure of the position. And maybe he has gotten that opportunity with this move c4 because, of course, you cannot take the pawn on c4 because the e4 bishop is hanging. Yeah. Sagar, by giving yourself a nice facial massage.
I'm just seeing like कि भाई यहाँ पे लग रहा है all players are massaging the position so beautifully. I think it could very well be we might get more decisive games. We thought all four will
Played
end
rook
in draw.
c5. He
Sorry?
played rook c5.
Who?
Gukesh, the move that was the best move recommended by engines has been played by Gukesh.
Okay. I'm not particularly thrilled yet because f3 तो खेलेगा ही Nodirbek. He'll play f3.
For king g2 is also a move.
King g2 also possible. I
So,
guess king g2 you can go rook bb5 attack here. But also
interesting.
to f3 maybe rook bb5. But now
No,
knight takes
just move the rook.
rook a7. And yeah, this is all protected.
Yeah, no, 2 pawns down is like, this is already completely
So
losing.
f3 makes a lot of sense actually.
Yeah. And 18 minutes for Gukesh. So actually, also his time is going to play an important factor in this game.
Yeah.
Abdusattorov is just making sure that he doesn't have any other ideas. Divya's game, what's happening? Just around equal, yeah?
Yeah, same thing here. She has managed to somehow regroup her pieces. And of course, she's under pressure. This cannot be denied because she's a pawn down.
Look at how fast he's playing. Faustino is 1 hour on his clock.
Wow. And Divya actually in second time control has gone down to 16 minutes.
No, I'm telling you, this is not going to be easy to defend.
So Faustino might push her down to like 5 minutes and then maybe some mistake can happen.
Yeah, I mean,
But-
for example, I see this idea of rook b3 check. You cannot
Played
go to
it.
bishop e3, of course, because knight d5 is coming.
खेल
So
दिया भाई उसने.
king g2, and now knight h5. Trying to, so what's my goal? My goal is that, let's say, for example, I don't know, bishop e5 if you go, I will go king to f5. Sacrificing the pawn on g7 because if you take,
Rook g3.
rook g3 check. And if you go rook a5, then I somehow wanted to go, like somehow I was trying to get my king on g4, but right now it's not possible because you have this rook a4 check again. But yeah, this is the kind of ideas that black is going to try and implement.
Yeah. This is I mean there are many draws here guys, but you know that when the time starts to run low it becomes difficult. We hope that Divya manages to keep her calm and hold this to a draw. Meanwhile Pragg has just made a move and he has played the move rook h8.
He first played rook c8
Rook
and
c8.
after king d7 he then played rook h8.
Oh, this happened. King g2, king d6. Okay. Pragg is grinding.
Pragg is grinding, and I mean, there is no reason to think that this game is going to end in a draw.
Correct.
It's still a lot to fight for because strategically speaking, white definitely has some dreams, whereas for black, it's hard to even think what he exactly wants to achieve.
True. Black is a little passive, but
What happened in Nodirbek game? Why is it showing such a big advantage? 1.7 or it's just okay. Maybe the engine bar is
you mean here below in our
yes,
yeah,
it shows 1.7.
but it's a little bit weak engine perhaps there, or maybe it's the strongest engine, which is saying like the Sessi one.
Oh, let
Can
me
we
check.
look there? $1.8K subs for Harshit Bhai, guys. Or 200 jan smash that subscribe button on the pinned comment,
Thanks
and
a lot,
we'll
guys.
get to 2000, and then Harshit Bhai will make content in House and even before, perhaps, to
Yes.
share with you a few things of his life and his chess journey to help budding. आप भी फिर ऐसे बोल सकते हो, budding GMs, future GMs, ऐसे करके.
Hello, future GMs and future WGMs. Rook C5 and okay, Abdusattorov here is trying to find the best way to maximize the pressure on Gukesh. And I think
What
today
is Sese
Gukesh
saying, भाई?
Sese is showing a different game.
अच्छा, उधर अपन डाल नहीं सकते ना?
I don't think Sese. Yeah, he's not showing the game of. I think they usually focus on Norwegian players, so they're showing Christiansen's
क्रिस्टियानसन
game.
सिंदारोव.
Exactly.
कहाँ पे चल रहा है ये?
Bundesliga maybe. But I mean, even with 44 depth on Stockfish 16, F3 is the best move, and it's 0.9 for white.
Okay.
And
Can
C4.
you explain to our chat what does 44 depth mean?
Yes. So 44 depth basically means that from this position, F3 played.
Crazy guy.
Yeah. So just to explain my thought process was that what 44 depth means is that the engine has calculated 44 moves ahead from this position, and as well 44, like hundreds and hundreds of several variations in that 44 moves, and came to the conclusion that the best move after thinking a grand total of 44 moves, the best move for white is to play F3.
So
Abdusattorov
44,
is like,
44 ply, right? And it is 22 moves.
yes.
So ply is a half a move. So 44 is like, it has seen 44 half moves, which means 22 moves ahead it has seen. So that is quite a lot of depth, because you know every move there are branches. So by looking so deep, but if let's say a resource is there after 22 moves, then that evaluation will be incorrect. That's why we say ki if the depth is instead of 44, 70, that means it's seen 35 moves ahead.
Yeah.
By the way, you reached 2K subscribers, Harshit
Wow.
Bhai. Let's go.
Thanks a lot, guys. That's great. Yeah, I mean, keep an eye out for some content coming out very, very soon. I'm going to go to House and also Prague. So I'm definitely going to put out a lot of educational chess stuff and also some stuff in my day-to-day life. So very excited to do that.
Let's go. Let's go. Badhiya. F3 played here by Nodirbek, Abdusattorov. And Gukesh has to make his next move. Oh, Gukesh is down to 16 minutes only, bhai. It's
Yeah,
not like
it's
he
not
has a lot of
easy.
time.
Yeah, no, this is not easy.
Pranjal Sahai says it's going to be my favorite channel, bhai. Already.
A lot.
King F8. Oh my god, he's giving up a pawn. King Rook F7. भाई ये ब्लंडर हो गया, ये ब्लंडर हो गया. गुकेश से मार दिया. देखो अब्दुसत्तरोव रेडी. Gone. Game gone. 93. 93 is missed or what by Gukesh? Guys, look at this. Now the knight is hanging and the rook is also hanging. So if Nodirbek plays something like this, then his position is
Even
still
this
good.
is very good.
But it's okay for Gukesh. But the move that is really shocking here is knight back and forking the two rooks. एंड इसके बाद आप ये मारोगे तो मैं एक रुक को ही तो मार दूंगा, नाइट या ये. सो यू गो चेक किंग G2 and rook C3 attacking this and this now, and now you take
Rook A2 now, okay.
rook A2 threatening a mate. King
What a-
f8, trying to block with the knight. Rook g6. It's all very concrete.
Very
Knight
hard to understand.
d7, rook h6, and with 4 pawns against a knight, I don't think Gukesh will be able to hold this.
Yes, but it's a very difficult sequence of moves. So
But why?
let's
It's
see.
kind of forcing, right? In a way.
True, the knight is hanging on e5 now, so he has to perhaps take the pawn on g7, or first knight d3 is more accurate. So he has to find knight d3 now. Very important for Abdusattorov to find knight d3, but that's going to put Gukesh in a lot of trouble, guys.
If
Oof.
if Nodirbek wins today, he will be like the sole leader, because Pragg is also struggling to win against Wei Yi. It might be very likely to be a draw there, but
And
who
Divya,
knows?
what's happening in Divya's game?
Divya.
Some trouble. Because Rook F2 check.
Faustino has fully focused himself. Yeah, he's now turning on the pressure. Like we left it here. We thought that it's fine, but check, king back, knight g4 played, rook check, king h5, bishop d6, check, king f3, and now maybe there is rook f2 check, king e4, and maybe
E4 and
slowly,
G5.
yeah, slowly starting here.
Starting to roll the pawns. Yeah, I mean, it's still a drawn position, but it's more difficult than before. And Abdusattorov has made a move. I think we should stick to that game.
Yeah.
He found knight d3 on the
Check
board.
bhi ho
Rook
gaya.
check,
Check
king
king
g2 also on
g2,
the board.
and now rook c3, yeah?
Yeah, he played it. So rook g7 is also forced. So I think this position that we were discussing has
Kind of forced. Or you kind of repeat knight e5 here, rook c5,
but
knight
no reason
d3.
for
Yeah,
him
there
to
is
do
no
that.
for progress there. So yeah, rook g7 has to be taken.
Yeah. Oof. This is looking very, very difficult for Gukesh now. Rook takes g7, rook takes d3, and rook a2. The variation that we looked at might happen on the board. Yeah, rook c2 or rook a2,
Maybe
both.
even this move here.
And just to pick up the pawn, yeah. Yeah, I mean, in general, white should obviously be doing very well because he has 4 pawns. That's a lot of pawns.
But you know, Harshit bhai, I do get this feeling that there is some hope for Gukesh even. Oh, he goes 95. He's trying to maybe repeat once this position.
Hmm.
Or
95.
or maybe he goes for this idea like rook takes f6. I don't know.
GS. Not really, yeah.
No, this
No.
maybe not that great, yeah, this position.
Yeah. So he has to basically go for rook c5, knight d3, rook c3, and then rook g7, right? That's the only way, right? Or is there any other way, Sagar bhai?
Rook c5 is there, but there's also rook b5. Maybe Gukesh will be considering which rook to attack the knight with. Because if he goes rook b5, now you can no longer go back and attack anything.
So I have to take on g7.
Yeah. Take, rook takes.
And
But
rook
now
a2.
again rook a2, threatening a mate. And this position we have to play out and see. King f8, rook g6. I was just wondering, like, if you get this kind of...
So
Maybe,
instead of knight, yeah.
maybe this is like drawish, yeah?
Yeah, some drawing chances here, for example.
Guys, there is still fight, but it's looking risky now.
Because he only has 16 minutes.
Yeah, 16 minutes left for Gukesh, and time runs like this. We saw it in Divya game. She's already like down to her last 14 minutes there.
It's rook b5.
Rook b5, which is also fine.
But okay,
Because-
now rook g7 will... So that means that rook g7, rook e5, rook e2 is going to be seen now, basically.
So Harshit bhai saying rook g7, rook e5, and rook a2.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's
Is
see
there
what.
anything better? Is there anything better
No,
for?
this is a kind of forcing line, it seems.
Hmm. So he plays it, Rook G7. Abdusattorov,
He
Rook takes
takes the knight. And I think even Gukesh understands that his position is very difficult.
Definitely. I mean, White has a clear path forward. He has 4 pawns and potentially is going to get 4 pawns once he captures the h6 pawn. And the pawn on h5 is very close to queening. Rook a2 played as well. Oh my God. Look at the accuracy with which he is playing.
मैं तो अब्दुसत्तरोव से डर रहा हूँ भाई 8 और 9 के बाद. Dangerous guy, it calculates like a machine. Also, he has been smiling a lot more, Harshit bhai, in his interviews and all. He looks more relaxed these days.
Maybe he found someone like the knight on d6.
It's just good form, yeah. He's in good form. And he said, like in Wijk Aan Zee, he really enjoys, Harshit bhai.
So important to enjoy chess.
Yeah, it's like
Without any pressure.
memories. Good. This is what people were saying. Like when I was talking to Erwin yesterday, I was like, Magnus Carlsen was at some point coming for a long period to Wijk Aan Zee. Look at Gukesh, by the way. He's so worried, guys. Look at.
Yeah. He's not happy with his position, and for a reason. I mean, the two rooks are completely boxing Black's king on f8 right now. The h6 pawn is also very vulnerable. Gukesh feeling the heat of the position and also on the clock. Yeah, there we have the analysis board as well. Rook a2, rook a8 check on the mind of Abdusattorov right now. So king f8 must be found by Gukesh.
That's a brutal mate. So king f8, rook g6. And here is where I feel, Arshit bhai, there is a chance with knight e4. Because this is where, if you give a check, I'm ready to jump back.
But
No,
there
now
is
I
rook
can go
e2.
king f6. Yes, rook
There is rook
e2
e2.
is the crazy move here.
The point is that after rook c4 and the mass exchange on e4, the variation ends with white playing the move king to f3 and white is winning. Attacking the rook, supporting the pawn on g4 and threatening to take the pawn on h6
Then
with
two
two
pawns
connected
is
pawns.
winning. So
It's
Gukesh
not
about to make his move here. Very important moment. I think king f8 is kind of forced. I don't see him doing anything else here.
Yeah.
Kaushik
Yes.
asks a question he's been asking since a long time. Harshit bhai, maybe we should address it in a
Yes.
bit.
Yeah.
He says like before king f8, was there some, like we'll check Kaushik in a bit, but right now king f8.
Yeah, rook g6 seems very, very natural and obvious. So rook g6, king f7, if you play, instead of taking the pawn on e4, how is that?
But king f7 check also, right?
Rook e7, yeah, 4 pawns is
And
too
then
much.
you
Right?
take, and then with one rook it will be just even tougher, I believe. Like I think you need two rooks to create counterplay, something. So if let's say for example king f7 check here, this will be impossible to even create some play.
Yeah,
The
to defend,
pawns
yeah.
will just roll. But with two rooks, perhaps you may create some hope of mating attack or something perpetual.
After the position that you stored after rook h6, it kind of reminds me of a blitz game between Yasser Seravan and Levon Aronian.
In that St. Louis where they were playing.
They were playing a blitz game, and I'm pretty sure that it is online on YouTube somewhere. It's very similar position.
By the way, Rook G6 is on the board now, and you can see Faustino looking at this game. So Gukesh in trouble, also Divya in trouble. Both of them having tough positions, and I think good or bad, Harshit bhai, knight e4 has to be played.
But that's lost.
It's like hoping that Nodirbek takes here, and then we can try to hold a draw here, which is very much possible.
Yeah,
But
but
as
I
you
think
rightly pointed out, rook e2. And I try to find some tactics here. No, कुछ तो रहेगा. I was thinking rook f3, king f3, knight g5,
Oh, wow.
then king f2, knight h3,
And
king
rook e2
f1,
knight
rook e2, king e2, knight f4.
insane.
I don't know if it works. It must be
It
some
works. But
take.
seems like after knight g5, rook takes g5 perhaps is
No,
winning
rook
or what?
g5, rook g5, draw.
Oh, yeah. So
So
king f.
king f2, knight h3. Oh, very important move. King g3 wins somehow.
Yeah, I mean, once there is the rook on g6,
Insane, yeah, because this doesn't work, Harshit bhai.
yeah, because you just take and knight f4.
Check
Yeah,
and
this is
take.
the draw. Yeah, but with 35 minutes on the clock, it's not difficult to find these lines.
Yeah.
Especially for someone of Abdusattorov's caliber who calculates insanely well.
Agreed.
So actually, Gukesh, for the first time, looks like is going to actually have no chances of winning and most likely going to go down against Abdusattorov.
First loss after becoming world champion, maybe.
Perhaps it's not done yet. I
Not
mean,
done.
we've
Not
seen
done.
Gukesh in this position a lot.
But you
So
know,
it's
like this Nodirbek is so strong. Like he just doesn't feel. It doesn't feel like he'll go wrong. That's the thing about Nodirbek. When maybe you see some games he doesn't play that to that level. But when once in a game he has played good moves, he just continues.
Mhm.
So take.
Yeah, take rook e2 as we saw. 12 minutes for Gukesh, by the way. His clock is also ticking. So
Yeah.
it's not like he has forever to kind of find the best defense. What about Divya? Why is her advantage?
I was wondering rook g5, Harshit bhai.
And if rook e4?
Rook e4, rook g6, hg6, king here. That's a draw, I think.
No way.
Or
Really?
rook here. No? Like,
Okay, yeah, that is a draw. Yeah, rook g6, hg6, rook c6. Yes. That's a
and
draw.
then this is a draw, 2 versus 1.
Mhm.
But he would take here instead of rook e4, rook takes h6, and then we have to save our knight, knight c5, and then play this position, 3 pawns versus piece. And while this looks losing, there might be some hope here.
Yeah, definitely. I actually like this rook g5 idea. I think that's the best practical try. Excuse me. So rook g5, I think so far is what I like the most after knight e4, rook e2. 11
meanwhile,
minutes.
we have a result here. Harikrishna and Jordan
Have drawn the game.
draw. Yeah, okay, that's a draw. Good game by Jordan, I must say.
Yeah, he was down 2 pawns, but he was always super active. Activity.
And Pragg is still pressing here. He's brought his king up. Pragg game will go on for another hour or so, guys. Vincent versus Anish. Also looking equalish here. And so we go to now Gukesh, Abdusattorov, Rook G6. Gukesh thinking, should we quickly look at Divya's game? 1 second. Divya, Faustino. Divya's just...
blundered. Divya blundered.
Kabhi, abhi ya?
Yes, she just played bishop d6, which is a big blunder. She's losing now. Knight e3 and knight f5. It's game over. Or knight... there is...
Or knight f6 check.
Knight f6 and rook e6. It's over.
Knight f6 check. And whatever does, rook e6. Just pin this. And there is no way to get out of the pin without some trades.
Going to be a tough result to swallow for Divya, who had a draw in her hands. Who had a draw in her hands.
But also goes to show how tricky Faustino is, yeah?
Yes, but in that moment, I think practically, why did she not repeat with rook c6, rook a6?
True. Maybe she felt there was some hope to win.
Yeah, but now I think she's, yeah,
Yeah, the
with
objectivity perhaps sometimes you lose, and it has
he
happened to me
found it. He
many
found
times.
it. Can we just look at her reaction? Can we just stick to that for a few moments as I see Divya just got super upset when Faustino played knight f6. She realizes that she has missed this move. Rook to e6 is coming next, and no way to prevent the exchange of rooks at least, and then the king is going to come to g4, capture the g3 pawn, and black is going to win. Oof. Knight takes e4 played, by the way, by Gukesh. So maybe we should quickly jump there. Knight takes e4 played.
And
Rook to
now
e2.
Nodirbek has to find rook e2. He's almost like, he's in that zone. Okay,
Yeah, I think.
he knows the move.
Mm-hmm.
It is for sure that Nodirbek calculating. He's calculating, guys. He's not looking elsewhere. He's just confirming his calculations in his head.
Yeah. I'm sure he has seen the move. There is no doubt about it. There is no doubt that he has seen the move rook e2. That is the only winning move. So he has to play it, by the way. No other move.
Because if you take the knight, rook e4.
And now, yeah, this is a draw.
This is draw. Because if you take here, I take here. So
Rook e2. But if he finds rook e2, it's game over. White
well,
is complete.
just maybe Gukesh does this rook g5 business. No, we came to that. Rook g5, rook h6, knight c5. Like this one, play with a piece against three pawns, and then try and hope that you can hold this somehow.
Hold. Yeah, it's, with such an advanced pawn, rook c6 probably is a very powerful move here.
Right. Looks tough. Looks tough for sure.
Very tough. And I think the focus with which Abdusattorov is playing makes it harder to believe that Gukesh is going to save this.
Yeah. Unlikely.
Yeah, Harikrishna's game has been a draw, as we just talked about. He's taking his time, true sign of an experienced top player. He knows rook e2 is the best
By
move,
the
but he's
way,
just making sure.
Faustino and Divya, there was a moment where he played knight f6, king c6,
Not for rook e6.
and now rook c2. I think he spotted the win here as well.
But rook e6 was completely winning, no?
Yeah, rook e6 is winning because next move he'll go rook knight e4 and just exchange everything.
Yeah. Okay, but rook c2 check also seems to be winning.
King b5.
And knight e4 perhaps.
Actually, the best move is knight e8 somehow because of this threat.
That's a classy move.
And
Wow.
wins. Just cut the king
Okay.
off and then now
King
win
is
this
complete.
and
this is
then win the Lucina kind of position.
not, it's just too far away, I think. You
Yeah.
were just, yeah.
Okay, coming back to the game of Gukesh and Nodirbek here.
Yeah. Rook e2 is the winning move, which is going to mean that Gukesh gets his first loss after becoming a world champion. He was
Harshit bhai,
before, but
कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई. एक move, 2-3 moves we should wait because firstly he has to find rook e2. Then
yeah, true. I mean,
converting that knight versus 3 pawns. Yeah, it's lost, but maybe.
maybe some chance, huh, Sagar, but you want there to be some masala.
Not masala, but I mean, for me as a player, I'm not really 100% sure if we should assess this as totally lost. Like maybe the engine
True.
says totally lost, but
True,
I'm not 100% sure.
I agree with that. Yeah. The problem is rook c6 and h6 is coming very quickly though.
Yeah,
Oh
rooks.
my God, look at an insane line I found. Can you, so rook c6, let's say, I don't know, just waiting
Knight
move. Let's,
a4. Trading.
okay, I just wanted to show a line actually.
Sure.
Okay, let's say rooks. Yeah, sure, knight a4 is fine. Rook c3, knight c3. Let's say rook, like just to illustrate a line, rook e1. Yeah, just to show something, knight a4, let's say, h6, knight c5, and now white to play. Incredible idea. White to play here, guys.
Let's see. If we get even 20 people answering this, we will know that the chat is strong.
Yeah, this is a super nice
We have
idea.
13,000 people, so we are expecting just 0.0.
And while thinking that Sagar Bhai has
0.1%, I think.
Did anyone find it?
भाई पूरा
Wow,
chat ही
many
भर गया है
people.
भाई
Oh
पूरा
my
chat.
God.
It's not even 120. I think 100, more than 100 people have found it.
Oh my God. Guys, rook to e8 check for everyone who have found. Well done.
Yeah,
Taking the king away from the h pawn, and after h7, there's no way to stop the h pawn from queening. So very well done, yeah. Rook to e8 was not an easy move.
well done, guys. Proud of you. Proud of all of you. The way you guys have grown as players, all of you. Because here you can't use the engine to find.
Mm-hmm. Abdusattorov is utilizing his time so well. He knows that he is winning, but he's just like, why should I hurry? I have 30 minutes.
इस बार मुझे
Everyone,
लगता है कि वाइकान से अब्दुसत्तरोव might win, ना? The way he's playing.
yeah, I mean, the way he's playing for sure. Oh my God, this Oro Faustino.
One?
Yes, found 98.
Crazy guy. All crazy guys in this tournament. Finding moves like this. Just ऐसे ही पता है, and he found this in like 1 minute.
The whole sequence, yeah?
Yeah, 1 minute में ढूंढ लिया.
Insane. And Divya knows that she's completely lost.
In the chat is like, this kid is good. When chat accepts someone as good, the guy is good.
Incredible. So Divya is actually going to lose after a very, very complex fight. She's actually going to go down against the talented Faustino.
Yeah.
He played rook e2 and rook g5. Both moves.
Instant, huh? Gukesh was
Instantaneous.
ready with his move. So rook e2, of course, found by Nodirbek, who is finding all the best moves, and Gukesh finding the best practical try in the position.
Yeah. And now, I don't know if rook h6 is very easy.
It is, because if you go rook g5 high, then knight g5, and now this is
True. Method of elimination is going to
also this
force
rook e4, which you said, rook e4, rook g6 take, and rook c6.
The draw, yeah.
So I think he will find this, no?
Yeah, I mean, by method of elimination, he has to. No other move.
Lichi says Nodirbek looks like he has calculated his next game as well. Actually, from this game, it does feel like Nodirbek will be a very, very strong contender for this year's candidate spot, and then
For
next
sure.
year's candidates. This.
I mean, there is a very strong culture of chess growing in Uzbekistan after they won the Olympiad in Chennai in 2022. Abdusattorov was one of the key factors in their team that led them to the championship. And since he's only grown as a player, and here playing against the world champion Gukesh is showing an excellent fighting character. And I think that if he continues to play accurately for a few more moves, he is going to win. Few more moves.
मार
He's
दिया.
took.
मार दिया.
insane. और knight c5 अभी खेलना ही पड़ेगा ना गुकेश को.
Or there is some king g7 business you can do.
G7 business is also possible. सागर भाई with the Gujarati business तो चालू ज रहो जो है.
कौन सा business? Business.
King G7 just rook B6 or something now, I think.
Okay, let's play a bit. Like Harshit bhai, you try to win as white. ठीक है? Knight c5. We'll see how easy it is.
Okay, rook C6 was my idea.
Yeah, that's a good
initially.
move. Knight a4. I think trading rooks is bad for you, so you have
So
to
rook
keep
F6 check.
check king g7.
And by the way, Divya just lost.
Yeah,
You
Divya
can
lost.
see on the results. Faustino has won. And now we will rook A6.
Okay, this was a hard loss for Divya for sure. Because she was almost on the verge of winning it at some point.
Maybe not winning, but I mean, yeah. Oh,
I
yes,
mean
yes,
that
yes,
knight
yes.
c6 one.
True. Yeah, so tough loss for her.
But also a great win for Faustino. The youngster is showing that he is here to score some points to get his first
I don't know,
GM
maybe you
now.
can get Faustino if he's around.
I guess he might have left
Hmm.
because already 15 minutes and Divya left, so I think he had no reason. Maybe he was doing interview. I'll check.
Yeah.
I'll put the live board position so that.
Rook H6, and now Gukesh is thinking it would be so nice to get the young Faustino with us. We had him with us, I think, 3 days back, and he was kind of explaining his win over Irina Bulgama. Super nice and talented kid who just beat Divya with the black pieces right now. 14,000 of you guys watching. Gukesh is losing right now against Abdusattorov Nodirbek. 7 minutes on his clock. 3 pawns for white against a piece, but the pawn on h5 is super advanced, and the black king is also a little weak on f8. So look at Gukesh, he looks a little worried. 7 minutes. Abdusattorov isn't leaving his focus at all. Super focused. He knows that against Gukesh, he needs to be super accurate until the end. So he's not letting his focus slip away. Wow. Knight c5 played. Just about to play. Yes, Knight c5 played. So the variation we were looking at with Sagar is actually all happening on the board. Abdusattorov for sure knows that the moment is in his control right now. If he finds a few more moves and is able to promote the H pawn, he is going to win the game. He just needs to avoid some sort of a knight sacrifice where black is able to simplify into a rook endgame, which will give him some drawing chances. But right now, rook to c6 or rook to f6 check, both moves seem to be very, very strong. Abdusattorov does have 26 minutes though, so he is going to take his time to find the most accurate way to continue. Divya lost. Yes, guys, Divya lost her game against Faustino. That was a tough loss for her, but still just halfway in the event. Half event se bhi thoda kam. 13 rounds hai, and this is only the 6th round, so a long way to go for all the players. If they have a strong second half, they can very, very well have a very good event. But I'm very curious about this. He plays rook c6. He plays rook c6. Key move.
Nice. Strongest move, yeah.
Yeah, strongest
And
move.
guys, we will have Faustino joining us. He is
Wow.
there in the building. So, oh,
He's here?
yes, he's here. Hello, Faustino. How are you?
Fine.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Maybe I'll give you these headphones. Harshit is also there. He's a grandmaster and he's commentating along with us.
Yeah.
and we were following your game and also Gukesh's game against Nodirbek. So before we go to your game, your feelings about this position, does black have any chance, you think, here? Or
Maybe if we trade rooks, maybe. If we do here and takes, maybe some chance. Yeah, it's equal, but
how did you realize so quickly that trading of rooks is good for black?
well, because the rooks like can push with the pawns, without the rooks, the pawns like no, no push.
So with two rooks there is also mating attack, but with
Yeah.
one rook that won't happen. Wow,
So light position.
insane. Yeah, Harshit bhai.
Yeah.
This is my position, no? So, well, knight a4, maybe rook a6, no? And rook a7, and
So you think white has
yeah,
like black has very little chance?
yeah, very, very little. Because with the rooks, black rooks are not coordinated, and, well, it's losing.
Okay,
And first,
so
also
maybe
in
we'll
your
yeah,
game,
okay, that's
you had a very similar position, like some sort of an end game. Did you think that in the beginning, actually, can we go to that game very quickly,
Okay,
or we should stay here, Sagar bhai?
okay.
Um,
Maybe
so
here,
in
no?
no, can we go in the beginning? Because when she played this move, knight to c6, what was your reaction?
Nah. Lander, knight c6. Now, rook d8 and rook c8. Careful. No, I blunder here because takes c4 and well, I lose everything. So, well, I keep fighting anyway.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there was some
97 was.
rook e c1 was a good
Yeah,
move.
here,
Did you see it?
Yeah, I see it.
Here there is a
Saw it.
crazy move.
Okay, can
Yeah.
you find it first in you? White to play.
Yeah. I believe knight c4, no? It's
You
winning.
saw it.
Knight take.
No, it's not right now, but
Right
I think queen
Okay, knight
c2.
c4, knight c4.
Yeah, rook c4 and rook c6, bishop c1, no?
Yes.
Too strong, man.
And the queen is yeah, and takes, and I lose a piece, no? So, well, she landed here. Here is equal, but well, this pawn is strong, but then in the end it was weak. So, well, queen here. I like bishop e5 here, no? Check here. Take,
And-
take.
Yes, equal.
Yeah, this is equal. Like, this pawn is weak, and this passer, if we trade these pawns, is a draw, no?
Right.
So, well, so here, and queen takes. Now I have pawn up. Obviously, some compensation, but it's a pawn up. So here, e4, try to, well, open the position. Well, queen b2. Yeah, now if here, and losing.
She was quite I think she wanted that sacrifice, yeah.
Yeah, checking h3, I am losing, and if take, and I am losing, no? So, no possible to take here, and, well, I played queen c6 to defend the knight. Now I threatening takes, if she takes, obviously. So, rook a1, and now h6, because she's threatening here, and mate. Almost, and now she blundered here. No, now I blundered. No, I saw here, for some reason.
You felt this is strong.
Yeah, but I don't see here, and I completely
you-
win.
And queen h5.
No, I saw here, and I am, well, I am here, but it's some compensation, no? Or take, incluso. So, I feel maybe some compensation there, but obviously
So you
not.
played this entire sequence check and
Yeah, anyway, I don't see queen h3 because, well, I was expecting here, and then I want to play here and here, or, well, try to take the pawn, no? Or take the bishop. Yeah, here. Luckily, I have knight d3, and I attacking the queen,
You
it
saw this
checks.
or no?
No, I don't saw queen h3, but but this attacking the queen anyway. And well, rook d7, knight b2, rook a6. Now here.
Yeah, so actually, what do you think? Like in this position, if rook 8, rook c6, you were just going to repeat? Or...
Yeah, obviously, not more. He's attacking here.
Yeah.
If here, and well,
Just draw, yeah?
Draw.
yeah, here. I mean, not.
Yeah.
So when she did not repeat, were you happy? Or
Maybe, yeah, obviously, I am happy because, well, in this endgame, I can lose and I have some chances to win.
you
no?
can't lose, true.
Yeah, because,
So it was maybe not a good decision by her, right?
yeah, maybe not was the best decision, no?
Mhm.
Here. Well, here is good. And now
And
we,
¿qué piensas? ¿Piensas que establas o que tienes chances para ganar?
I have some chances to win, but a little.
Hmm.
Maybe 80% draw and 20 black,
20%.
maybe. But, well,
But-
check. Wait a second. Well, here. Try to, well, check and
Mhm.
like here. So there, if trade and f5 should
Draw.
be drawn, yeah? So here, bishop e3, knight f8, rook b5, rook f1, trying to, well, here or something.
What about after rook f1? What about rook f5?
Yeah, rook f5, now should be drawn, yeah.
I mean, because that's like, if I am playing white, I just want to exchange the rook somehow, yeah?
Yeah, I
Rook
don't know why she didn't do this, but maybe she doesn't see it, doesn't saw it. But well, here, but well, maybe knight, something. She waits, knight here, maybe some here. Yeah, if here, king e2, nothing happens, so rook here, check. And well, now I progress a little bit. Like before, I have rook on g6, a knight on b6. Now I have a king on g6 here.
Some improvement, yeah.
Yes, I improved the position. So check here, bishop d6, and here. She starts complicating himself. Like,
position. Yeah.
this is a blunder.
King
Here.
c1 was better.
Yeah, I expect here, but here it's not easy to think that's a great move because, well,
Mhm.
you're cut here and, well, some here, the king enters, not easy.
Yes.
But, well, she played here, checked here, and she starts to, like, with the king, I don't know what. Maybe king f3 was
Yeah.
that's why, and she needs to start to walk the king. Well, now c5, knight c4, and this starts to be tricky for white. So here, well, knight c4, defending the pawn, and now she blundered here. See, yeah.
Yes.
Bishop d6 allows this, I believe.
Did you see this knight e8 before or?
No, I was expecting king b6
Mhm.
to don't allow, but anyway, I am winning
You
here.
should be winning. King
And-
b6, knight e4, and king g4.
Yeah, I don't know how because, well, here's some nothing anyway because check, no. So here check in h3 should be winning, but
Yeah.
king b6 is better than king b5, no, because 98 and if she move the bishop, knight c7 takes, and,
Winning rook endgame.
and if c4, that's Lucena obviously, no. So well, nice win and well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
First, 2 wins for you, and I think slowly you are feeling like
Yeah.
comfortable, right, in this
Yeah.
tournament?
Yeah, now, well, not the best start, but it's not too bad.
Are you enjoying?
yeah.
Good, great, and thank you for coming here after such a long game, and we wish you good luck. Harshit bhai, do you have any questions?
No, I mean, we'll just congrats and just take some rest because we are playing again tomorrow. So just take some rest and good luck for the next 6
Thank you.
We enjoy following your game, so all the best.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Faustino.
Thank you.
Guys, the youngest I am in the world, Faustino Oro, just beat Divya Deshmukh right now and played some very, like, I was stunned the moment he showed this variation, yeah? First thing he comes and he shows this.
Yeah.
If rooks are
What
traded,
happened
I
in the
mean,
game?
I understand that, okay, this is something that a player of his level will understand, but like within like 5 seconds,
Yeah, he immediately said it.
crazy guy.
So after rook c6, knight a4, he's still thinking, right?
Yeah, we didn't miss much, guys. So also it was wonderful, guys. What do you think about Faustino? We have so many people in the chat. 13,000 of them. Do you enjoy Faustino's? Did you? And people are like, we love him. अरे यार हर्षित भाई स्पेनिश में बोलना था उसके साथ.
I tried a bit, but I think he just wanted to, like, I just asked, but I think
Oh, you tried, huh?
yeah.
Silcom says he's my new favorite.
Yeah, actually I haven't interacted with him before joining on before he joined us, and he seems
Fun.
he has such positive energy.
He has
I
he
really
has that vibe, no? Like he can do commentary also, like that kind of.
definitely, and I would watch it myself.
By the way, guys, he has a channel, I believe, YouTube channel, and he streams often some tournaments. So very, very, very positive energy from the kid.
Definitely.
Guys, moves happened, huh? What? Maybe moves are not updated, kya bhai?
Not yet, I think.
Oh, he's about to play. हाँ थोड़े moves हो गए भाई.
Let's see what's happened.
Rook a6 happened, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Knight c5.
Rook a8 check, yeah.
Rook a8 check. King f7. Rook a7. King f6. I think this is what is on the board. And now he
Rook
played Rook e7. Gukesh is back if this is the live board.
e7 or e8?
Can you check on chess.com? Maybe we'll find the moves there. By the way, Pragg drew, yeah?
Pragg drew.
Yeah, Pragg drew, guys. So
e8.
no, but can you go through the moves after knight a4?
Yeah.
Move 55. Knight a4.
Knight a4, rook a6. Knight c5, rook a8, king f7, rook a7, king f6, rook e8, knight e6.
Rook e8.
Yes, knight e6.
But now Gukesh is almost drawn, guys. This is equal.
What?
Yeah.
He blundered.
Insane. Insane save.
I think it kind of feels like every single game mate kind of feels कि ऐसा मतलब he wants us to think like today I'm in trouble, but he's again managing to save. यार क्या चल रहा है?
एक minute. Why? What happened, Harshit bhai? So king f7, and now the winning move according to the engines is h6. But okay, check is fine. King f6, and rook e8 turns into a huge mistake because h6 is still winning for white. But he
plays
goes
h6
here,
now.
and now he plays one move later, h6. How does that change everything? Because now Gukesh has only one move to draw, Harshit bhai. Oh,
Plays rook.
he blunders, yeah? Or he finds it. Rook e5 is on the board, bhai. He plays it. Only
best
move.
move.
Only move to draw. And the thing is, after h7,
There's knight f4.
अरे ये मर रहा है भाई.
Oh, and if king g3, there's rook takes f3, big blunder.
नहीं, rook takes f3, हाँ, correct. Rook takes f3, king f3, knight d4
Knight d4.
check and taking this with a draw. Oh
Oh
my
my
god. Gukesh escapes. भाई Gukesh escape करने वाला है.
I think Gukesh's last name should be Houdini. Houdini like escapes.
Look at Nodirbek getting a bit tense there. You can see there. You can feel it.
No, for sure. He definitely did not see this idea. He's going to be so mad at himself if he doesn't win this position. He put himself in that spot where he could convert that advantage, but suddenly after rook e5, black is back in the game. He could have played h6 a few moves earlier, but now it seems like black is back in the game. Gukesh is sipping his water now, realizes that he's back in the game.
Huge. This one mistake by Nodirbek was all that it took, and Harshit bhai, practical chances were there.
Practical chances were there, definitely. I mean, the human element came at some point. Abdusattorov could not be accurate until the end. He just was a few moves away, but uh, Gukesh just needs one chance, and now I think the game is going to be a draw.
भाई अभी भी जरा देख लो. Is there some practical difficulties? Let's I be very sure because it's not so simple, no?
I mean, what does yeah, Abdusattorov is visibly a bit flustered, I think, by the last few moves.
Just trying to get the game, guys. Maybe from Chesscom we will be able to get.
Will Gukesh lose this year?
अरे ईयर पे ही आ गया डायरेक्ट भाई. थोड़ा ज्यादा.
I mean, the way he's defending these worst positions is simply insane. Simply insane. "12 minutes for Abdusattorov. 16,000 of you people watching. Gukesh was much worse. He has turned the game towards the draw now. Look at the laser focus. He has only 4 minutes, but if he manages to somehow come out of this crazy pawns that white has on h6, he's somehow able to trick white with some checks or some perpetual. That's going to be huge.
Yeah. I think it will also, help not just Gukesh, also Pragg, because Pragg is leading the tournament right now. But yeah, so it's a big game. It's a big encounter.
Especially because Gukesh is playing with the black pieces. So that's going to mean that tomorrow he's going to come back to play with the white pieces and he's going to push a lot with the white pieces.
Yeah, well, we have this now, guys, till the timer. So here you can see everything with the times on the clock and everything here.
Yes.
14 minutes for Abdusattorov, 5 minutes for Gukesh. Harshit bhai, I can't believe because we were looking at Gukesh losing for like hours, almost,
Yes.
almost couple of hours, and suddenly it changed in like 1 minute.
It kind of reminds me of that game of Anish, where Anish was completely better against Gukesh, but suddenly his tenacity rewarded him with a full point. Here, it's rewarding him with a draw. He keeps on finding resources. And Rook a6 played.
Yeah, Rook a6 is on the
Nodirbek
board.
still trying to put some pressure.
Because this pawn is just 2 steps away from queening.
Yes. Oof. What to do now? 4.5 minutes for Gukesh.
Yeah.
This is going to be super nerve-wracking because he still needs to be a bit accurate. Still some ideas connected with h7 and rook takes e6. So he still needs to be a bit accurate in order to save this game.
Rook check.
King f7 is also a decent move. Trying to get rid of that pin of the rook on a6 and the knight on e6.
Yeah, king f7 looks great. And then knight f4 check
Or
is the idea.
threat is again reinforced. But he's down to 4 minutes, so he's definitely feeling some pressure. But and look, he's like, what to do? I know that I'm fine here, but now
He's looking at the clock from the side of his eyes.
yes,
I think
no,
because of course we know that it's a draw, but Gukesh might not even know, right? He might still be under pressure, and Nodirbek would also be feeling he's still winning. So the
I'm sure if
dynamics are still like, you know.
yes, it's possible that Gukesh thinks that he's still lost. That he needs to believe in his position and he needs to somehow find the resources. Because if he thinks that his position is losing, it's going to be very difficult to find the best moves.
Yeah, look at
Chess is
Gukesh.
very psychological.
The side he keeps on looking at the clock with the side of his eye. Dekho?
He's nervous.
That is sometimes not good, because then you are all the time like calculating clock में क्या time है, calculating clock में क्या time है.
Definitely. Oof, 2.5 minutes almost for Gukesh. Guys, definitely under pressure. He needs to find rook c2 check, and rook e2 check is also a draw, I think, but still needs to be accurate. Sagar bhai, are you also feeling the heat of the rook c2 check?
So very stressed out right now. He made a move.
Rook c2.
Check. Good move. भाई एक अच्छा मूव करते रहो, बस one move at a time.
If king g3, rook okay, but this should be easy draw now actually, because rook e2 is coming and there is no way.
भाई आप भाई इतना कॉन्फिडेंस दिखा रहे हो, कुछ भी हो सकता है भाई.
No, after rook e2, Sagar bhai, black is threatening to mate. So I mean, white has to be careful now, because rook g2 and rook h3 mate हो रहा है.
So actually now take g5 check, king f5, rook takes,
King takes and f4, and this is a theoretical draw with the pawns on f4, g5.
and maybe Gukesh has some chances here.
Perhaps, but I think this
It's a draw.
Yeah.
So rook c2, maybe he can go king f1. Is that a possibility?
Do you think that you want to put your king on the last rank? It's not easy to do it.
Yeah, but I mean, in a way, this rook is tied to the e file because the
But I
knight
can
is.
anyways always go rook e2, no? Like
No, I can give a check. No?
Yeah, I can just give checks.
Check
Yeah, you
and
can just give checks.
check, and then the moment you come up, I go here.
Yeah, no, Gukesh is completely out of the fire now.
So
You
you
have to
think
agree with
actually he
me.
was trying to win or what? He was thinking if there any move that wins.
No, probably yeah, but I mean, you agree as well, right? Gukesh is completely
Yeah,
out
now
of the
I think after this variation that we analyzed, I think he looks fine.
yeah. And I think there was a move. No, not yet. Not yet.
Nodirbek spots it, yeah. Nodirbek spots it. In fact, I see like you will understand from the body language when these players they have a poker face, but
Mhm.
somehow they get a little fidgety. They are not as calm. That is the difference. Maybe not the expression, but the movement, the way they are constantly moving, looking here and there. That is the measure whether they are feeling confident or not.
Yeah. No moves yet, right?
Not yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think look at Abdusattorov. He's looking away. He recognizes that he has missed the opportunity. And now that Rook C2 check has been played, the game is going to steer towards the draw. He was in total control of the car, but suddenly something happened, and the road has taken him towards the draw now. One miss, and Gukesh is not going to need more chances. He just needs one chance to come back in the game, and suddenly he has found this perpetual now with Rook C2 and Rook C1. And Abdusattorov is very, very angry at himself. He knows this is a draw. Wow, what a roller coaster of a game we've had, Sagar bhai.
Super roller coaster until now. And I think Nodirbek is just looking if there is any chance left for him to hold. This also reminds a little bit of these games between these two players. They have always been very high quality until a point, and then someone under that pressure of conversion is faltering. Like
Yeah.
Gukesh did that before. Now
No,
Nodirbek is doing that.
This just goes to show how difficult it is to beat
win.
top players.
Also
Even
to win a winning position.
yes, even the likes of Abdusattorov, who's one of the best technical players, faltered and allowed Black to come back in the game. And now he's just like trying to think. Look, he's shaking his head like, how did I allow this?
Yeah.
कैसे ये गेम मैं जीता नहीं और गुकेश ने बचा लिया? It's a mystery.
Maybe at some point he might shake his head also.
I mean, just look at his expression. I mean, it's clear he's not thinking about the current position, but thinking about what went wrong.
Yeah, very likely. Very likely.
Yeah, he's shaking. Look, you see a small nod of disapproval and disappointment. It's tough. It's tough to
yeah, it's like you build a winning position for last 5 hours and in then just 5 minutes it's gone.
Yeah, it's like nurturing a tree or a plant for months and months, and finally that the flower blossoms or the fruit comes out, you're not able to eat, enjoy it.
Right. In fact, not just you can't enjoy it, someone else enjoys it.
He played
King F1 on the board. Not with happiness.
Which means that, check, instantly played. These guys are King F2 played. And the way he played King F2,
draw incoming, guys. Draw incoming.
Repetition. Rook C2 check played here by Gukesh, and Abdusattorov is thinking, but yes, he knows that he's slipped in his calculation somewhere, and that allowed Black to come back in the game because he was completely winning. But chess is a very, very difficult game, Sagar bhai.
Yeah, very tough. These final minutes. I mean, of course, Gukesh's save is brilliant and all, but one definitely feels for Abdusattorov the way he played this entire game. Just outstanding quality. But yeah, in the end, it just goes away, yeah. And also Gukesh, like super resourceful till the very end, Harshit bhai. Just not giving up.
Rook C2. He cannot go to G3 because it's too risky. He doesn't really want to take risks now. So I'm expecting Abdusattorov to just repeat now because playing on in this, I mean, you don't want to burn the bridges at some point, right? Because we saw what happened in Divya's game. Even though King G3 might be equal, you just don't want to enter positions once the momentum of the game is shifting. Momentum is super important in sports, not just in chess. And right now, the momentum is with Gukesh. So I feel that King F1 and King F2 is going to be the continuation from here, and I think Gukesh knows it as well that this game is going to end in a draw.
Yeah.
He seems relaxed.
There is a question in the chat that how does Gukesh get lucky so often? I believe it's not just luck. He tries to find resources. And I think it's important not to give up till the end. Like mentally, he doesn't give up. That's very important.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, he knows it. He's just looking around.
Gukesh also
I
looking
think,
for a bottle of water.
yeah, I think they are. I think Abdusattorov is
दोनों
trying.
both are having a drink with each other. Now हो गया game हो गया है दोस्तों. Now just it's about acceptance. Both have to accept कि वह draw है.
Exactly. They just need to. I think Abdusattorov is trying to come to reality to accept that हाँ मुझे draw करना पड़ेगा. Yeah, he's disappointed, Sagar bhai. He is disappointed. He played such a fantastic game, yeah. What a game he played.
Yeah.
And in the end, he just made one inaccuracy and Gukesh got back in the game. He's like, where did I go wrong, yeah? Everything was going so smoothly. Suddenly something happened and it's a draw. I don't know where I went wrong. So,
Yeah, all these
very, very,
expressions are like all about. I mean, what goes through the mind is like generally, as you said, Harshit bhai, they think about where we went wrong. What was the moment I could have improved upon?
Mhm.
And all of these thoughts. And I think Gukesh will be very happy today because he had no chance in this game. Like right from the opening till this point, he was outplayed. And I also thought the opening play by Nodirbek was just outstanding.
Yes, and look in the audience, we see the guy with the green sweater. He's like, I mean, he's also tired, but at the same time, he wants to see these players play
Of course,
because
he
it's
also wants to go out and meet them after it's done.
true.
Oh, there is someone sitting down on the floor. Did you see that?
Yes,
Yeah.
he just
King
plays King F.
F1 played. And guys, now Gukesh can repeat Rook C1 check.
Just making sure if there's nothing else, and yeah, Rook C1 check, King F2, and Rook C2, and we are about to see handshake.
I think he's about to call the arbiter,
The
but
look in the eyes and
handshake.
handshake. The draw has happened. What a save. What a fighting game by Abdusattorov. But in the end, Gukesh has managed to defend an incredibly difficult position. He has every right to be happy about this game. And Abdusattorov definitely going to look back and think, yaar, I was so close yet
Yeah.
so far.
I agree.
Yeah, Abdusattorov immediately leaves. He knows he
No,
slipped.
no discussion. And Gukesh touches the board
Yeah.
and gets his score sheet. No expression on
Unbelievable.
Gukesh's face also. Like, oh, save ho gaya game. वगैरह.
I'm sure he's happy. He's very, very good at controlling his emotion. I'm sure he's happy. What a guy. What a guy. He sat there for 5-6 hours, but still very, very calm and patient. A great result drawing with the black pieces. The world champion still hasn't lost any game.
Nice.
Um,
6 games into after becoming world champion.
Incredible. Oof. What a day this was, Sagar bhai.
Harshit
What a
bhai,
day.
you chose to stay back on a good day, and I think you were the lucky reason today. You stayed back
Yeah.
and things worked out in Gukesh's
Things worked
favor.
out. Somehow he managed to trick and save from a very, very difficult position. Sagar bhai, you also stayed. It was incredible to see that you pulled yourself even though you were very tired. Incredible to
No,
see that.
I enjoyed this, Harshit bhai. And by the way, today we had a huge number of draws. 6 draws in challengers, 6 draws in masters. Sorry, maybe 5 draws in challengers. But like huge. Today was a very peaceful day in a way, but this Gukesh draw versus Nodirbek was not peaceful.
I don't think we can. Yes, exactly. I was going to say we can't really call this game peaceful. We had so much drama in this game, but I guess it's fitting that after all that drama and all this, that there was a peaceful result.
Yeah.
Incredible, Sagar bhai. I will take your leave and come back tomorrow for another exciting day. What a crazy day! Maybe you can just sum it up after I go, but it was super fun. to commentate with you, and
मजा आ गया भाई.
great play by Guki, and yes, Sagar bhai. See you.
See you, Harshit bhai. Thank you so much for staying back. Because of you, we could enjoy. We had 16,000 people at the
Wow.
end watching this as Gukesh saved the day. Thank you, and I'll see you
Of
soon.
course.
And please, your final few days in the university, please take care.
Yes, definitely, Sagar bhai. See you.
Bye.
See you.
See you. Guys, these are how the standings look after this game. It was just for the people who are joining in. It was a game where I thought Gukesh had lost all hope, especially with the way in which Nodirbek was playing in the last few days. It felt like he wouldn't go wrong. But then again, this just goes to show that you should never ever lose hope. Should always look for opportunities. And Gukesh's games make us remind of that fact every single day. In your life or on the chessboard, if you are in a tough situation, look for opportunities, look for options, and there will be there some way to get out, because I had lost hope today. And these are the standings. Abdusattorov still the leader, so not much damage for him, but Pragnananda is also there with him at the top. Gukesh now becoming at the sole second position. Alexey Sarana is on 3.5 points. We have Fedoseev at 3.5 and Hari on 3.5. These are all joint third position. Wei Yi, Caruana and Keymer at 3. That's 50% score. Anish after one loss has made 5 draws, 2.5. Jordan at 2. Max Warmerdam at 2. Arjun Erigaisi at 1.5 and Leon Mendonca at 1.5. So Arjun today making a quick draw, couldn't really score today because he was also, I think he took a good decision to just take it a bit slow. And what can we expect tomorrow? That's the big question on everyone's mind, because after such a day, a lot will depend on what are the pairings for tomorrow. And guys, these are the pairings. We have Max Warmerdam versus Arjun Erigaisi, Wei Yi versus Leon Mendonca, Pragg takes on Jordan Van Forest, Gukesh versus Hari will be a very, very interesting game because Gukesh will take on his second. Anish Giri will take on Abdusattorov. So Anish will try to hold Abdusattorov. Let's see how he does there. Fedoseev will play against Vincent Keymer. Caruana versus Alexey Sarana. And yeah, very important, guys, to be respectful to everyone in the chat. And today Anish's game was pretty slow, and he managed to draw this game. And this is how, let's see if we have also challengers section updated, or there are still, I think there are still some games going on in the challengers, a couple of games perhaps. So that's the reason why maybe, no, I think, yeah, maybe Edis Gurel versus Aiden. Yeah. But anyway, guys, कैसा लगा आज का? Sagar, can you analyze? Yeah, this plan after what you were saying, I just have to understand. So you are saying, can you explain the plan was good after Rook B3, King G2? So somewhere here. Here maybe, where exactly? I don't know. Can we look at Pragg's game? We saw Pragg's game. It was very, very much steady. I don't think Gukesh and Nodirbek will play again. But I think they both are perfect candidates for a death match, you know, the way they play. Someday. Oh, Harshit Bhai's 2000 subs are done. Thank you guys for doing that. It's in the pinned message in case anyone wants to subscribe to his channel. He has promised he will put out more content. So that is wonderful. Masta, maza aaya. After F3, Rook B2. You are saying after F3, instead of king f8, if you went rook b3, king g2, and now king f8, it is much better than directly going king f8. Yeah, it's a good point actually, because now knight d3 is not there, which earlier was a fantastic point. So now this, we might reach something similar to the game, rook a2, knight e4, but now there's a mate. Oh, sorry, king f8. I have to start with king f8. King f8, rook g6, knight e4, and maybe now rook e2, rook g5. Isn't it the same position? I think it's the same position. Just that there is no rook on c4 now. It's rook on b3. So maybe some more chances to hold. This rook was on c3, no, in this line, or so you had to play rook c5. Nice. Good point. Good point, Kaushik bhai. Thank you. Good one. Good one. Guys, Gukesh will come maybe after the event. I don't think he will come to our studio. This is something that always happens at events. We try to give him the space during events. He does his official interviews that he has to do as a part of his appearance with the. So you will find them on Tata Steel Chess channel with Fiona, and he also does the press conferences whenever he plays FIDE events. But I think we enjoy whenever Gukesh comes, so we will wait for it either now or after the event, whenever. हिंदी चेस बेस इंडिया क्या बचाया सागर भाई गुकेश ने. गाइस, Niklesh bhai is commentating live every day on Hindi. So if you want to follow Hindi commentary, please do go there. With lot of excitement, he does his work, and he's lot of beautiful content and explanations that are there. So Hindi ChessBase India, you can go and check out to follow this live commentary. Yeah, today I won't have the burger. I'm just thinking of going to the Italian restaurant and ordering a pasta tonight for myself. Pragg drew, guys. Pragg drew. Amruta, hope you are doing well. Amruta working really hard on Chesspa Meets Gookie. This book, we want to make it available to you very soon. For that, she loves commentating, by the way, but she took time off and she's working on, I can show you some of the things that she's been working on. It's been a lot of hard work. And actually the cover is now ready. She just sent it to me right now. So let me just show you. It's not the final one. There will be many more updates, and I'm sure Amruta may like or not like, but I'm going to share it with you regardless. This is the cover she's been working on. Chesspa Meets the Golden Boy. And just to show you how much effort goes into making of this book, like the faces that are being created, the illustrations, to just make sure that everything represents what happened in his life. There are few pages dedicated to his actual photos that are there. So for example, this is how Gukesh looked when he was some 8 years old or 9 years old, and just to make sure that he represents the same way, we took a lot of time, effort, and this is one of the pictures, and a lot of different faces are being created. So it takes a lot of time, effort, and energy to make such a book. Ketki has been at it for months now. So what will come to you at the end of hopefully 2-3 days will be a very good product. And you can see like this is how it is done. Just one more picture, last one, to build his faces based on his age. Like when he was 10, these faces, 11, this, 12, this, 13, this. So all of this was being taken care of in the book very deeply. So pairings I showed for yesterday. I think if anyone wants to see it again, I can show it. Main, I would say Gukesh Hari, Pragg Jordan Van Forest, and Anish Giri Nodirbek. These I would call the main ones for tomorrow from the leading pack. And thank you, Lala Tao, for your message. And yes, Tula Purkar says, thank you for bringing in Daniel King. Yes, I enjoyed it a lot with him. I think we'll try and get someone tomorrow as well. One guest. I'll ask someone, maybe if I can ask Vidit Bhai, if he can join for a few minutes, that would be really cool. Having Vidit here. I think today Magnus also joined in the Chess 24 stream. So that's how I just went to get a drink and I saw Magnus was there. And Binoy Jose says, wonderful presentation. Keep up the good work. Yes, I'll go back now and get ready. Any updates on candidates documentary? I think they finished a lot, like 90-95%, and were saying that in March, April, May they will release. Oh, Varsha says, having my SST pre-board at 8 a.m. and here I am watching chess. Varsha, give your best. Be like Guki. Look for opportunities. Even if a problem comes, be calm. Think, find opportunities and go for it. Bring Magnus on CBI. I think we'll try to talk to Magnus during Weisenhouse. Right now, maybe a bit too much to do. I'll try to finish my work. And yeah, Chess Results has all the results of this tournament. So you can check. Yes, Arjun's comeback run starts tomorrow, says Chris Keynes. I also feel it. Tomorrow might be great. Darren D'Souza says, try to get Levy. Yeah, I can ask Levy if he would like to join. I really loved his videos that he posted after his tournament. The candidness with which he shared everything, all the eyes on him and the pressure of becoming a GM. And I think it's definitely something that I can relate to. I can run through this process, what he's talking about, that if I did this way and if so many people were following and if I lost a game and then another, it would be so tough. So really kudos to him for trying this, pushing himself to achieve these things. Okay, so see you all tomorrow and thank you all for following today, and thank you all for contributing to Help Chess as well. I think today we surpassed the 1 lakh mark. We have Vignesh Sarkar as 2081st believer. We are just 19 away from our aim of 2100, and we also have reached a lot of, I think today's goal of 25,33,000 subscribers is done. We've crossed it by 289 people. So thank you all for subscribing as well, and see you all. Do like the stream and go and drop a comment later so that more people will watch the stream, and I'll bring you all the highlight videos and so on and the recap of the day. Take care guys. See you. Bye bye.